No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation, surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, preview, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hasanabi broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one. Today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a Monday, News Day. Abolish apartheid, free Palestine, folks. I'm Hassan Piker. I'm live, I'm alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and enemies are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day, today's a wonderful day. Today is, like I said, Monday, News Day is Monday, June 16th, 2025. I am going to keep fake DJing. I don't know why the fuck Megaphonics keeps complaining. DJing is fake in general anyway. DJ Fakeophonics. But yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I will tell you about my personal news, which is not fake, but very real. No, that shirt and the glasses, you look like my dad. This is weird. Sunshine. I look like your dad wearing a Japan jersey. What? How's the foot ankle? I'm gonna tell you all about it. Hold on. By the way, that was a banger from Brilliant Drink. Absolute nutty. Absolute fantastic song. One of my very quickly became one of my favorites in the intro in the intro music sequences that we have. But yeah, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Piker. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. So, oh boy, another jersey. Yeah, I'm on a jersey arc. I've been rocking some jersey. I'm not gonna lie, this is the I Show Speed thing where like I realize that like a jersey automatically invokes a sense of anger or a sense of love in the audience, and I also think they look very cool. So I've been on my jersey arc. It's like, I don't know, I just like, it's very nice. It's very fit check now. You look Mexican, hell yeah. Yeah, they're comfy. Also, I'm a fucking Yoji fiend, as you guys know. That's what they call me, the Yoji demon around these parts. So, you know, this is the Y3. This is the Y3 Japanese jersey. And it's very big. I thought it was gonna be like the regular Japanese sizing, so I saw a XXX one that was like super cheap, and I got the XXX one, not realizing that this was actually gonna be XXX. It is literally XXX. Look at this. Like, it's big. Also, I got the friggin' sleeve. I got the German sleeve that chatter recommended. It's actually nice. You dress like grandpa? Yeah, I got the Bergenstocks. I'm so comfy. This is so cozy. Bro, trying to be I chose speed unk status? No, this is my cozy fit. I'm wearing like a vintage Adidas corduroy pant that's like also not really a pant, but it's like a sweatpant, but a pant. And I'm wearing the fucking Y3 Adidas collab Japanese national team jersey. And I got the Bergenstocks on my feet. I'm not copying speed at all. I'm just being an unk. This is the most unk fit. This is the most unk fit of all time. Speaking of which, so as you guys know, I got injured yesterday, personal news wise. I got injured yesterday when I was playing basketball. Classic flagrant one foul. Dude pokes his foot underneath me while I'm taking a fadeaway fucking 3-point jump shot, and he goes right underneath. Okay, puts his foot right underneath me. I obviously roll off of his foot, roll my ankle. At first I couldn't even walk. I was like immobile, and I was really scared. I was like, oh shit, here we go. I'm done. Like, I'm definitely cooked, right? Turns out it's not as bad, luckily, I think. Because I ended the broadcast last night, didn't really do much. It hurt a lot. I had a Father's Day dinner with the fam. We had some Turkish food, and it was great. And then afterwards, I went to sleep, woke up early, and I cracked 2 Tylenol. Not to be too crazy with it, but yeah, I'm a little bit of a drug user. But yeah, I popped two Perkies. And by Perkies, I mean Tylenol. And I'm high off that Zaza, the acetaminophen. Yeah. Yeah, popping hard drugs, dude. Which is off-brand Tylenol. I'm a fucking Tylenol addict, dude. I'm a Tylenol demon, dude. Oh, I'm so crazy with it. I'm so crazy. That sounds like an ankle sprain. I get those when I play football. Yeah, I'm a acetaminophen, dude. Get me off that paracetamol. Going crazy off that. Anyway, I rarely ever actually even take like any off-the-counter pain relief medication. But because I have this notion that like I have to brave the pain. It's very stupid, but I have to like use my mind control powers to, unless it's like literally unusable. I rarely ever use any sort of medication, but this time I did it, and I'm gonna be honest with you, light work, like putting a little bit of strain on the injury, like getting some blood flow there while also simultaneously compressing it, and has been very successful so far. But yeah, I ripped the 2 Tylenols, dude, off-brand Tylenols, being the acetaminophen that I am. I went in, I worked out this morning, and I felt fucking spectacular after that workout. Actually, there's validity to that because studies show using anti-inflammatory painkillers cause your body to stop learning how to heal, basically. Yeah, I'm a big advocate for, like, you know, my body is good. Like, I can heal myself, you know what I mean? I'm a big advocate for believing that I can just, like, definitely heal myself. Also, this was helpful in my healing process. This little asshole, she's sleeping all the time. Doesn't do anything. that didn't stop me. Also, yeah, it didn't stop me from going crazy mode. Just throwing up 225s. Like, it's nobody's business. You know what I mean? It's nobody's business but mine. Yeah, just throwing it up. You already know. Anyway, and then yeah, that's it. You look like a lean barrel. What does that mean? Could you bench me? I'm 180 pounds. Easy. Back buckling, don't hurry back too. Martin and Hamza posted the YouTube video with you. Oh, they did? Okay, cool. Israel just banned foreign press from covering Haifa. Oh shit, that means they got no fucking defenses in Haifa, and then they're just gonna keep pummeling Haifa. Iran's gonna keep pummeling Haifa, and they're gonna stop letting people cover Haifa. Anyway, where was I? What? This clip is crazy. Is this Megaphonics? Is this a Cybertruck Megaphonics clip? Megaphonics, I thought we were done. I thought we were done with Elon Musk. I thought we had left Elon Musk in the rear view mirror. It seems like you haven't left him in the rear view mirror. It's like, it's still Teslaphonics. It's still Teslaphonics. It clearly Teslaphonics is still alive and well, you know? But, what was I saying? Oh yeah, personal news wise, yeah, hit the weights. My point is, the reason why I was talking about that is because regardless of your pain, it's always good to work out. Working out always makes you feel good. It makes me feel good, and it will make you feel good too. So I hope those words will help you. I hope those words will help you push through when you're like, oh, I don't want to go to the gym today. I don't want to do this. I want to do that. You should. Okay? You should do that. You should push through, and you should go to the gym. Stop working. Stop promoting workouts. I will never go to the gym. Yeah, well, one day. I still believe. Anyway, that's all I got. That for personal news. Let's get it twisted. Let's get it popping. We got so much happening. There is still some live skylines over Tel Aviv. Yeah, don't worry. We'll get more information. The Hasanabi broadcasting service, the Piker broadcasting service is unstoppable. We will find a way. We will find, you know, balcony photos and things like that, balcony clips and things like that when Israel's getting struck, even if we don't have the clear view of the skyline. Kaya feeling better from her infection? I think so. Yeah. Where was I? What was I gonna do? Okay, I was gonna blast off. Let me do that. Okay. IRANxISRAEL. Tit for tat continues. G7 meetups. Trump demands more ICE raids in blue cities. Minnesota shooter caught. New supporter here, bro. Hell yeah. Yeah, New York Times editorial board is predictably afraid of Zohran Mamdani, which means he's doing something very right. They're admitting to war crimes. Yeah, they are. But that's America did this too in fucking Yugoslavia. like former glorious nation of Yugoslavia. Like they struck the broadcaster, the national broadcaster. Will we go to war with? Get in now. I haven't given you guys updates on One Piece because I haven't been watching One Piece because I want to wait. Like I want to have like a good runway. I don't want to dive back in after I've been hurt one time. I've been hurt in the past. You know what I mean? I watched One Piece from start to finish, and by the time I finished One Piece, yeah, Timasius, you got the playlist. There's a crazy Benjamin Netanyahu interview as well. We'll obviously get into that. But yeah, by the time I got to the end of One Piece, like caught up, they took a massive hiatus, and it hurt me so bad that I was like, you know what? I'm not going to do it. I am not going to do a weekly thing. I'm not going to like be a weekly watcher. I'm going to wait until there's a decent runway. Communist attacks New Yorkers not voting Mamdani. Yeah, we have it. We have the I will obviously cover Israel's insane attack against the Iranian national broadcaster. One fucking, like, not even 24 hours after Emily Schrader demanded that Israel strike the national broadcaster. It is so insane. I was at Press TV preparing for an interview with Piers Morgan, a notorious and dishonest genocide enabler, when Zionists bombed Iranian state media, killing journalists. Smoke was visible as they evacuated the Press TV building, but I refused to leave because of the interview. I stayed alone to defend the Iranian people, but Morgan ranted nonsense against Iran, effectively justifying murderous aggression. The supporter of child killers and journalist murderers wouldn't even let me speak. It is pretty crazy that Israel just does whatever the fuck it wants to do, and international rules are just so last year, dude. It's over, you know. Saudi journalist executed. Yeah, I heard is some dude named Al Turki, right? He was like he was talking shit about KSA, or not KSA, about MBS from an anonymous account or something, and they found out via Twitter, and then they just killed him. Yeah, blast off, everybody. We're blasting off. That's another country that does not have to follow any fucking rules or laws or whatever, because clearly it doesn't matter. Because guess what? They're allies with America, and they're allies with Israel, so they can do whatever they want. Anyway, that's how it works. I don't make the rules. America makes the rules. And the rules are, you get to do whatever you want. You can be as ruthless, you can be as violent. Oh yeah, Zoran also cross-endorsing with Michael Blake. Michael Blake probably had the strongest showing, and if I lived in New York, I would definitely rank Michael Blake. He was spectacular in the debate. Didn't know too much about him, but he absolutely cooked. When are you joining Blue Sky? I don't know. Do you think war with Iran is affecting how people will vote in New York? It's such a blatant display of its recklessness at the front of the news cycle that I feel like people are less likely to buy into the Mamdani fear-mongering, but who knows, maybe I'm too hopeful. If anything, it's the opposite. 77K likes though. The CIA doesn't have to do anything. No, Twitter left this. Death to America is not a convincing message to Americans. What? I mean, they're not wrong. Like, yeah, it's not, but it's not supposed to. It's not supposed to convince you. I saw something on TikTok that I thought was like actually pretty interesting about MLK's tactics, MLK's protest techniques, and non-violence and violence. And I think it's really interesting. It was let me see if I can dig it up, but I'll talk about this in a second. Like, in terms of optics, this guy was arguing that MLK wasn't trying to get white people on board by having what the fuck. This is the first thing that came up on my TikTok. God damn, look at this. This is as soon as I open this up. Here, we'll start off there. We'll start off on the optics front on the protest. Obviously, protests have been happening all around the country. There's a lot of back and forth in terms of like, there's a lot of back and forth in terms of like what the best possible way to protest is, and yada yada yada, and what the bad parts of protesting look like, or what bad kinds of protests look like. I am in favor of protests and demonstrations regardless. You guys, as you probably know, I don't mind if it's like a lived up protest. At the end of the day, I still think it's good. But here, this is a very short piece about MLK and what he was doing and what he was utilizing in terms of like optics. That it's a type of it's an attitude that I never really considered as well. Here.
Favorite tools to use was violence, right? Like, he never once led a nonviolent protest. People getting beat within an inch of their life for ordering food is violent, right? But he was a mastermind at manipulating the visuals of violence. He understood that watching black people get beat up on live television is not an effective strategy at making racist people any less racist. But you, as a black person, having to watch your defenseless mother and aunties get hosed down is actually an extremely effective tactic in enraging both you and your local community to violence, right? There's a reason why after every major MLK city and peaceful protest got televised, there would be widespread violent uprisings, both large and small, all around the country. And this threat of widespread violence is what caused change. And there has been a lot of historical propaganda that goes into portraying the civil rights era as being the product of white empathy and not fear, the dominant group in America.
Yeah, it wasn't. Those protests and like black people getting their asses beat at the civil rights sit-ins and whatnot that were inherently non-violent on the protester side, but there was tremendous violence against them on the police side. The violence in that regard and the imagery in that regard was not for white people to fucking feel sympathetic to black people. They didn't give a shit at all, which of course, as you guys know, MLK also openly talked about in terms of like white empathy and how white moderates were a significant hurdle to developing a coherent, successful civil rights struggle that had some kind of motion. Yeah, white moderates were like, no, we're not on board with that at all. Now, of course, also MLK does not work single-handedly with like on his own without Malcolm X, without the Black Panther movement, right? Without the Black Panther Party. And those guys were definitely not nonviolent. They understood that there was a necessity in certain instances for a little bit of militancy, recognizing perfectly that no matter how much militancy they applied, it would never reach the standard of the state, which is true. Like, what they did, even if they were to get into like shootouts every now and then, or engage in the act of self-defense against the state that was like brutalizing black people, ultimately none of that would reach the standard of systematized violence that the state was enacting with regular frequency under the auspices of lawfare. State has obviously a monopoly on violence, but in any case, point is, it wasn't about garnering attention from it wasn't about garnering attention and sympathy from white people, even though that is how people talk about it. Like, that's literally like the most famous way of approaching it, which is to whitewash the things that took place during the civil rights struggle, and then making it seem as though it was like white people's sympathies that finally gave black people some legal parity. That wasn't the case, obviously, and this perfectly demonstrates that too.
We're never overwhelmingly in favor of any of MLK's protest tactics, right? He forced their hand. You can either accept the nonviolent terms I'm offering, or you're going to be forced into a violent reality. It's not an appeal to empathy, it's extortion. And I think particularly towards the back end of his life, he started to make certain realizations, right? That you cannot argue with somebody in a language they do not speak. You wouldn't argue to an Italian man in French. You wouldn't speak to a German man in Spanish. So why are you trying to speak to a country that was built on the back of slavery and violent revolutions with peace, right? And I mean, we kind of seen how that ended, right? I don't know, y'all. I just think if your oppressor agrees with your method of protesting, you're not protesting, you're loyal.
Yeah. This is why I always say, like, there's a place for everyone in this, okay? Like, even the liberals, the Barbers and the Debras coming out and showcasing their discontent with the current administration. That's good. That's good. Okay? So you won't see me shitting on those guys. Like, I'll make some jokes every now and then, but obviously, like, I'm in favor of that. I'm in support of that. I've talked about how I'm in support of all of that. But also, you won't see me poo-pooing other methods of protesting and trying to dismantle or dismantle certain pieces of the state, or maybe become undeniable, become a real nuisance, muck up the works, gum up the works to the best of your ability. Like, these are things that people have done throughout history, throughout successful protest movements, throughout successful revolutionary movements. You know, you can play a role in this. Just don't stand in opposition towards people that have similar goals that you have, right? That's it. Did the lib lay down and take it when the police charged them? Not the ones that were around. By the time I got there, they were eating it. But there's not really much you can do other than eat it when you're in that situation, because the cops are just like indiscriminately firing directly into the crowd, aiming at heads in that crowd. So it doesn't even matter. Peaceful protesting is good for getting attention for stuff, but it doesn't enact actual change. Historically, it doesn't work like that. And the other methods feel impossible now because the state is militarized rapidly against us. Never impossible. You got a lot of numbers, dude. That's all I'm saying. Anyway. Yes, I'm gonna talk about the whole situation with the Iranian news broadcaster, state news broadcaster being bombed. Don't worry. One important note, he was operating an anonymous account, and the Saudi government paid 2 Saudi Twitter employees to leak his information, as well as other activists. Also, both employees escaped to the U.S., and they have active FBI wanted warrant. Will you be talking about Mike Lee? Yes, I am going to be talking about the Mike Lee situation, Mike Lee situation, when I'm talking about the Minnesota shooter who was caught recently. It was one of the most insane things I've ever seen. There was a lot of insane things I saw this morning, okay? A lot. One of the funniest ones I saw, let's start with this one. Danny Dunham, everyone's favorite anti-child drawing UN ambassador to Israel. He said, "I am appalled by the outrageous and anti-Semitic incident that at the International Arms Exhibition in Paris, where the booth of Israeli companies were concealed behind black walls. This discriminatory act singled out against Israel, while representatives of other countries were freely allowed to showcase their technological innovation." Yes, he does have a fucking list, by the way, for the record, for the real knowers, for the real Danny Dunham heads out there. Okay, this is as close as you can get to his accent. I'm not even, bro, admit you practice that in the shower. Israel stands at the forefront of global technology, and it is clear that some nations feel threatened by our exceptional capabilities. This is especially absurd considering that Israel's actions are aimed at protecting the free world, including France and Europe, from Iranian terror. Instead of isolating Israel, The world should stand with us and learn from our knowledge and capabilities. Yes, you guessed it. Danny Danon said, stop being anti-Semitic to Israeli arms manufacturers. Once again, another moment. Oh, sorry. His name wasn't Al Turki. You get a totally different. Is Turki Al Jasser? Sorry. It is something that I have said as a joke before. Is like, wow, you're being quite anti-Semitic to Israeli weapons manufacturers. Like, wow, attacking Elbit systems. When will the anti-Semitism stop? Is something that I have joked about, and now we have officially moved on from this being a joke to this being a sincere position of the Israeli government. There it is. Israel's UN ambassador is tweeting it out sincerely. What the fuck is happening? This is incredible. By the way, the French were not going to do that if the stand had removed the weapons, but they refused, so the government's like, get wrecked. Yeah, this is okay. Tell me I was off with my accent.
Of the United Nations, where thousands of people are passing every day, the UN decided to put an exhibition about world peace. Look at the drawings of children from all around the world.
Look at the drawings of children from all around the world.
Nothing about Israel. Nothing about our hostages.
Not one. I'm Israel. Hi. Not one. Not even one child. These are drawings of terror. These are terror children. This is not a parody. This is the real, bro. This is a real art installation of children that the United Nations put up at their fucking headquarters. Okay? It was a world peace art installation of children drawing stuff on a quilt. Danny Danon literally went there, cut this video, and actually successfully got the United Nations to take this art installation down.
Look what they have. They don't recognize Israel. They promote hate in those drawings.
This is my favorite. This is my favorite when it pans over and it just says, teach peace. Peace begins with a smile. It's all, when he goes, they are teaching hate to these Hamas children, terror babies doing drawings. And he points to it and the camera pans to peace. Everyone knows peace is terror. How much did Hamas pay for these terror children to draw the terrorist quilt drawings? Not one drawing for Israel.
That is shameful. This is part of the hypocrisy of the United Nations. I demand that the UN will remove this exhibit immediately and will stop with the hypocrisy against Israel.
They did. They literally did. He got them to take it down. I cannot believe that this was a real thing that happened. Oh my God. I will never be able to take a person like this seriously for the rest of my fucking life, okay? Oh my Lord. What a ginormous baby, dude. What a fucking giant baby. Israel, the giant baby nation with nuclear arms, okay? Holy moly. Anyway, let's get into it. Israel, the giant baby nation that is throwing a giant baby tantrum, is I don't even know how many days it's been, is under the Iranian retaliation of anti-Semitic weapons, anti-Semitic Shahed missiles and Khyber missiles. This is these yeah, I guess like day 4, day 5 at this point, of Israel basically experiencing a fucking fraction of the pain that it has dished out at virtually every country in the region. Okay, yeah, Shahed drones, Kyber missiles, missiles of terror, that are of course heat-seeking, but instead of heat-seeking, it's a Jew-seeking missiles. By the way, it's not even a joke. Like, that unironically is something that an IDF soldier said on fucking Fox News. They said Iran is sending missiles to kill Jews. Like, that is what an Israeli occupying force soldier unironically said. They have Jew-seeking missiles that they are sending anti-Semitically to Israel. Okay, that is where we're at this point, where you know, Israel will go and do a first strike on Iran, completely violating a sovereign power's autonomy, its sovereignty, and then in retaliation, when they get a couple of missiles lobbed in their direction, those missiles are actually anti-Semitically targeting the Jewish state. That is what the position is, and that's where we're at. It's fucking insane. I've never seen anything like it. Like, it's just like so psychotic. I don't think anyone believes it. I think it's a great shame. Israel's existence is a great shame and a serious stain on like what they have done in terms of ruining the reputation of Judaism around the world, even though they have nothing to do with Judaism, make no mistake, but they just fucking claim to be doing this for Jews in general. And I'm seeing more and more people that are like on the sidelines coming out and be like, hey guys, in the process of getting fucking pummeled from Iranian missiles, you got American Jews coming out and being like, yo, this is not for us. Okay, cut it out. Like, which is wild, because under normal circumstances, I would say this would be the moment for the Hasbara machine in the West to just go into fucking full gear. Like, look at us, we're being victimized. Look at us, we're being victimized. Look at us, they're killing us, they're attacking us, they're anti-Semitically attacking us. And yet, in the Western world, it gets very little play. It's actually shocking how little play it's getting, which leads me to believe that the silence coming from a lot of Westerners and even Western institutions is a little bit of complicity. Like, it's more so like, listen, we're holding, you know, we would make statements and immediately come out and be like, oh, Israel, I can't believe Israel's being attacked this way. The reason why you see mostly radio silence from a lot of people, I think, is directly because people are just like, well, what did you fucking expect? Like, obviously this community is a little bit different because we have been watching everything unfold in real time, but it's like crazy how much like normies who you know, want to maintain their professional careers, who immediately would start posting like they're fucking running for office or some shit when moments like this took place, most of them have been awfully quiet about it. It's actually kind of shocking, because these are the moments where Israel is supposed to pop off. This is like the number one thing that Israel gets to do. The number one thing that Israel gets to do in this situation is be like, look at us, we're victimized again. Look at us, we're victimized again. We're being absolutely fucking destroyed. Like, how dare they do this to us? And I don't think they're getting that fucking support at all. And American Jews are also very quiet about this situation as well, because like, it's literally indefensible. Like, you've been doing a genocide for 20 months and then you fucking turn around and attack Iran. Of course they're gonna fucking attack back. Like, what is the expectation? You know what I mean? Like, what are we doing? Yeah, and so anytime now when you see posters from Israel being like, oh, we're under attack, it's literally filled to the brim. The comments are filled to the brim with people making fun of them. Making fun of them by showing their older tweets about how they were celebrating dead Palestinian children. like experiencing a fraction of the pain that the Israeli state has brought about, and how much they've championed it has made it so that people don't want to even fucking defend Israel at all, even when Israel is like literally under attack. Now, this doesn't mean that America won't defend Israel. Of course it will. You know, because it plays a very important role in our fucking grand design in the region. But as someone who looks at public sentiment about around this sort of stuff, it is actually shocking. The media is trying to obviously generate as much consent as they possibly can for Israel and maybe for going to war with Iran, but I don't think the public is eating that propaganda at all. Most people are just like, dude, I don't care. I don't care. Like, what do you expect? What the fuck do you expect? You see what I'm saying? Like, people look at the situation and go, dog, we've been giving billions to Israel so they can do whatever the fuck they want, and whatever the fuck they want has led to dead children daily. Okay? Kyrie Irving watching Nick Fuentes. Oh, I want to save him. I want to save Kyrie Irving so bad. I wish I could talk to him. It's kind of crazy because Kyrie Irving's fucking, you know, Kyrie Irving is a part of the Dallas Mavericks, which is now owned by fucking Miriam Adelson. So him coming out and being like, I'm pro-Iran or whatever is like wild. But then I think all of that gets super fucking clouded. All of that gets diluted when he's like also, you know, getting his notes from some really fucking insane right-wing neo-Nazis and shit. This is something that I have actively tried. This is something that I've actively tried to work against, and I still do to this day, which is to just like, I see a lot of this like animosity towards Israel, and I don't want people to fall down like weird rabbit holes and you know, develop anti-Semitic tendencies rather than keeping their focus and priorities on Israel. And this is why I get so fucking mad at dumbass institutions like the ADL, who attack people like myself and call me a fucking anti-Semite. And it's ironic because like I'm actively trying to, you know, combat and fight against anti-Semitism at a time when there is like a tremendous opportunity for Nazis to just cut as much anti-Semitic propaganda as they possibly can by just going, look around. It's really fucking annoying. Yeah, I see really weird TikTok comments like, we gotta apologize to Germany. Yeah, they say we gotta apologize to the German guy. That's like another big one. So, I mean, all of that shit is popping the fuck off everywhere. Everywhere. It's real. That is a real thing. You know what I mean? That is like a genuine problem. It's obviously anti-Semitism is still like institutionally protected, and that kind of enmity, at least right now, is not leading to like real violent consequences in the short term, but it can, and it has, and it will most likely lead to genuine problems in the long run, like real consequential, real scary fucking problems in the long run. And it's like entirely because of Israel. It is fucking crazy. Like, Nazis utilizing all of the fantastic opportunities that Israel has given them and this unprecedented moment to just build a robust network of influence and clout. Anyway, having said that, let's get to the back and forth between Israel and Iran.
Latest now in the escalating conflict between Israel and Iran. The countries exchanged deadly attacks throughout the weekend. Chief foreign correspondent Ian Pannell is on the scene in Tel Aviv. Good morning, Ian.
Yeah, good morning, George. Attacks over the weekend and attacks early this morning. I want to show you the scene here in downtown Tel Aviv. That's where the Iranian missile landed. Just look at the devastation over there in the office block. But if we swing round 180 degrees, you can see these were residential apartment blocks, also devastated in this Iranian attack.
This morning, a devastating strike.
This is pretty crazy to watch. Why do I have so many 31-month subscribers just behaving like little fucking drama perverts, little drama pedophiles? What's going on? Walk in, chatters. Nobody gives a fuck about a fucking Israeli state mouthpiece. Why would you fucking come in here and engage in this kind of like idiotic drama bait? Who gives a shit?
Strike in the heart of Tel Aviv. An Iranian ballistic missile evading air defense, exploding in a downtown residential neighborhood.
This is one of the apartment blocks that was hit in this, what appears to be a devastating missile attack. You can see this is not a military site. This is a residential site. You can see a children's teddy bear there on the ground, a woman's purse.
Like, can you imagine doing this kind of coverage in Gaza for the past 20 months? Wow. Like, can you imagine doing this kind of coverage in Tehran right now? Nope. Nope. Not happening. Because remember, in spite of the tit for tat, back and forth retaliatory attacks that are taking place that Israel literally started for no fucking reason other than the fact that they're bored, okay? They're still conducting ethnic cleansing campaigns every day in the Gaza Strip, murdering children, sniping them directly on their way to get a crumb of aid. Make no mistake, that is still happening. And I want to read a take from Mohammed Shahada that I actually retweeted today. What Iran is allowed to do according to Israel's own rules of engagement in Gaza. If a single Israeli reservist or Likud member lives in a high-rise building, or if a single pistol is nearby, knock down the whole thing. If an Israeli reservist is being treated at a hospital, bomb the shit out of it. Since Netanyahu is hiding in an unknown bunker under a densely populated city, drop a bomb every 5 meters indiscriminately until you hit the target. Even if you miss, it's okay. It's the intention that counts. Israel tried to assassinate Ezzaldin al-Haddad 12 times, each resulted in a massacre. He's still alive. Israelis huddling a shelter. Surely one or two of them must be IDF linked, which they are. There are IDF soldiers in those fucking shelters, of course. So level those places at random. Claim you're aiming at any reservist whose name shows up among the victims. It's an inevitability that you killed 100 people in one strike, that at least one of them would be a rank and file member of something. Issue an evacuation order to 80% of Israel, then bomb at will. Anyone who complains, yelled at them. We told Israelis to move south. Bomb journalists. They're propaganda operatives. Serious Israeli pretext. They have done this, by the way. Bomb humanitarian workers and doctors to starve the population and collapse their health system. Then claim they got in the way or were being used as human shields, or that they were Likud members themselves. Every time you kill a lot of civilians, keep repeating, they voted for a convicted terrorist. Itamar Ben-Gvir. He is a convicted terrorist, by the way. Therefore, they are all guilty. Keep saying there was a ceasefire on June 12th, and all of this can end now if Israel surrenders and releases the hostages. Bomb power plants, seaports, airports, water stations, sewage plants, and claim they all benefited the IDF, since soldiers are humans who use electricity and water. It works for Israel every time. Shoot anyone with a white flag, shoot hundreds of kids in the skull, and call doctors documenting this Likud. Use only bombs that splinter into 10,000 pieces and kill people in a radius of 500 meters at random. Those are literally Israel's rules of engagement in Gaza, and this is barely scratching the surface. I can go all day. P.S. for all the idiots and ding-dongs, this post is sarcastic. I don't approve of violence against civilians under any circumstances. If this post triggered you, blame your darling Israel, not me. These are their rules. Like, think about it. Think about how fucking insane it has been since, for the first time ever, there is some semblance of, like, maybe not parity, but Israel is experiencing some retaliation, minor retaliation, as opposed to never experiencing any retaliation for its fucking incredibly violent actions in the Gaza Strip, or its incredibly violent actions in... Hey, Central Committee, thank you for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, brother. Israel never has experienced this level of response from any of the parties in the region. that it destroys. Okay? So now that there is like some kind of response, even though the response is super managed, even though the response is super, super restrained in comparison to what Israel has been doing, even in Iran, like imagine if the media covered Iranian actions in the same fucking ways that they cover Israeli actions, as opposed to the humanization of the victims that are, you know, Israeli civilian society, right? Like, think about this. These bombing campaigns, given Israel's tremendous wealth and also opportunity to build shelters and whatnot, and paired up with the fact that Iran has also been restrained in terms of its targeting, like, they look at, you know, bombed out homes and go, this is so devastating, when in fact, in normal circumstances, when we're talking about Iran, when we're talking about southern Lebanon, when we're talking about Gaza, there are people in those fucking areas that they are massacring children, overwhelmingly women and children, civilians. And yes, this isn't wrong. Yes, losing your home is devastating. Okay? Losing your home is devastating. This is something that we've talked about quite a bit. Losing your home is terrifying. It's devastating. Lose your home to a fucking bomb is incredibly scary, is incredibly traumatic. But there is no application of this kind of emotional turmoil that Israel puts others through ever. And this is before we even talk about the actual murders that Israel engages in with regular fucking frequency. It is alarming.
Total devastation.
Hundreds of emergency workers flooding the scene, scouring for survivors. Alana Rubenfree was caught in the blast.
When a missile is landing outside your window and you can barely breathe because there's so much dust and debris in the air, it becomes very personal.
And overnight, more Iranian strikes in Israel. Retaliation, it says, for Israel's attack on its nuclear, military, and energy infrastructure. This is the latest salvo in a deepening conflict between Israel and Iran.
By the way, the more that these bombing campaigns from the Iranian side see success, the more censorious Israel will get. For those of you who don't know, Israel has a deep military censor, okay? Even when there is no conflict, which there's never no conflict, obviously. Israel's an apartheid state. There's always conflict and there's always violence to maintain that said apartheid state. But, like, understand that there is a military censor that is constantly operating, right? And what that implies is, like, whenever you see any images coming out of Israel, that means that the Israeli occupying force has okayed this footage, with the exception of, like, phone camera footage that we see every now and then, which the IDF Central Command has demanded that Israeli citizens stop filming. The reason why they don't want Israelis to film this stuff is because, one, they don't want to reveal battery positions. They don't want to reveal, you know, their defensive measures. But more importantly than that, they also don't want... What? Hassan Loom, the comments are about 25 seconds late? What? Is there a delay, actually? I don't think there is. No, people are responding very quickly. No, there is no. Yeah, there is like a 2-second delay, which is normal. So there's obviously a wait, hold on. Here, you know how we test it. You know how we test the delay. The Piker Broadcasting Service tests delays by urging you to subscribe, which you can do for $6 or for free with Twitch Prime. Twitch Prime is free, of course, or by getting gifted a sub. Let's take a look. Now that I've made a call to action for subscriptions, let's see if they start rolling in, and we'll test the delay. 1, 2, 3. Okay, some subscriptions are coming in. All right, I guess that's the delay. That's it. It's only a few seconds. It's fine. Where was I? What was I talking about? I totally forgot what I was. There's also the fact that they want to just lie and say they're not getting hit, is what you were about to say. No. The other reason, the other real reason, the major reason as to why they don't want any of this information coming out, unless it's like something that they can use for propaganda to be like, oh, we're the victims in the situation, look at them anti-Semitically attacking us, is because people just fucking feel tremendous hope when they see at least like a city block in Tel Aviv resemble a fraction of the fucking pain that Israel has dished out to both Tehran but also to Gaza, especially Gaza. Like, that's it. It's, they don't like, there's this delicate balance between like how much of the death and destruction, or how much of the destruction, because there's not a lot of deaths even though there are some casualties, how much of the destruction can we show to the world to garner support and sympathy, while simultaneously not showing so much that like Iran can use it as propaganda, or people can feel people can celebrate and cheer on the toll that Israel has taken for the first time ever. But of course, you can't stop the most human thing, which is if you're an Israeli and you're sitting in your fucking living room and you see missiles being lobbed in your direction, you're going to come out and film it, okay? That is just how it is. Everybody does that. I can't believe I'm even saying this, but that is a normal part of existence now, okay? That's just how it is. If people use the Chromium extension Twitch latency display, they can see the actual real-time delay in the upper left corner, and also has a fast-forward button to below chat field. Here's your delay. Wow. You freaking nerd. CNN reports Israel's Air Force attacked 2 Iranian F-14 fighter jets in Iran. Netanyahu does not rule out targeting Iran's supreme leader. Man, I sure love World War III. I know, we're going to get to that in a second. How much punishment are the Israelis willing to take? I don't know. You showed that it's possible to kill 100 Gazans a day and no one cares. Now they'll see that I'll do it for you too. What? Are we going to get used to 10 deaths a day and hundreds of people without homes, says Maya Kroll? And then third world is primitive accumulation. I guess Israeli anti-Zionist chatter. Hasanabi head responds, you showed that it's possible to kill 100 Gazans a day and no one cares. Now they'll see that it'll do it for you too. So one of the things I've talked about. Oh, he's Palestinian. Google Translate is cooked. Yeah. One of the things I have talked about in this process is U.S. gave Turkey a heads up hours before the attack. Yeah, that's not surprising. Anyway, we'll I'm gonna get back into this. I forgot what I was gonna say. Shit. My friend has family in Israel and Gaza. The family living in East Jerusalem have been told if they are caught sharing footage and photos of bombings, they will be dealt with using terrorism laws. Yeah. Oh, one of the things that I talked about in the beginning of this was the appetite that like certain countries have for death and destruction, or like the tolerance that they have, not appetite, but the tolerance that they have for death and destruction in their own backyard. Okay? A country like Israel that has positioned itself as like a nation state that has laptop jobs and a nation state that has marketing jobs, and where you can wear your capri pants, and maybe a couple neighborhoods over you got like some religious fundamentalists spitting on tourists, Christian tourists or whatever, but like ultimately Tel Aviv is supposed to be this like beacon of liberalism, like a Western liberal democracy. The entire country is very Eurocentric. The way that they've designed it is very Eurocentric, and it comes with the comforts of being in the auspices of Western, being in the comforts of like a Western nation. It's smack dab in the middle of this region, right? So when you are used to that, and that promise has to be kept, to the public. Otherwise, no one will fucking live there, right? You can't constantly also be at war with all these other countries and constantly do death and destruction everywhere else, because people are inevitably going to try and punish you for it to the best of their ability, try to incur some penalties, like try to give you penalties for doing this, right? And that is the reason why I think Israeli society broadly does not have the same tolerance for having their regular state of orders disrupted. They need to be able to go to the fucking beach. They need to be able to, you know, drink their matcha. Whereas a country like Yemen has tremendous tolerance for death and destruction. Death and destruction is all the people of Yemen have ever known. Death and destruction is all the people of Gaza have ever known. The Palestinians have ever known. They've only known domination. They've only known what it's like to live under the oppressive thumb of an apartheid state. So that Western entitlement actually makes a society somewhat weak to additional, to any kind of military incursion that disrupts their day-to-day existence. And I think this is the reason why the bandwidth that Israel has for any sort of penalties, no matter how minor it is in comparison to what Israel has done everywhere else, I think will play a formative role and will become a national security problem for Israel in general. We shall see. Because the only thing, however, that keeps Israel together, Israeli society together, the glue that sticks all of this project together, is the resentment and hatred for all Arabs and all Muslims in general. Okay? So this is a unique situation where, one, there is unprecedented penalties that they're experiencing that disrupts their, like, we're a Western style liberal society. So that is actually that will breed resentment and anger. But the glue has hardened because now they're finally attacking the big guy, okay? Iran. This is like the #1 enemy for Israel and America as well in the region. So that's something to consider. You sure don't mean Europe? What do you mean? Wait till the only home motherfuckers flying out as soon as the airports are open? No, Haaretz has reported that they don't want Israelis to be able to leave on rescue flights. Haaretz reported yesterday that the Israeli government does not want Israelis to leave Israel. Because if given the opportunity, Israelis would of course escape Israel. Why the fuck would they stay there? They're like, oh my God, they're bombing shit. It's no longer bathtub rockets made by fucking 17-year-old Al-Qassam Brigade orphans, okay? That Tamir interceptors can easily pick off. It's now real missiles from a real sovereign state that has the targeting capabilities of an actual full-fledged state. And the only reason why they are deploying those weapons, the only reason why Iran is deploying those weapons is because Israel struck Iran. That's it. But would you not say that Israel as a country as a whole stands on war and constant, oh shit, I think you spammed it too hard, so you got clapped here, but hold on. But would you not say that Israel as a country as a whole stands on war and constant expansion? I mean, the existence of settlements, compulsory military service, the absence of liberal opposition, and the need for constant enemy to fight? Yes. As long as their enemies, their perceived enemies, remain vulnerable. That's the reason why they can do full tilt ethnic cleansing in Gaza against the completely captive population that they are the belligerent occupier of. But when in Lebanon, they get their shit pushed in, so they can't do ground incursions with the same ease. Even in Gaza right now, there are still militants smoking Israeli soldiers. Think about that. 20 months of genocide, and you still got, like, every now and then there will be another report of like a 19-year-old rear admiral general got fucking smoked in fucking northern Gaza or in Rafah. Like, that's incredible. That means that these guys can't even fucking kill the militancy in a captive population. Here's one from just now. Look at that. Permission granted for publication. Reserve Captain Tal Movshevitz, 28 of the Me'arot, Deputy Commander Brigader of the 7086th Engineering Battalion, the Golani Brigade, fell in battle in the southern Gaza Strip. Like, that's still happening. Because these guys are still deployed in Gaza while they're getting fucking, while Tel Aviv is like experiencing unprecedented repercussions for Israeli violence. Israel, as is the case immediately during October 7 and immediately after October 7, is still going with the one speed that they know. What did I tell you on October 8 when I was covering this stuff? What did I tell you? The first thing Israel did, while there were still Palestinian resistance forces inside of the Gaza boundary, inside of the Gaza envelope, within the kibbutzim, what did Israel do? Israel's first act was not to fucking try and push out the Palestinian resistance from inside of the Green Line. It was to bomb Gaza. So while they're fucking being bombed, like, these motherfuckers are still conducting their ethnic cleansing campaign and they're still getting smoked. So the reason why I mention this, the reason why I'm talking about this in particular, the reason why I'm saying this is because, yes, constant expansion is a necessity for fascist states. You're right. But constant expansion against the captive population without any severe penalties to your comfortable existence inside of the Israeli state, right, is also a necessity, because you will not be able to constantly refuel and refeed the military necessary if the military is experiencing too many casualties in the process, which they have. That's why there's like a reservist problem right now, which is why they want to fucking deploy the Haredi population as well, which is the fastest growing segment of Israeli society, even though they get religious exemption. And this has created some serious political chaos internally in Israel. It was part of the reason why, if this was Benjamin Netanyahu's last possible opportunity to strike Iran, because the Knesset was at the precipice of dissolving, because they need more soldiers, and the only way that they can get more soldiers is if they fucking deploy the Haredi population, even though the Haredi population are fucking not trained, you know what I mean, and would most likely not be a competent fighting force anyway. In the short term, the short-term training that is necessary. So my point is, a country like Israel doing short-term sieges like Cast Lead and all these operations, mowing the lawn operations in Gaza, is the perfect way to keep up the intensity and the domination of Palestinians without incurring severe penalties inside of the colonial entity. Full tilt ethnic cleansing campaign for 20 months, on the other hand, is not so easy, because it requires a tremendous amount of manpower, and reservists don't want to fucking go back after 20 months. There's like they're like, I've had my fill of child murder, and that in and of itself, like, that in and of itself is a problem. But then pair that up with like actual normal Israeli society no longer being able to get their fucking matchas and go to the beach and shoot their stupid fucking TikToks about how wonderful things are in Tel Aviv. Without that promise of like a bastion of liberalism, like we're a normal country. When that falls apart, and that only falls apart when the Iron Dome falls apart, which it is right now. When that falls apart, all of a sudden, the only safe haven for Jews is not so fucking safe anymore. You see what I'm saying? Because Israelis are not like a different organism. They're human beings just like you and me. They also like their fucking treats, especially because their material circumstances, their material conditions are close enough to the experience that you can get in a Western capital. Okay. And when those treats go away, and there's like actually for the first time ever like serious fear, real fear for once, that you know all of this violence that you've dished out in the region has now unfolded and is causing you to experience a fraction of said violence. All of a sudden, you don't have that kind of appetite. You don't have the same appetite for death and destruction, is my suspicion. The government has ordered airlines not to take Israelis abroad when the rescue flights begin. This is part of the reason why I think they don't want that. They don't want Israelis fleeing. They don't want their population to diminish. Yeah, here is a new policy org. Breaking, a new policy org source tells that the meeting yesterday between U.S. Ambassador Mike Huckabee and Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu devolved into a shouting match over Netanyahu's objections to the U.S. plans to evacuate our citizens from Israel and the wider region. U.S. officials believe that Netanyahu's objection was predicated on his desire to hold U.S. citizens at risk in order to increase the likelihood of U.S. entry into Israel's conflict with Iran. If the American Jews with dual passports flee to America, okay, that's a decent chunk of the population. A lot of fucking settlers are going to leave. You know what I mean? You know who's not going to leave? Because they can't, or also because they will never leave. They haven't left with 77 years of brutal occupation. The fucking Palestinians. So every Jewish American or every Jewish person that leaves Israel goes against the Zionist project. Because the Zionist project demands more Jewish people come to Israel and live in Israel only, and to believe, even if they don't live in Israel, to fight for Israel as far as like propaganda, so that Israel can continue operating in the ways that it does. And the only way to get people on board with that is by claiming that Israel is the only fucking safe haven for Jews. And if it wasn't for Israel, then there would be no safe place for Jews. All of a sudden, though, now the Jews in Israel want to leave Israel. They want to come to America. I thought it was the scariest fucking place on the planet. What happened? You know? Panic moment among Israelis as they realize their shelters are just safe against small unguided rockets fired from Gaza. The Israeli Home Front Command is trying to avoid chaos, claims the shelters are safe against Iranian missiles. They are, of course, not. After 2 people were killed by a ballistic missile while sheltering to protect the space in their home, the IDF Home Front Command stresses that remaining in a bomb-safe room is still the safest place to be amid Iran's attacks. Yeah, they have all the smoke for a vulnerable, captive population. Think about that. Think about that, dude. Think about that. They have designed, do you understand? This right here is exactly what I'm talking about, chatters. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Do you get it now? Constant expansion against a vulnerable force of predominantly child civilians, okay? Predominantly women and children is something that the Israeli government can continue maintaining pressure on, while also keeping things relatively safe at the home front for the average liberal society, for the society that is still enjoying their regular comforts. But you can't fucking do that when you go after a sovereign state that is not already undermined by Western intervention, or at least undermined by Western intervention, and yet still. Hasan is in panic mode. What are you saying? Yo, watch what happens tonight in Iran. Tomorrow the world is going to be very different. You're a dumb idiot. Hasan is in panic mode, lol. Can't face reality, lol. What are you saying? Yeah, they're going to try to assassinate the heads of state. They're going to do a decapitation strike. I know that already. And they're going to do that in correspondence with American intervention as well. this is not a shock to me at all. This is something that I have been saying. I'm describing the current attitudes in Israeli society and what I foresee looks like what kind of societal fissures exist within Israel, what kind of pressures Israel is experiencing for the first time ever. What is this? Footage shows Israelis preventing Thai and foreign workers from using public bunkers. I don't know if they actually did that. I don't know. I don't have, that's not verified. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, but I don't know. There's not enough verification for me in that. It's debunked. Yeah, you know, there's no verification. The direct missile impact breached the bomb safe room, which are designed to sustain shockwaves of such missiles, as well as shrapnel. 2 people in the safe room were killed. However, those in shelters on the floors above and below were unharmed, the Homefront Command says. The 2 other fatalities in Petah Tikva were outside of protective spaces when the missile struck. 1 person was on the floor where the missile hit, but not in their safe room, and the other was in a neighboring building hit by the shockwave, according to Homefront Command. Homefront Command says bomb safe rooms are the safest place to be amid ballistic missile attacks, especially the new buildings. The reinforced rooms have saved countless lives in the missile barrages from Iran thus far. Yeah, no, I know the Israeli government confirmed that Israelis cannot leave. I know.
Tehran's attack coming hours after Israel launched strikes across Iran, hitting surface-to-surface missile sites and a gas depot on Sunday, with huge columns of smoke rising above the skyline. Now, new concerns that the United States could be dragged further into the conflict. 2 U.S. officials telling ABC News President Trump earlier rejecting an Israeli plan to kill Iran's supreme leader. The president hopeful for peace, but saying this conflict may be necessary.
Well, I hope there's going to be a deal. I think it's time for a deal, and we'll see what happens, but sometimes they have to fight it out.
From Tehran.
Dude, by the way, how American is this? That, like, our vision, backed up by a fascist state in the region, is causing civilizational collapse, and we are so far removed from the actual impact that we're just like, yeah, maybe they'll do a deal. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe. Get back to the table, I say. A week after, he literally was like, yeah, we totally fucked them over. The deal was fake. The deal was fake. We wanted Israel to strike. We knew it. I knew it. You know? It's just like, this right here has always been America's position. We get to do things in this incredibly selfish manner, and that's how we have operated always. Like, with the exception of Pearl Harbor and 9/11, okay? There are very few instances where the American home front has ever experienced a fraction of the pain of being involved in military conquest, justifiable or unjustifiable. Many of which is unjustifiable, but some is justifiable, like World War II. Like, that gave us a massive upper hand in redesigning the world after World War II, is that, like, our fucking industry wasn't burned to the ground. It wasn't reduced to rubble, right? We had a war economy that was incredibly productive. We took advantage of that because of our proximity to all of the battles that are happening.
And to Tel Aviv, civilians now increasingly caught in the crossfire of a conflict that shows no sign of easing.
Israel now revealing that 10 to 15% of Iranian attacks are getting through air defenses, as the residents here can testify. Robin?
They certainly can, Ian. Thank you.
So we go to a Fox News alert. Israel says it has eliminated 4 senior intel officials, including the IRGC's head of intelligence. This is the Quds Force headquarters, we believe.
It comes as Iranian missile strikes kill at least 8 and injured hundreds more as rocket fire rained down on central and northern Israel overnight.
Trey Yings is live in Israel with the latest. Good morning, Trey.
Yeah, hey guys, good morning. Overnight missiles rained down across Israel, killing at least 8 people, some of them slipping past missile defense systems at 5 different locations, destroying both apartment buildings and residential blocks. We got to one scene in the heart of Tel Aviv, just blocks away from the U.S. Embassy branch here that was also damaged in that strike. And when we got there, first responders were rushing into the flames, trying to look for survivors in the rubble. We spoke with one man named Gal. Here's what he had to say.
When the missile arrived, we were in the staircase in the building, and the shock was like so huge. I never saw even a piece of a rocket, and to see an explosion right in front of my face and my brother's face, crazy.
A ballistic missile had.
It's like, I do wonder, will there ever be a moment where like someone who has experienced these bombs, like these kinds of like rocket attacks, will turn around and be like, this is what we've been doing in Gaza, like this is pretty fucked up. I mean, I'm not even saying that as a joke. Like I wonder if there's anyone that fucking, I wonder if anyone actually sees that and goes like, yeah, this is what we've been doing is like pretty messed up. I never really thought about it like this, but I doubt it, but maybe. Probably not.
Has just slammed into a building in the center of Tel Aviv. Right now, first responders are trying to put out the flames in the distance. You can see right now there are a variety of paramedics on the scene, police officers and soldiers. And if you come over here, you'll see part of a collapsed building. They don't know if anyone is currently inside, but they are checking right now. The Iranians continue to launch waves and waves of ballistic missiles into this country. Overnight, we understand there were 65 missiles, and they were targeting a variety of locations. We could hear the explosions in Tel Aviv as some were intercepted overhead by Israel's advanced missile defense systems. The Israelis are striking back, taking out top intelligence officials from the Iranian regime, including the country's chief intelligence officer and his deputy. They also took out what they say are 1/3 of the ballistic missile launching positions. Despite the fact the Israelis say they now have air superiority over the Iranian capital of Tehran, this is expected to continue for a number of days, if not weeks, as Israeli forces are trying to weaken the Iranian regime and target the country's nuclear facilities. Guys, back to you.
Hey, Trey, would you say the number of ballistic missiles, rockets, and drones are leveling off from night after night after night? Because that's what Israel is banking on. That they're going to locate the launchers, they're going to run out of rockets, they can't replenish, and they have no air defense. So is that happening?
Look, the Iranians appear to be preserving what missiles they have left. We spoke with a senior Israeli intelligence official over the weekend who indicated the assessment is that Iran has around 2,000 ballistic missiles, and the Israelis have been able to take out some of the stockpile. They've been able to target, like I said, 1/3 of the launching positions, but this still gives Iran the capability to fire hundreds of ballistic missiles into this country, and that is why Israel is still in a state of emergency. The airport is closed, and they are bracing for challenging days ahead. Officials speaking with Fox News say there will be more casualties, there will be more destruction, and you see in the aftermath videos here, these are not like the rockets that came from Gaza or from southern Lebanon. These are missiles that can take out entire blocks in major cities like Tel Aviv. And from what we saw last night, and I was being very careful as we arrived on the scene less than an hour after the explosion, of describing where it was, but now we can report because U.S. Ambassador to Israel Mike Huckabee came out publicly and said there was minor damage to the U.S. Embassy branch here in Tel Aviv. This is a...
Yeah, this, by the way, this was the reason why they couldn't report on it, because there was some there was some minor damage to the American embassy, which is like technically U.S. soil. So that is the reason. I thought it would be because like I don't know, like a high-profile person could have been potentially assassinated or something. Like that wasn't the reason. Could it be a false flag strikes to the U.S. embassy? No, I don't think. Chatters. No, no. I'm fairly certain that it was they're saying it was limited. Like they're saying that it was like it probably was from the shockwaves or something.
Residential area. It is packed with civilians, cafes and restaurants. And when we got there, for blocks, you could see storefronts that were completely ripped apart, glass shards all over the street from windows that were blown out. And so to answer your question, the Iranians are preserving what supply they have left. They certainly are in a position where eventually they will run out of ballistic missiles, but Israel is certainly not out of the woods yet, and we can expect more Israeli strikes throughout the day as they try to mitigate that risk of ballistic missile fire.
Like, look, there are some people who want vengeance, okay? There are a lot of people cheering on what's going on because of their appetite for finally seeing like a little bit of repercussion, like Israeli society broadly experiencing a little bit of the pain that they have caused to the Palestinians, to the Lebanese people, to people in fucking Syria, all around, right? My assessment on this as a public figure, who abides by terms of service and also is constantly fucking hunted by people who want to deplatform me, is that I see this as, like, I see the retaliation as maybe a crumb of hope that Israel will stand down. Like, that is my only hope out of this, is that Israel stands down, or America recalculates the attitude that they have for full tilt death and destruction. Is too much instability, it's too much destabilization. They recognize that like Israeli society might collapse, and then they won't be able to come back in a couple of years and utilize Israel to the best of their ability, like they have been doing so far, and it causes America to recalculate, and it causes Israel to recalculate, and hopefully pull back a little bit, scale back, and I don't know, go back to the drawing board. And there is a period of stability. But the only way to do this, the only way to actually to make sure that this calculation happens from the American side, from the Israeli side, is if like Iran uses less restraint and actually matches the intensity of Israeli strikes. They haven't done so thus far. Obviously, there are limitations due to the Iranian arsenal, how much they have, and their strike capabilities, because they're using missiles as opposed to Israel that has the capacity to do more precise bombing campaigns as a consequence of consequence of being able to fly over the Iraq airspace, fly over Syria, refuel on the way there. Iran can't do that, so they can only use missiles. I think the only way that Iran could keep this up as a defensive posture would most likely be if they were getting aided by the Chinese state or by Russia, which I don't think Russia has enough bandwidth to even help Iran out in this process, or maybe even the appetite to help Iran out, considering that Russia has also a unique relationship with Israel as well. So I don't know. Self-proclaimed, oh, this is Arsen Ostrovsky, my favorite international human rights lawyer, who is a fucking psychotic Hosberist. But self-proclaimed leading international human rights lawyer pronounces collective death sentence on Israeli media. That is a legitimate military target, given it's a key propaganda machine advancing Iranian military and nuclear goals. Breaking. Israeli airstrikes target Iran state broadcaster in Tehran. I don't understand how they're still operating with the same dynamic that they did with Gaza. They think Iran is a fucking nation state that has spent the last couple of decades building up their defenses and their offensive capabilities for this very moment, will not be able to retaliate in kind. Israel struck the oil depot in Tehran. What did Iran do in retaliation? They blew up the fucking Haifa oil refinery. If Israel attacks the Iranian National News Agency, then Iran will attack Israeli news agencies. I don't get it. It's a back and forth. Yes, it is significantly less the damage to Israel that Iran can implement is obviously far less consequential, far less severe than what Israel can do to Tehran and Israel can do to Iran in general. But I don't understand how these guys are so callous in their indifference, even when there are clearly repercussions for regular Israeli society. They struck the nuclear scientists. Iran struck the academic institution in Israel. They blew up a fucking institute of research. They did that. So clearly they are getting their notes as far as their strike priorities and their targeting priorities from what Israel does to Iran. Every single bit of violence that you have seen so far, every single instance of like retaliatory strikes on Israeli soil has come after Israel has targeted something similar in Iran.
Toward major cities like Jerusalem, Tel Aviv, and the northern city of Haifa.
So, Trey, I'm curious. These missiles that the Iranians are firing, do they have targets, or are they just shooting them out there? So the reason why I ask this is because, number one, they're hitting civilians, and number two...
I think Trey will be somewhat honest here, but I don't expect any honesty from Fox News in general.
Dude,
let's see.
When it comes to that embassy area that belongs to the United States, essentially, would they have known that's where that missile was going to hit?
Yes, they have precision-guided munitions, and they know broadly where they are firing these. And without getting into too many details about some of the targets that were hit, I can broadly tell you
he can't say unless the Israeli government openly admits that almost all of the targets are military installations, which, by the way, the Israeli government has admitted. 90% of the strike targets have been military installations, according to the Israeli government's own admission. But because of this, is not even dishonesty at this point, for the record. No, you don't understand. You don't understand. This is Israeli censorship. Okay? This is Israeli censorship. He can't say they're striking military targets because the Israeli military does not want the rest of the world to know that the Iranian government has successfully struck military targets. They did this last time, not this last round. Operation, what is it, like Truth or whatever? What is the name of the fucking True Promise? During Operation True Promise 2, after last year, they struck the Negev Desert. Okay, Operation True Promise 2. That actually fucking hit Israeli bases. And the only reason why we know is because people were driving down the fucking side of the road and they were filming. The Israeli military immediately stamped out. Israeli military immediately stamped out that information. They made it, they don't want this kind of information to come out. But they did. They successfully struck air bases in the Negev Desert. That's the reason why Trey can't say exactly what the Iranian strike targets look like. That's why he's saying, well, what I can tell you is, like, look.
Yes, they have precision-guided munitions, and they know broadly where they are firing these. And without getting into too many details about some of the targets that were hit, I can broadly tell you that the Iranians are going after military and civilian targets. Now, with that...
Yeah. Israel has complete air dominance over Iran, and Iran is running out of TELs. I think that's hopium. You are missing a huge point in this conflict, my brother. The regime is utterly incompetent. They're fucking idiots. They have all been chosen by loyalty instead of skills. They can win the mind game so easily, telling Israel was using human shield. They even refused to show the civilian death toll on national TV. What are you talking about? Are you talking about Iran?
Said
he's not wrong about one of the actual issues with the Iranian regime, though. Like, that is the nepotism and like loyalty transcending the competence narratives is not simply a narrative, but it's also the reality. It's a major flaw within the Islamic Republic, for sure. That's not even a joke. That's not a meme. I think that is a real problem. I think that Iran lucked out with someone like Hassan Nasrallah, who, and this is not my assessment, this is Benjamin Netanyahu's own personal admission, was infinitely smarter than anyone that the IRGC could have ever put up as a incredibly important faction of the resistance against Israel. Oh, I'm effing a little bit. Classic, mini F baby, mini F time. Calm down, everybody. It's okay. We're still here. Let's continue. It fixed itself.
Israelis are striking in a much more precise manner when they hit Iran. They go after military leadership. Certainly civilians have been killed in Iran, but the focus of Israeli strikes, it's IRGC targets and its nuclear program linked targets, along with the country's ballistic missile program. When the Iranians fire these barrages of missiles, they're often hitting densely populated areas. And as we saw earlier in the day yesterday, at a different location that had been hit, the entire half of an apartment building collapsed after one of these missiles struck an area and killed 2 children, along with 2 adults, and many other people were injured. And just to give you a sense of the scene, because we often talk about the missiles and we talk about the ability to intercept them and how many are being fired by Iran, but the people that are paying the price, it's Israeli civilians. And when we arrived at that scene earlier...
Like, this is the propaganda side of this, is when he says, oh, sure, Israel has struck civilians too, but they're very precise targeted campaigns against the military. That's bullshit. That's fucking bullshit. Israel has been literally massacring civilians, so much so that it actually goes against their overall ambitions of regime change. Because if the ultimate goal here is to create instability and chaos in Iran and take advantage of the factional and sectarian tensions that exist in Iranian society against the fucking Islamic Republic, then they shouldn't be killing so many civilians. But because they've been fucking killing civilians, it goes against their overarching ambition of creating instability in Iran. All they have done is galvanize different sects of Iranian society that normally despises the Iranian regime to actually come to terms with an atomic weapons program. Their bloodlust is getting in the way of them conducting a more sophisticated military campaign that could work to cause chaos and create instability inside of Iran. So they don't actually have a desire for regime change, at least not like that. It's just what you tell the press in the world. No, they're not even saying that their final ambition is to enact the regime change. Their ambition is to enact regime change. Certainly, that's the ultimate goal here. Their ultimate goal is to take advantage of the existing economic strangulation of Iran and the existing tensions that are ever present in Iranian society, to completely collapse the Iranian state, to turn it into a failed state, and then put forth an American puppet, an American Israel-backed puppet in charge. Because their goal here isn't just about Iran. Their goal is, and it's certainly not about the fucking nukes. Their goal here is their goal here is to destabilize Iran and then pack it up and bring it into the banner of either American and Israeli control, or at least leave it as a complete fail state, that like it can't do anything. It can't be a valuable and reliable ally to Chinese interests, because the goal is to focus on China. Like, make it look like either Syria or make it look like Libya. Is it purely Islamophobia, international relations? No, of course not purely Islamophobia. Islamophobia is the seasoning that you add. Yeah, Ryan Grimm talking about potentially China arming Iran is something that I have been paying close attention to as well. Felix says, do you know how badly I wish China was even 8% likely to do this? Man, I miss the USSR and I wasn't even around for it. And I think this is wish casting. That's what I think this is. China did send 3 military planes into Tehran days ago. I mean, that's not an... Sect Saver, thank you for the 10 gifted. They already have, I believe, like what, a 25-year energy contract with Iran. They get a lot of oil and gas from Iran. I mean, it makes sense for them to want to protect their asset, right? Favorable oil deals for China, and protecting your asset, protecting a formative ally in your One Belt, One Road initiative. Continuing to have a foothold in the Strait of Hormuz. That's a hugely important. That is a hugely important a piece of military power for, or not even military power, but like it's a stabilizing force for China in the region. Iran is profoundly important for China for many different reasons, which is precisely why a country that has ambitions of maintaining stability while also slowly but surely creating a sphere of influence and power like China, that is often doing 15-year plans, right? I suspect that they would be very careful in this. They would be more hands-on with defending their incredibly invaluable asset in the region.
Earlier in the day yesterday, separately...
Please check Israel Samson option leak. Dude, I know, man. Stop. I know. It's not something that leaked, okay? It's something that we know has existed. It's not new. Yes, the Samson option is Israel uses their nukes if they feel like it's their final option. It's like the USSR dead hand, okay? Yes, if they are getting pummeled to a degree, they say they will use their fucking nukes. Yes. The leak includes targets. Oh yeah, Israeli THAAD scores a touchdown on itself on the Nevatim airbase here. A missile interceptor reportedly in the area of the Nevatim airbase suffered a malfunction and crashed to the ground. This is too big for the Iron Dome. Probably one of the larger interceptors intended to destroy ballistic missiles. We watched this last night. But yeah, this was crazy. It'd be like that sometimes. Here, watch this. Watch this. I don't think this is a THAAD or a David Sling missile. Isn't this one of those like dual warheads? Am I crazy? A missile autists in the chat. Missile autists in the chat. Isn't this one of those that just like isn't this one of those that like opens up and it's like a dual warhead that is Iranian? Or does the Arrow do this as well? Because some of those some of the missiles that I thought Iranians had would once they get into strike distance, they open up and they'll go in like 2 different directions or something. But yeah, look, watch this. That's a big boom. That's two big booms. Costco guys would say that's 5 booms. No ICBs open up and shoot their multiple warheads when in space, not close up. Oh. If it's THAAD, there's a reminder the U.S. produces 60 THAAD interceptors a year, as far as I know. Iran sent 140 drones 15 minutes ago. Can I send tweet? Yeah, we saw. That doesn't fucking... I know there's a new wave. Drone attacks are... Maybe I'm wrong, but drone attacks are... They get intercepted pretty easily. People say it's a THAAD. The missile broke into at launch. Iranian state media said it was electronic warfare that made it friendly fire. That could simply be them, you know, claiming that this isn't new. This is from yesterday. That could be just them taking ownership over it, even though they didn't, in order to cause maximum chaos. U.S. changed Nimitz South China Sea tour and is going to the Middle East now. Okay. This press statement from China condemning Israel's attack on Iran is worth understanding in its full context, as it uses unusually forceful language. China explicitly condemns Israel's violation of Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity, and firmly opposes the reckless attacks targeting Iranian officials and causing civilian casualties. China supports Iran in safeguarding its national sovereignty, defending its legitimate rights and interests, and ensuring the safety of its people, they say. Just like the U.S. sees arming Ukraine as a means to drain Russian resources, China sees the same opportunity to drain the U.S. by supporting Iran. Iran is a major trading partner with China, so is Israel, particularly when it comes to cheap oil sent to Chinese refineries, more important than its trade relationship with Israel, of course, even though Israel does give American tech to China sometimes. Oopsie. That is hugely important for Chinese national security. That's right. Israel sometimes gives American technology that China is not supposed to have directly to China. Make no mistake. Pakistan recently fended off the attack from India using Chinese weapons, which in many cases outperform Western weapons. So in other words, Israel is stupid to get into a war of attrition with Iran, which is 10 times bigger and backed by a rising power. But whatever, nobody in Israel listens to me anyway. The China statement is in the reply. I don't think China is going to arm Iran. That would be uncharacteristic of China. And I think that it would go against China's incredible non-interventionist, like sometimes annoying non-interventionist policies.
From where you saw that insert where I spoke with the wounded man, we saw a son, and he was wearing a hospital gown because he had been taken from the rubble to a local hospital, and he demanded that the doctors and nurses release him, despite the fact that he was wounded, because his father was still buried under the debris. And we brought you that story yesterday, but unfortunately his father was killed. His body was pulled from the rubble later in the day after we left that area. And it speaks to the people who are affected here. They are civilians, they're family members. No Israeli soldiers have been killed in the Iranian response. A few have been lightly wounded, but largely we're talking about civilians. According to the Israelis, 24 of them have been killed since Friday night when the Israelis launched this campaign targeting the Iranian regime. And so as we move forward here, this is really important to talk about the distinction between the target list here.
Okay, yes. Israelis are human beings, and they're the only human beings in the region, and they get the human being coverage. Let's listen to the most insane interview with ABC News from Israeli Prime Minister, war criminal, Benjamin Netanyahu. Remember, this is like basically talking, it's like we got 20 minutes with Adolf Hitler, okay? Let's take a look at what Adolf Hitler has to say.
ABC News.
As it has decided to move its troops into Russia in the middle of the winter. One final push, Adolf Hitler says. Surely this won't backfire.
Exclusive. Earlier today, ABC News chief Washington correspondent Jonathan Karl sat down with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. The Prime Minister is talking about the battle with Iran and the effects it's causing around the world. Here's Jonathan's interview in full.
Now to an ABC News exclusive. I'm joined by Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who comes to us from an undisclosed location in Israel. Mr. Prime Minister, thank you for joining us. Let me start with the news that has just come in. The Wall Street Journal is reporting that Iran has been urgently signaling that it wants to end hostilities and to resume talks over its nuclear program. According to the Journal, they have been sending...
We don't know if he's actually in Greece. I think he probably is in... I think he's probably in Israel still. Like, I know the flight, like the Israeli Air Force One flew to Greece. But I don't know. He could be. I could see him hiding in Greece. I saw a video that he shot that was in Israel, but he could have shot that video before. I saw a video that he released that he shot in Israel outside. But once again, he could have shot that video beforehand, and maybe he's still hiding in Greece. I assume he is, but
messages to Israel and the United States via Arab intermediaries. Have you received that message from the Iranians?
Well, not directly, but I'm not surprised. I mean, they want to continue to have these fake talks in which they lie, they cheat, they string the U.S. along, and you know, we have very solid intel on that. But of course, they want to.
They're stringing the U.S. along. They're lying. Their talk is cheap. You are Benjamin Netanyahu, man. Who are you talking about? You struck Iran amidst a denuclearization agreement that was taking place, brother. Fuck you mean? And then you flexed and you said, haha, we showed you. haha, we showed you we were actually faking. We had no interest in a denuclearization agreement at all. He did a photo op in Israel just yesterday in the damage of the missile attack. He's in Israel. That's what I saw too, yeah. But I don't know. Maybe he's just like flying back and forth. I can see that. It's not that big of a flight. You know your history. Stop continuously throwing around the Hitler comparison. Have some grace. Fuck BB, but man, dude, 20 months of a live streamed child holocaust. And there are still motherfuckers in here who are like, please, excuse me, don't compare Benjamin Netanyahu to Adolf Hitler. He is, okay? That is an apt comparison. Shut the fuck up. You should question what leads you to feel this way, as though like, what leads you to feel this way? Like how many children does he have to fucking murder with impunity for you to go, okay, at this point, you know, it's a valid comparison. It's an apt comparison.
Keep on building their nuclear weapons and building their mass ballistic missile arsenal, which they're firing at our people. They want to continue to create the two existential threats against.
Yeah, he's right. You shouldn't just compare him. The entire Israel state is Nazi state reborn. Oh yeah, no, for sure. For sure. Zionism is a fascist ideology, almost identical in its ethnic, religious superiority that it feels in its in-group and its exterminationist policies to Nazi sentiment, okay? It is fascism through and through. Israeli society reflects the Nazi society's exterminationist ambitions broadly. And Adolf Hitler is a decent comparison to the guy who has been helming this exterminationist policy in the Israeli society. Hitler is not a uniquely evil person. There were and will continue to be Hitlerian people in the world. His anti-Semitism was only the avenue through which he targeted his evil. Such evil targeted through any other avenue is equally evil. Exactly. They're like the only reason why people get so mad about this, the reason why people get so butt mad about this is because, well, Hitler exterminated Jews and this guy is Jewish. You're fucking insane if you can't see that, like, it doesn't matter what the in-group out-group dynamic is. What matters is the violence and the extermination that is taking place. Okay, I am not going to sit here and be like, oh, I'm sorry that your sensitive feelings are hurt. It's so stupid. Imagine trying to make this distinction too, like right now.
It says, well, now they're talking. That's not going to happen. You know, we're not at the 11th hour. We're at the 12th hour, and we stopped. We acted to secure the life of the nation, and we're going to continue until we remove the two existential threats: the nuclear threat and the threat of 20,000 ballistic missiles that are equivalent to 2 nuclear bombs. So they want to stop and keep it, but we are committed to removing those threats.
So I think what I hear you saying quite clearly is there will be no end to the Israeli bombing of Iran until you have accomplished your objective here. You're not going to stop for peace talks.
Well, look, we had the...
Yeah, no shit. Wait, you're not going to stop for peace talks? Huh. I'm confused. Asking the fucking guy who literally hard stopped the denuclearization agreement that was in play by directly striking Tehran.
Peace talks. We gave it a chance.
Yeah, it's so I am the dumbest baby on the planet. Okay, as an American reporter, I of course am the dumbest person you've ever encountered, and I am consistently going what over and over again as you tell me, as you bludgeon me in the fucking head with your overarching ambition of never-ending death and destruction. What? You mean to tell me you don't want to stop and do a ceasefire negotiation? I thought you wanted to release the hostages. I'm so confused. Do you not want to release the hostages? You've only killed the principal negotiator, refused to fucking bargain with the Palestinian position, even though it was endlessly fucking reasonable in order to fucking end the ethnic cleansing campaign a million times since October 7. But even though you've done that over and over again, I'm still confused. Now they're doing the exact same thing. It's like they always hit a reset button. What? You don't want to end the hostilities with Iran? I'm so confused. What's happening?
We've, clenched our teeth. We did everything we could to enable President Trump to negotiate the desired result, and that would have been preferable for us, and I think for everyone. But we saw in the course of the...
Yeah, the preferable result is handing pistols to everyone in high command in the in the Islamic Republic, and having them kill themselves, and then bring in, I don't know, the fucking Shah's son so that he can be the leader. That's the preferable position that they want.
The negotiations, while they were negotiating with the United States, the supreme leader of Iran, Ayatollah Khamenei, tweeted almost every day, "Death to Israel." The talks were merely a facade, and we absolutely, if it could be achieved with negotiations, fine, but it wasn't being achieved, so we had to act to safeguard our existence. You would do the same.
But over the weekend, we heard from President Trump on Truth Social say Iran and Israel should make a deal and will make a deal. We will have peace soon between Israel and Iran. Many calls and meetings now taking place. So if President Trump asked you to stop the bombing campaign to resume these talks, would you do it?
Well, President Trump has been a great leader of the world, and a great leader and a great friend of Israel. And he put forward the terms very clearly in the negotiations. He said Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. And in order for it not to have a nuclear weapon, it cannot have the capacity to enrich uranium, which is the prerequisite for nuclear weapons. Iran refused. It just refuses all the time. It cheats, and it continues to try to weaponize the enriched uranium they already have. They have 9 atom bombs worth of enriched uranium. They're working secretly, as we shared with the United States. They're working secretly to rapidly weaponize this. In a few months, they would have nuclear bombs. That's what they want to do. They want to continue stringing the U.S. along, build up those weapons. They don't want a seat at the table. They want to blow up the table. Specifically, they want to blow up Israel and purchase time. And I think the U.S. shares the intel. I know they share the intel because we share intel with each other. If it's fake talks, obviously not. If Iran will relinquish the means to destroy our country, then obviously it's preferable to anything else. But that hasn't happened so far, and frankly, I doubt it's going to happen now.
But he said...
Once again, I have to reiterate this, but if Iran had nukes already, or if Iran was this close to having nukes, which... How can you look at everything that has unfolded so far and not think that Iran should have had nukes? Like... Yeah, if Iran had nukes, Israel would not be able to fucking blow up Iran like it is doing currently. Okay? It is the very fact that it did not foolishly develop nukes after Israel kept saying Iran has nukes, Iran's about to get nukes, for the past 40 fucking years. That is the reason why Israel gets to do whatever the fuck is doing in the region right now, including to Iran right now. Yeah. By the way, here it is. The Israeli censorship approves for publication that 3 Israelis were killed last night in a ballistic missile impact on the Bazan oil refining and petrochemicals company located in the Haifa Bay. Publication of the footage was also approved. The Bazan oil refining and petrochemicals company announced it has suspended activity in all of its facilities in the Haifa Bay after yesterday's Iranian ballistic missile strike severely damaged the central power plant. They hit it. They struck the fuck out of it. And they boomed it. This comes after, remember, this comes only after Israel struck the oil depot in Tehran. Israel struck the oil depot in Tehran, lit it on fire, Iran retaliated and struck the Haifa oil refinery. And they fucking hit it with the 5 Costco big booms.
Iran and Israel should make a deal and will make a deal. How do you explain that disconnect? He seems very optimistic, in fact, seeming like he wants you to get back to the table and get back to the table now. You're saying there's no getting back to the table until the goals of the bombing campaign.
Yeah, by the way, Iran sought U.S. pressure on Israel for ceasefire via Gulf states. Sources say, I told you this, Iran will. Remember when Benjamin Netanyahu, I think yesterday, was like, oh, Iran will never stop. They just want to blow up Israel, blah, blah, blah. And I told you, like, that's a fucking lie. That Iran would literally stop yesterday if America pressured Israel to stop. 100%. 100%. I-24 citing an American official, President Trump has given the green light to join the war against Iran. An American source tells Israeli I-24 channel that final preparations are underway for the United States to join the war between Iran and Israel. World War III incoming. The Iranian government denied that claim. I don't care. I do not care if the Iranian government is claiming that they did not actually request a ceasefire. I promise you, if there was an actual fucking implementation of a ceasefire, a real ceasefire, which I don't even know if Iran could trust America's word on this, because they've literally used the pretense of negotiations to continue conducting military campaigns, as they did with the first strike on Tehran. But if there were real assurances of a cessation of hostilities, Iran would take it 100%. It is in their best interest to not go into a full tilt World War III style situation with America and Israel. They don't want that. They want to maintain their sovereignty. They don't want to have more of Tehran city blocks blown up. This time with American, with an American shock and awe campaign. Do you think Kamala would have helped Israel by now? I don't know. Probably. We have no way of knowing. We have no way of fully knowing. But what I can tell you is this. If you think that Kamala Harris's policies here would be all that different from what the administration is doing so far, you have not been listening to every single high-level Democrat. Kamala Harris's NSC advisor, who was supposed to be her NSC, National Security Council advisor, literally came out and said, we would be defending Israel even harder. Thank God Biden defended Israel harder than Trump ever could. So no, I do not think that they would be any different than the Trump administration ultimately, but I do think maybe they could be more aggressively in defense of Israel and gone in to strike Iran earlier than even the Trump administration. Who knows? The I-24 report is probably bullshit. I don't know, but
pain are achieved.
Well, if the goals could be achieved through negotiations, fine. I said that to the president when I saw him in Washington. That didn't happen in the 2 months of negotiations that President Trump gave them. Right now,
Tim Kaine in the membrane disagrees. Tim Kaine has been also one of the few voices against endless militancy in Gaza. So it's not shocking. There are a couple of voices. This is like pointing to fucking Marjorie Taylor Greene, chat, or pointing to what's his face, Thomas Massey. Okay, there's like a couple politicians that actually stray away from the uniparty position. There are more of them in the Democratic Party, certainly, but these guys don't fucking matter in the grand scheme of things, because Tim Kaine on foreign policy issues was a lot better than the average Democrat, and he has consistently maintained that position even when Joe Biden was the fucking president. And did they listen to him? Fuck no. So yeah, his word is basically like Pete Welsh, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, there are voices within the Democratic Party, but very limited. Think about it this way. Bernie Sanders' perspective on this was, Bernie Sanders put out a bill to stop sending weapons to Israel. This is a position that like 80% of Americans are in agreement with, okay? It is an 80-20 issue. He got like what, 17 senators to sign on? 17 senators. That was under the Biden administration. Do you believe Iran has successfully implemented deterrence, or are they suiciding by showing restraint still? I think Iran is restrained in its retaliatory attacks, and I think that ultimately it doesn't matter, because America is. I foresee America joining the battle here.
They thought that they could get away with it. They found that our very decisive and very precise military action against their nuclear program, against their ballistic missile program, is effective. So now they want to stop it and continue on the side to continue to develop those two means of mass death.
Yeah, people talk about like the Democrats and how different they would be. This is from 8 hours ago. Let's see what fucking Joe Scarborough had to say.
Now is as escalation continues, and again, as Iran seems, at least based on the reports we've heard, to be basically helpless from stopping these Israeli attacks. Even they're saying as much. Question is, why would Israel stop against an implacable foe who, since their creation in 1979, has made their existence about the destruction of Israel and the destruction of America about as much as anything else? It's hard to see a Netanyahu, who the world couldn't bring to the peace table for Hamas or Hezbollah. Hard to imagine Netanyahu basically stopping the attacks now that Iran seems so helpless. What are you hearing?
So, Joe, first, I think...
Democrats, by the way. This is the liberal outlets, by the way. Thank God. Thank God the liberals are showing everyone with eyes to see, with ears to hear, that the liberals themselves are not in any way, shape, or form meaningfully opposing Trump's militancy.
Your description is entirely accurate. Israel now has operational control of the skies, or certainly over Tehran, and it appears over much of Iran, in a way that it can just choose targets now. It decides this can take out the Quds Force leadership, and it appears in an operation overnight that they did just that. It said that they could have targeted the supreme leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, but decided against it. So they get to choose targets now, but there isn't really a target that says, here's how to end the war. I think Israel faces a problem a bit like what it faces in Gaza. You can have total dominance, and Gaza is just almost undefended, and yet Israel's had trouble ending the war, getting somebody with whom it can make a deal that finally brings the conflict to an end, and who is prepared to surrender to Israeli power. You're not going to find an Iranian surrender mandate until you have regime change there. So I think inevitably Prime Minister Netanyahu in Israel has talked more and more over the last several days about a regime change option. Talking yesterday to Iranians, who monitor the situation back home very closely, their view is that the Israelis are not really much closer to having a regime change.
How much weight do you give Khamenei's fatwa against nuclear weapons as a reason why Iran hasn't developed a nuke? I mean, nah. I don't think. I don't know. I'm not super. I'm not as like as tapped in with like how truly religious Iranian leadership is. Like, if you were to ask me about Erdogan, I can talk all day about whether he is truly like a modest and honest, earnest believer in Islam, especially when it comes to his like governance. Okay, I don't know. I don't know how fucking. I don't know how firmly committed they are to things like that. How might a full-scale war impact the genocide as diaper army resources will need to be redirected? I mean, the diaper army resources are clearly still committed to doing ethnic cleansing. I can't listen to this fucking stupid-ass Democrats any longer. All right, let's continue. Diaper army resources is still very firmly focused on the ethnic cleansing campaign in Gaza. More coherent anti-war message than anything the Dem Party can manage, including the Bernie wing. Oh yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh God, I hate this country so much. These are the moments where I'm like, we are such an embarrassing government. We have such a fucking clown show. It's hard to fucking show love to this goddamn state, dude. Hasanabi probably has Alevi heritage. That's definitely a fucking Turkish person. Okay, no, I'm not. I'm Sunni. Oh, that's so funny. Yeah, this guy secret Alevi. Abi Alevi bu. Oh, that's funny. Okay. Everyone is finding out who the real for America First MAGA and who were fake and just said it because it was popular. Unfortunately, the list of fakes are becoming quite long and expose themselves quickly. Also, at the top of that list is Donald Trump, by the way. Anyone slobbering for the U.S. to become fully involved in the Israel-Iran war is not America First / MAGA. Wishing for murder of innocent people is disgusting. We are sick and tired of foreign wars, all of them. And this one will quickly engulf the Middle East, BRICS, NATO, as countries are required to take a side. Real America First / MAGA wants world peace for all people and doesn't want our military killed and forever injured physically and mentally. We love our U.S. military and love them helping secure our borders and our cities for the defense of our people and our country. You know what this reminds me of? This is like Itamar Ben-Gvir, America's Itamar Ben-Gvir, Marjorie Taylor Greene being like, do not deploy our military for foreign conquest. There are Mexicans here. We must redirect our military to the American West Bank, a territory with a lot of Mexicans, which would be the Palestinian equivalent here. And that is, of course, the state of California. That's the American Itamar Ben-Gvir, Marjorie Taylor Greene demanding redirecting all Israeli occupying force troops into the West Bank so they can do pogroms. The occupied Californian territory must be purged of the enemy combatants that is known as the Mexicans. Like, that's literally the reason why she's saying this. Like, why won't we secure our borders with our military? Stop manifesting this? I'm not. She has said this before. They are our friends, spouses, cousins, nieces, nephews, sisters, brothers, sons, woke. We have spent trillions in the Middle East, and we have dealt with the aftermath of death, blown apart bodies, never-ending suicides, and disabling PTSD. All because they told us propaganda as to why we must sacrifice our own to defend some other country's borders and some other country's borders. She said that twice. She's not very smart. I don't want to see Israel bombed or Iran bombed or Gaza bombed. I don't want to see Ukraine bombed or Russia bombed. And we do not want to be involved or required to pay for any of it. We are $36 trillion in debt and have mountains of our own problems. We have giant planks sticking out of our own eyes while we complain about splinters in others' eyes. Every country involved and all over the world can be happy, successful, and rich if we all work together and seek peace and prosperity. And by that I mean we must bomb Mexico. Once we are done cleansing our borders of all Mexicans, we must bomb Mexico directly. After all, lots of Mexicans there. It's in the name. Taking this position is not anti-Semitic. It is rational, sane, and loving towards all people. Okay. Alternative reality bit. Are you ready? Marjorie Taylor Greene, after saying Jewish space lasers caused the California wildfires, is sent to the Holocaust Museum to write a book report. But in that process, she doesn't actually, she doesn't just like go through the motions and say like, I am sorry for saying Jews have space lasers that they've used on California. I have learned my lesson. Instead of just like going through the motions, she actually does get woke. Okay? She actually does get woke. She's like, I saw the shoes of children in a pile and I was overcome with emotion. The sheer cruelty of man doing such horrific acts of systematized violence against other men. It changed my perspective entirely. This is why I am guided by an anti-Zionist sentiment, and this is why I now want world peace. She got reverse John Fetterman at the Holocaust Museum. She was overcome with emotion. Trump this morning per The Atlantic. Well, considering that I'm the one that developed America First and considering that the term wasn't used until I came along, I think I'm the one that decides that. For those people who say they want peace, you can't have peace if Iran has a nuclear weapon. So for all of those wonderful people who don't want to do anything about Iran having a nuclear weapon, that's not peace. Yep. Taking this position of peace and prosperity is not isolationism. I guess this is the girlies are fighting. The girlies are fighting. Marjorie Taylor Greene coming out with this long statement about America First means we cannot give maximum support to Israel. And then Donald Trump's like, no, America First means we have to give maximum support to Israel. The girlies are fighting. I think one of the funniest things is, okay, if I'm being very real here, if I'm being sincere with my analysis, as opposed to joking about Marjorie Taylor Greene becoming woke, I think she's too stupid to understand. Gelmedi mi hala? Yok, gelmiş olması lazım. Bir dakika. Gelmiş mi? Yok hala orada. 10 dakikaya gelir, 10 dakikaya. Okay. Hold on. I think one of the funniest possible outcomes here is not that Marjorie Taylor Greene is like woke or whatever, but she's too stupid to not realize that politicians only say America first as a fake term to bring people on board. But she was so dumb that she actually believed that these guys legitimately believe America first. Okay? That's what I think is happening here. When Donald Trump is like, shut up, bitch, America first means like we're gonna give maximum weapons and money to Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? Marjorie Taylor Greene is too dumb to like legitimately think that that means we have to redirect our resources to killing Mexicans inside of American borders or whatever. I think Marjorie Taylor Greene is only being this way because Jews and Muslims are getting international press and she hates that. That could also be part of it. Yeah, I saw this. Matthew Kroenig says, supporting strikes on Iran's nuclear facilities is an America first position. My family and friends in Missouri don't want to live under the threat of an Iranian nuclear attack for the rest of our lives. Yeah, dude, Iran is going to nuke Missouri. Iran is going to nuke Branson, Missouri. Felix says, your family is about 2 trillion times more likely to die by your hands than by a hypothetical Iranian MIRV that some reason is targeted at Smegma Bay, Missouri. Can Iran even strike anywhere in the U.S.? Fuck no. What are you, crazy? Of course not. Iran does not have the strike capabilities of even going past like Eastern Europe. That's why it's so funny when like Israel's like, Iran was one step removed from bombing Lyon, France. We must stop Iran from doing terrorism and nuking France. It's like, no, dude, they don't have that capability at all. Iran can't even hit Western Europe. Yeah. They're so stupid. I thought that was a joke. No, Naftali Bennett posted that. That's a real thing he posted.
That are meant to wipe Israel off the map. And the Hamas.
Yeah, Tzipi Tesler, or no, Tzipi, whatever the fuck her last name is, went on British television and said that Iran could hit London any moment.
This is a battle, that we have to assure is won. If it could be won diplomatically, fine. Frankly, it didn't happen diplomatically, and we had to act because we're not going to put our neck on a nuclear, to a nuclear knife and let them destroy us. We're fighting this larger war against this oppressive regime that has oppressed the Iranian people for 46 years, that has spread mayhem, violence, and terror throughout the Middle East and well beyond. They tried to assassinate President Trump.
If you do stuff like this, I will actually punish you for a week. Okay.
Twice. They tried to kill me twice. They actually had their proxies shoot
Don't do that.
a drone right into my bedroom window. They're targeting every one of our ministers, key ministers, for death. So they speak a good line, but they don't walk the walk. And again,
Iran's Revolutionary Guard says combined drone and missile attacks on Israel will continue until dawn. Iran launches the 9th wave of Operation True Promise 3, June 16th. IRGC spokesperson, moments ago, the 9th wave of Operation True Promise 3 combined missile and drone operation began. I mean, this is like, they're saying this is coming. This operation will continues continuously until dawn. The attack is a combination and will use all components and do not allow the enemy a moment of peace. The operation is carried out with crushing and destructive power. Yes, we did. We looked at Iran's strike capabilities and their distance. The furthest distance that Iran has in terms of like striking capabilities is like a little bit past Greece, like maybe Eastern Europe at its edge case. So, oh, by the way, here is Israeli orders from the Israeli government and military censorship authority to the media. Subject: roaring lion. Israeli military censorship guidelines for media coverage of attacks on the Israeli home front. Key reporting points. In light of the ongoing campaign against Iran and the current emergency situation, it is necessary to adopt strict measures regarding media reporting, especially in open channels and live broadcasts, on missile and drone attacks targeting the Israeli home front. Remember what I told you before, that they have like severe military censorship in the like there's a lot of military censorship. Israel does not have First Amendment protections, obviously, and they also have like some pretty restrictive rules in place. In addition to existing procedures and direct coordination, it is important to clarify censorship policy on this matter. The primary objective is to prevent the enemy from gaining advantage during wartime, which poses a tangible threat to national security. As I told you before, part of the reason is because they don't want Iran to cut propaganda. That's a big part of the reason. They don't want people to feel like they're having a lot of success penetrating the Iron Dome. They also don't want to show where the anti-missile defenses are. But there's already full-blown military censorship on military positions anyway. That's why you rarely ever see any of the damage on like military bases or military targets. And the only thing that they will reveal is like residential buildings that have been blown up. According to BM, Israeli anti-Zionist, an Israeli policewoman tells demonstrators in Haifa that the text "Stop the War" is illegal. Yeah. Haifa police thugs claim that "Stop the War" t-shirts are illegal. Yesterday in Tel Aviv, they arrested protesters with a similar message. Under the auspices of war, Kahanism is rampant in the police. We are against the war in Iran, against the war of annihilation in Gaza, and against the war of ethnic cleansing in the West Bank. We will say it from every platform. We will write it on a sign and on our t-shirts. These are the anti-Zionist Israeli commies. Hadash. As far as like the military censorship goes, of course, Israeli police reportedly raided an apartment in Haifa where a foreign news crew was filming the skyline in anticipation of incoming Iranian missiles. There's a new, wait, what is this? Watch, Israeli police raid Palestinian journalists' offices in Haifa and confiscate their equipment, alleging the Arab channels illegally broadcast footage of yesterday's Iranian bombing. I believe they did that to I believe they did that to like I think Al Jazeera too. Like they are, I mean, they did that to fucking Trey Yinks, dude. Trey Yinks is Fox News's top foreign correspondent, and he went to the IDF headquarters the first night when it was bombed successfully, and they literally pushed him away. They were like, "Get the fuck out of here! You're not supposed to film this." Isn't Hadash just liberal Zionist masquerading? Fuck no, no. That's not true. They are they're marginal. They're minuscule in their political force, but no, they are actual straight up anti-Zionists. And that's part of the reason why they call them an Arab party anyway. No. They're one of the only real left-wing parties in Israel. Thanks, Mayor of Hampstead, Canada. Do not share any pics of damage sites in Israel. It helps Iran with BDA battle damage assessment. BDA helps Iran to make informed decisions about future action, says Mayor Jeremy Levi, Mayor, Town of Hampstead. I'm gonna share all the videos in his replies, Lamau. This guy's insane. He reps a town of like 12 people. I'm glad that Canada has their very own Richie Torres. That's cool. That's cool. You gotta have a Richie Torres everywhere. There are Richie Torreses everywhere for those with eyes to see. It's Quebec. Anyway, going back to the military censorship. You can't show locations of impact sites. A distinction must be made between military and civilian targets. Filming damage at or near military locations is strictly prohibited. The use of drones or fixed cameras to capture wide-angle shots of impacted sites is forbidden. In civilian areas near security installations, broadcasting the exact address of the impacted site is not allowed. Part of the reason is because they don't want to show batteries like that are near the fucking buildings. If you have a missile system that is in a residential neighborhood, they don't want that to be known, so that they can use the hollowed out building to be like, see, this wasn't a military target at all. This was simply a residential building that they struck. Now, but it's out in public. I know, but it doesn't matter. They're just trying to massage the narrative to the best of their ability. That's the whole point. You have to understand, every nation does this in war. Ukraine does this, Russia does this, Iran does this. Every country implements strict censorship protocols whenever there is whenever there's any sort of like war or military campaign happening, in an effort to also do just this, like not inform the Western public that are watching from afar. Yeah, they don't want to show a strike is successful against a military target. It's just basic. Yeah, no, I understand. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, but not every country uses human shields. It's just Israel. No, every country uses human shields. What are you talking about? America has a treaty called Nuclear Sponge States. What the fuck do you think that is? That is like the maximum human every country, technically, in that regard, every country has human shields. The only difference is Israel is much smaller. Yes, a calculated, acceptable loss of life is a decision that every nation state makes. And yes, if you're in the Dakotas, you're fucked. Nuclear sponge states are states, 6 states where there's not a lot of people that are fine if they were to be nuked, potentially as nuclear first strike targets. That's where all the nuclear silos are. One of my favorite polls What is this? Hadash are primarily an Arab party at this point, but they've historically represented anti-Zionist or non-Zionist Marxist line orientation. Their principal component was Maki, the Israeli Communist Party. Now they're the biggest Arab party. One of my favorite recent polls was that 50% of Israelis believe Fox News is biased in favor of Palestinians. That is incredible. Hebrew University's Jerusalem poll from a couple days ago says 64% of Israelis say there's no need for more reporting on Gaza suffering. This is before Israel did the, you know, Operation Lion or whatever the fuck that has been kind of exploding in their face for the past couple of days, quite literally and figuratively. 64% agree that there is no innocent people in Gaza. 69% say that CNN and BBC are biased in favor of Palestinians. 50% say Fox News is biased in favor of Palestinians. 50% of Israelis, according to the Hebrew University of Jerusalem poll, believe that Fox News is biased in favor of Palestinians. You are, I'm sorry, the most fucking delusional society if half of your society is looking at Fox News's endless coverage, ceaseless coverage of demands for full tilt ethnic cleansing and go, that's not hard enough. Fox News reports on Israel like they're fucking Channel 14. What do you mean? And these guys think like, oh no, they are like Haaretz. Terror. Fox News. They are also terrorists. I think the reason why there's even any number of people that say Fox News is biased in favor of Palestinians is because of Trey Yingst, for the record. Like, this literally is because of Trey Yingst. Because he said the most obvious thing of all time, which is Israel should stop killing my colleagues in fucking Gaza. That's literally what he said. And I think Israeli society heard that and were like, are you fucking kidding me? What are you, wearing the Al-Qassam flood banner on your head as you do your reporting? How dare you say, as a journalist, Israel should stop killing journalists in Gaza? Trey Yingst. Here's a photo of Fox News journalist Trey Yingst with Hamas fighters while he was doing his job reporting on Hamas. According to Israel's logic, if Trey was Palestinian, this would make him a valid target for assassination. I didn't know he had a fucking photo like this, by the way. That goes kind of hard, not gonna lie. This is killed Hasan Eslia. Oh shit. Bro, Trey was farming aura so fucking hard with this photo, it broke the stream. That's crazy. Haaretz, Israelis and foreigners flee to Cyprus by yacht. Hundreds of people want to leave Israel by sea in exchange for thousands of dollars. Oh my God. Check the fingers. Dog, this is a real photo. AI is not that good. Also, this is not even surprising. I think you guys forget that pre-October 7, like, pre-October 7, there were plenty of people directly interviewed Hamas militants and even members of the government. Like, friends of the show, Hind Hassan straight up went and interviewed Yahya Sinwar when she was in Gaza. Like, she saw him walking down the street and was like, can I please interview you? And then an hour later, they were like, sure, let's do it. That's where that famous Yahya Sinwar interview comes from. That's the last time Yahya Sinwar actually gave a full-blown on-camera interview to a Western outlet. Oh yeah, BOELTER's been freaking out about Trey Yings. Every day they keep posting. Deport Trey Yings from Israel. He's giving exact locations and information to the enemy. BOELTER is so awesome. They're the funniest group of little terrorists I've ever seen. They really are. Sorry, but the photo is AI. What do you mean it's AI? That's the Israeli Star Destroyer. What? That's real, man. BOELTER famously, BOELTER is so insane that they famously developed a list of bad Jews, okay? Nothing to see here, by the way. Just a list of Jews that BOELTER made that they wanted to, that they gave to the Israeli government so that Israel would not allow these bad Jews from ever entering the apartheid state. For their crime of not being sufficiently pro-Israel. To be fair, the majority of these guys have no idea what Fox is saying about them. Is more of a statement on the complete bubble Israelis live in. Without knowing anything about the channel's actual coverage, they'll just assume it's anti-Israel. I mean, I've talked to fucking American Zionists that unironically have told me, dead to rights to my face, that New York Times and BBC are some of the most biased outlets. And these guys read the New York Times and they read the BBC. And they legitimately think that the New York Times is so biased against Israel. Is one of the most common things I hear from, like, especially older Zionists in particular. And it's like one of the best, for me, it's one of the best indications that this person that I'm talking to is just hallucinating, okay? Because the New York Times and the BBC are two of the worst when it comes to foreign policies, especially when it comes to covering Israel. They have dropped the ball so spectacularly. Like, I understand why you would say that about, like, Reuters. If these guys actually knew Financial Times and their reporting, oh my God, they probably demand that Israel bomb the fucking Financial Times headquarters, because Financial Times is actually doing real coverage, right? As opposed to a lot of these other outlets. Like Channel 4 does decent coverage in the Western press, but when someone tells me that the New York Times and BBC, two of the worst offenders when it comes to horrible coverage on Israel, like incredibly biased in favor of Israel, you think that they're biased against Israel, it's like, that's crazy. That's like, you're not a sincere person. You've lost your fucking mind. But yeah, this, I think we are in agreement that this photo goes fucking hard. All right, let's get back to BB.
We have to remove that threat, and I think it's a larger battle. It's a battle of civilization against barbarism. This regime is the cult of death. Don't make any mistakes about it. And sometimes, you know, the forces of civilization have to act before it's too late. We did, and we're going to remove those threats against our existence one way or the other. The Jewish people haven't traveled over time this great odyssey of 3,500 years with some of the worst tragedies meted out to any people during their existence. We're not going to have a second Holocaust. We'll do whatever is necessary to prevent that. And President Trump has been a terrific friend and a terrific leader, and I trust his judgment. And we have, together, we know what needs to be done in order to assure that those two twin threats to our very survival, to the survival and the peace of the world, are removed.
So are you going to target the Supreme Leader?
We're going to let you have that information in a little while. They're starting already.
Mr. President, do you agree to the European push to apply more sanctions on Russia? Does the US support that?
Well, Europe is saying that, but they haven't done it yet. Let's see them do it first.
You told me earlier that you could sanction Russia. Why wait? Why wait to sanction?
Because I'm waiting to see whether or not a deal is signed.
Can you guarantee the UK won't be subject?
And don't forget, you know, sanctions cost us a lot of money. When I sanction a country,
thank you for the 50 big ones.
A lot of money, a tremendous amount of money. It's not just let's sign a document. You're talking about billions and billions of dollars. Sanctions are not that easy. It's not just a one-way street.
Mr. President, on AUKUS,
Bro, Trump may stay out of this. You are out of your mind. They're fucking redirecting additional resources to the region. And he keeps going back and forth on whether he will join the fight. They're going. Okay? I don't know how many fucking... I don't know if there's reports on the fucking Navy eating steak and lobster for dinner yet. I don't know if that's come out, but that's like a more reliable indication than the Pentagon pizza index. But it's over.
There are quite a few British voters who worry we side more with the Russians over the Ukraine war. Can you reassure me?
No. I just, you know what I say? Saving lives. I only care about saving lives. We have nothing to do with it except that.
I think that I think Iran is going to block the Hormuz Strait as well, which is, of course, a tremendously important area where the overwhelming majority of oil tankers go through. And America is gearing up for a battle against them.
The money is not the thing in this case. It's 5,000 young people are being killed every week in Russia, Ukraine. And if I can stop that, I'll be very happy. They're Ukrainian and they're Russian. So you could say, what am I doing? But I'd like to see if I could stop.
Would you consider going
that Israel can fully eliminate the threat that Iran poses, this nuclear threat that they pose, without the United States military?
Who said that?
No, I'm asking if you believe they can without
It doesn't relevant. Something's going to happen.
Mr. President, would you consider traveling to the Mideast as part of any talks if it would help broker a deal in Iran?
Yeah, but I think we're doing pretty well. We're talking.
You don't think you'll
We have a thing called the telephone, so we're talking.
Mr. President, do you think you
It's always better to talk in person.
Mr. President, do you want to see Beijing change in Iran?
I want to see no nuclear weapon in Iran, and we're well on our way to making sure that happens.
We've had a discussion about that this morning. There's in the G7 absolute clarity in relation to the nuclear program. We do not want to see it.
Mr. President, millions of people are so anxious about
What? The UK is very well protected. You know why?
Oh, no.
Because
Is
I
this
like
new?
That's why.
No, this is from 2 days ago.
Thank you very much. The Prime Minister's done a great job. I want to just tell that to...
I don't know if this is like from a different time or not, but it's over. Nope, it's done. If that's real, if that's recent, it's over. It's already happening. They served steak and lobster a couple days ago. Then yeah, what more fucking indication do you need that we're gearing up for war? Yeah, USS Nimitz is heading to the Middle East, defense officials say. This is the most homophobic thing we could do, by the way. Sending yet another carrier in the Navy filled to the brim with our gayest of troops. This is homophobia through and through. I'm sick and tired of this, okay? I'm sick and tired of refusing to recognize in the month of June, nonetheless, Pride Month, and we're throwing our gayest troops in the line of fire for Israel. It is really fucked up.
What more has he said there?
Yeah, calling for Iran to sign a deal and do it now, so they should have signed it before, but not suggesting at this stage, it seems, that there should be a stop to the bombardment. Iran's position is clear. They would come back to the table if there was an end to the Israeli military action. And reading between the lines, and we have to do a fair bit of this here because some of the clear questions are not being answered, but it seems that the US position is that Iran should come back to the negotiating table while under fire. And you saw a relatively friendly display there between the UK Prime Minister and the US President, but I can tell you behind the scenes, it seems there are some differences of
video is
what
old,
the
right?
G7
That's
should
not
do on
recent.
this, whether the G7 should have a joint statement calling for de-escalation. That certainly is something the Prime Minister Starmer at the beginning of the day was saying was definitely the best way forward, and he was confident that could happen. Well, what we're hearing is that US officials, for now, and these talks continue, they go on all day Tuesday as well.
Oh, the fucking parody account, the Iran parody account. Stop sending me that. That's not official, okay? Who knows what kind of fucking videos that they're posting. Stop.
If there's no statement backed by the US calling for de-escalation, that's the only thing.
That's all old shit. That's not new.
Might listen to. So it is significant. I think you have.
What does lobster and steak mean? Lobster and steak means that you're about to go to war, or at least, like, you know, get deployed to a much more get deployed towards a military position that will put your life on the line. It's like there's like a morale boost that they offer, a morale boost that they offer before deployment, almost like a final meal.
What power does the G7 really have? Because I don't think Prime Minister Netanyahu.
This video is not from Tel Aviv right now,
and
chatter.
even if they did have that statement, would he even listen to it?
I don't think this video is from Tel Aviv right now.
One interesting and important question that was asked of the U.S. president there, James, by one of the reporters, is whether he wanted regime change in Iran.
That doesn't even look like Tel
Aviv.
Aviv.
Answer it. The only thing he said was he wanted Iran not to have nuclear weapons. What did you make of that?
Yeah, and that's been his position for a long time now. That is his.
Those strikes were from the Negev Desert, one I was talking about, from Operation True Promise 2 last year.
For example, the recent attack on Iranian state TV. Is this just an attack aimed at Iran's nuclear infrastructure, or is it aimed at something else? And we've certainly been getting messages from some in Israel that they would like regime change, and you just have to look at social media.
This is the Minister of Defense of Pakistan tweeting at the
on the
Shah's
right
son.
of US politics. There are many in the sort of neoconservative wing of.
Wait, this is the Minister of Defense of Pakistan tweeting at the Shah's son. If Iranian people are energized and motivated according to you, show some balls and go back and lead them and remove the regime. Put your money where your arse is. Bloody parasitical imperial whore. Is Iran also belling? Or are they just not allowed to have news because vibes? Wait, what? Channel 13 confirmed of IDF command under their hospital. The existence of a fortified military command center beneath Ichalov Hospital in Tel Aviv. Israel had previously fabricated similar claims to justify its destruction of Al-Shifa. Wait, what?
As the main headquarters for Hamas's terrorist activity. This IDF animation, posted in late October, claims to represent a Hamas tunnel system underneath the hospital. But having been inside Al-Shifa since early Wednesday, Israel's yet to produce evidence of the tunnels.
This is what they found.
Israel also released its own 7-minute video, which BBC Verify has analyzed.
I mean, I don't know if this is a military command center under a hospital, but yeah, of course, they have tunnels under their hospitals as well. Every hospital has tunnels, dude. The ones that's just a photo of that's just video footage of an underground hospital. The thing is, the hospital tunnels that they showed under Al-Shifa were built by Israel. That's why they knew there were underground facilities in fucking Al-Shifa, because they had built the underground facility. Of course hospitals have fucking underground facilities and tunnels. Yeah. Of course they do. It's normal. It just doesn't mean that you can use that as a reason to blow up the fucking hospital, man. That is psychotic. Yeah, it's called a basement. Anyway, BB in this fucking convo made a couple insane statements. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. I just want to show you this part that was pretty fucking damning. Prime Minister Netanyahu says if the U.S. helps Israel assassinate Iran's supreme leader, it will help end the conflict and make the Middle East great again.
U.S. officials tell us that the president flatly rejected a plan, an opportunity that the Israelis had to take out the supreme leader. Do you understand his concern? My understanding is his concern is that this would escalate the conflict beyond where it is already.
It's not going to escalate the conflict. It's going to end the conflict. We've had half a century of conflict spread by this regime that terrorizes everyone in the Middle East, has bombed the Aramco oil fields in Saudi Arabia, is spreading terrorism and subversion and sabotage everywhere. That's the forever war is what Iran wants. And they'll bring...
That's crazy. You can't say that. As Israel, you're the last person. As the head of the Israeli state, you are the last person to say this, okay? There is no one on the planet that is less equipped to say something like this. I've often said everything Israel claims is pure projection. They do tenfold what they claim others are doing. They will say, they want endless death and destruction and destabilization. They want that times a million. Okay, Israel wants that times a fucking million. It is incredibly annoying to have to entertain this song and dance over and over again, but I do think that a lot of people don't believe it.
Bringing us to the brink of nuclear war. In fact, what Israel is doing is preventing this, bringing an end to this aggression. And we can only do so by standing up to the forces of evil. Look, democracies have had to learn this lesson. You know, they faced a tyrannical regime, a radical, fanatic regime. For 40 years, I've been saying, actually 3 years after the establishment of this radical Islamist Ayatollah regime in Tehran, I said that the greatest danger, not only to the survival of my country.
Who do you think genuinely believes this? Like, actually, I think due to the unprecedented death and destruction that Americans have seen and Western society has seen coming from Israel and Gaza specifically, there is a much smaller number of people who believe this now than ever before. But, you know, Americans are a incredibly stupid nation of people. Half of the fucking country thinks that the guy who assassinated Democratic lawmakers was actually secretly woke in Antifa. So who knows? Like, Americans are uniquely stupid. Our literacy rate is 76% or something, so we are a tremendously dumb and incredibly violent nation, unfortunately.
But to the peace of the world is Iran's pursuit of nuclear weapons, and they are on the brink of achieving that. So imagine what they're doing now without nuclear weapons. Chanting death to America without nuclear weapons. Imagine what will happen if they had nuclear weapons and the ICBMs, the intercontinental ballistic missiles, to deliver it to every place on Earth. We're preventing the...
Yeah, dude, Iran's gonna nuke the planet. Like, Iran's not even gonna nuke Israel, dude. Shut the fuck up.
The most terrific war imaginable, and we're bringing peace to the Middle East. And I believe that after our action, we're going to be able to bring the Middle East to new heights that nobody even imagined. You know, make the Middle East great again. Make it truly great.
Iran with current weapons never attacked Israel directly. Yeah, until this last Operation True Promise 1, 2, and 3. That was a new meta. After Israel struck Iran, Iranian soil. Yeah. We're gonna make the Middle East great again. Worth remembering Netanyahu's 2002 testimony to Congress urging the U.S. to invade Iraq based on lies. Let's see if he's using the same narrative
A tyrant
here.
who is feverishly trying to acquire nuclear weapons. And today the United States must destroy the same regime because a nuclear-armed Saddam will place the security of our entire world at risk. It is simply not reflecting the reality to assume that Saddam isn't feverishly working to develop nuclear weapons. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations on the region. Principles of real estate, the 3 L's, location, location, location. The 3 principles of winning the war on terror are the 3 W's, winning, winning, and winning. The more victories you amass, the easier the next victory becomes. The first victory in Afghanistan makes the second victory in Iraq that much easier. The second victory in
ISIS, enormous positive reverberations. I mean, it was positive for Israel.
Iraq will make the third victory that much easier. Less than dismantling his regime will do. Because Saddam's nuclear program has fundamentally changed in those 2 decades. He no longer needs one large reactor to produce the deadly material necessary.
Like, I'm sorry, guys, if you fucking believe a lick of if you think that there is anything that he's saying that's truthful, you're the dumbest guy on the planet. Okay? These motherfuckers have been lying, and the American government has been lying in the same exact ways in perpetuity. Okay? We have to go to war. There's nothing we can do. They got endless weapons. They will train those weapons on us. We have to kill them. We have to kill them dead. It'll be super positive. Yeah, super positive for the interest of the military-industrial complex. Super positive for oil producers. Super positive for Halliburton. Super positive for capital, for sure.
Necessary for atomic bombs. He can produce it in centrifuges the size of washing machines that can be hidden throughout the country. And I want to remind you that Iraq is a very big country. It is not the size of Monte Carlo. It is a big country. And I believe that even free and unfettered inspections will not uncover these portable manufacturing sites of mass death.
Breaking, Haifa refinery shuts down after Iranian missile strike. Israel's Bazan refinery group has shut down all operations after a direct Iranian missile strike on its Haifa Bay facility yesterday, causing major infrastructure damage. The announcement came hours before Iran launched the 9th wave of its Operation True Promise 3. Bazan reported that key power plants supplying electricity and steam for the complex was significantly damaged, forcing a full shutdown of the refinery and all of its subsidiaries. 3 workers were killed after a stairwell collapsed in a shelter. Thick smoke and extreme heat left them with little chance of survival. All were residents of Haifa and the Kiryat. The shutdown was first revealed in a stock exchange disclosure required by law. Israeli security officials reportedly had not announced the attack publicly before then. We saw it, but we saw it not because of the Israeli media reporting on it, but because people were literally fucking filming it in and around the area, in spite of the Israeli military censor's best practice here. And on top of that, yeah, they revealed it in a stock exchange disclosure, so now we know. Bazan produces refined fuel for transport, agriculture, industry, and domestic use, and handles hazardous substances including benzene and known carcinogen. Repairs are expected to take 10 days. Environmental officials say the strike confirms long-standing fears. 2 of the 3 missiles and the whole system collapsed. We warned of this scenario years ago. Iran says the strike was retaliation for Israeli attacks on civilian areas in Tehran. The Haifa refinery supplies 65% of Israel's refining capacity, making it one of the country's most strategic energy sites. A leak of benzene is so good for the lungs. I mean, it does smell tasty. Trump responds to Tucker Carlson's criticism, says no free clout. Wow. Donald Trump takes a jab at Tucker Carlson after he criticized Trump's support for Israel's attack on Iran. I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen. Oh my God. He said no free clout. You're cloutless. You're bitchless, Tucker. Oh my God.
6 years, right?
6 years.
And he's done what they haven't been able to do. So he's done really a very good job.
I hate this animal so much. Like, ugh, I can't, dude. I almost called him Keir Stalin. Keir Starmer is so fucking pathetic. He is so servile. He is such a fucking weenie hut junior little cuck sitting on the cuck chair being like, yes, England is also at the table. Imperial conquest is a fantastic opportunity for us to show all of our mighty weapons. I hate this motherfucker so much. He is so fucking pathetic. They are joining. Breaking missiles have been launched by Iran towards Israel. Will arrive in a few minutes. Also, for the record, they literally did a hostile takeover of the Labor Party at the behest of Israel. That is a real thing. Using anti-Semitism as a cudgel to dismantle any kind of anti-Zionist sentiment that existed within the Labor Party at a time when the Labor Party was at its peak popularity. They rat-fucked the Labor Party from within. One of the major players that played a formative role in this was outed as a pedophile only a couple months ago. Okay, Labor Friends of Israel guy who was literally investigated for pedophilia. Like that, they crafted an internal coup within the fucking Labor Party, and Keir Starmer is one of the recipients and one of the most responsible members for it. So if you hate the modern Labor Party, remember, Israel played a role in this.
I don't know what Tucker Carlson is saying. Let him go get a television network and say it so that people listen. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, he said no free clout. What is this, Brandonization? Trump drops what PM Starmer calls a very important document. POTUS jokes it's a little windy out here. Calls it an EU trade agreement, but it's confirmed to be an agreement with the UK. What is this? Obviously, America carries the greatest moral stand for everything here, but there's something especially disgusting about the United Kingdom going so far as to provide targeting data for Israel solely. They can claim they're still a major world power. Oh yeah, this is, he's talking about the Cyprus intelligence missions that the Royal Air Force engages in. Biden bought his first ticket to hell a long time ago, but he logged this last one because of his personal Zionist bloodlust and spite. For Trump, it was for Miriam's checkbook and his pre-existing neocon impulses, but for Starmer, it's just an attempt to look important. Missiles incoming. Sirens are now lit up in Tel Aviv. Oh my God, AP having the chat live is crazy. There's so many Turks in here saying Allah Baba geliyor. Aha geliyor Hüseyin Alak. Füze gönderiyorlar İsrail'e yine. Yeah, Keir Starmer's personal motivation for being for playing an active role in Israel's ethnic cleansing campaign is so crazy, because like there's no real what the fuck. Oh, interceptors off the side of the building that we saw. Wait. Oh my God. Oh my God. That was an anti-air. That was an anti-air that fucking. Oh my God. Oh my God. Are they fucking. Did they actually hack these? What the hell's going on? That's a misfire. Wait, why did this stop? Camera quickly turned away. I'm confused. Camera very quickly turned away and stopped looking in that direction. Look. Look. You can see it from the building. One of them is deployed right here, and it's supposed to be an interceptor, and then it literally lands back in Tel Aviv. That interceptor was an 18-year-old major general. Don't laugh. I don't know. Are the missile autists in the chat? Wait, no. The camera operator doesn't suck ass. I think they stopped the feed. It's no longer live. Sirens cut out as well. No, they cut the feed. They cut the feed. They're not showing real-time footage any longer. Oh my God. They cut it, and then I think this is splice footage. Like, look. Look. Look. No fucking way. No fucking way. It is. There are some pixels moving if you look closely. No. I'm saying there are pixels moving, but I feel like it's just... Wait. Maybe I'm crazy. Nearly all YouTube live streams showing Tel Aviv and Haifa skylines are being taken offline, reportedly at the request of Israeli authorities. No! That's crazy. They're all showing the same footage now.
And we will, of course, keep a close eye on the situation and what's happening over Israeli skies here on Al Jazeera.
Chat. There's probably a fucking loop. I'm saying it feels like they flicked the camera. They flicked the camera after the Iron Dome interceptor failing, and they flicked it and then most likely put a loop on. I don't know. I don't know what the fuck happened there. Now the camera is moving again. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know. CNBC's feed is at a different angle with different lighting too. I don't think there's anything weird going on, dude. It's just a live stream. If I still worked in broadcast, I would have hooked you up with some live feeds. I don't know why the siren stopped. Maybe the missiles, incoming missile stopped. I don't know. Haifa police opened an investigation after receiving reports of individuals filming the Haifa port from a hotel balcony. Officers confiscated the cameras and some of the photographers were questioning. Details were handed to the General Security Service for further security review. Yeah, they're also clamping down on read the AP pinned on the live stream. Our live streams are a view into some of the biggest events and moments every day. Donate to support AP journalism. What? That's the pin. What? They said the sirens are set 90 seconds and don't go for the duration of the strike. Live link? What is this? It's not loading. CNN. This isn't new. What? No, this isn't new, bro. Get the fuck out of here. This is looped up too. Guys, come on, dude. Oh my God. Exercise a little bit of fucking caution.
A regime that is quite entrenched after 45 years of being in power.
There's like hella bot accounts that just try to fucking generate traffic by putting fake shit up.
He would know that Netanyahu,
The CNN 18 accounts, some of them are actually CNN live feeds that they're restreaming illegally, but a lot of them are often just like fake shit.
And as we're talking, Marwan, we've heard another air raid siren in Tel Aviv there, and what is being described as a misfired air defense rocket. Now, obviously, so much of what happens next
I can't believe we watched that live.
hinges on the United States and on President Trump himself. We've heard mixed messages from the administration. How do you assess Trump's position right now? He's of course campaigned against being, he wanted to be less interventionist. He's campaigned against wars in the Middle East. He said the U.S. was not involved in the strikes against Iran. Do you think it's going to stay that way?
Look, the problem with Trump is that he's not versed in foreign policy. He doesn't understand strategic calculus.
I'm on AP, chat. Calm down.
He's surrounded by yes men.
Is there a fucking delay?
He's certainly influenced by Netanyahu and
Chat.
his Israel lobby, including
Test the delay. Subscribe now.
Would like to see Iran annihilate.
For $5 or $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime.
He's going to get the right advice or the wrong one.
Okay, there is no delay in the chat.
The G7, he'd probably hear a bit more sobering advice. It's not to say that his European partners are, holier than thou. They're not. In fact, if you allow me, I'm just going to take a few seconds to give you a bit of a perspective.
Right.
Regardless what one thinks about the Iranian regime.
I don't know what happens to misfired munitions. I don't know if it like explodes before impact with the ground. No, there was just a plane drone, but you missed it.
The fate of the Middle East, the fate of Iran, 70 years after they did that, when they changed a government democratically elected in Iran in 1953, 70 years later, we have a British Prime Minister and an American president, the same type of characters that tried to dominate, tried to rob, tried to redraw the Middle East. Then we are living those moments again. A bunch of white imperialists trying to redraw the Middle East with an attitude of an holier than thou, that they are supporting an ally, which is actually an implant for self-defense, when we all know
that definitely exploded. You can see
imperial powers
like
that tried to run and divide the Middle East just a century earlier.
Or maybe not.
It's kind of eerie to
maybe
watch,
it was more so the flares as it was going down.
Talk about how Israel has the right to self-defense, and how the French and the British are silent and complicit, and how the Americans are smug, and say how excellent it is that Iran is being destroyed. Again, you don't have to be a fan of the Iranian regime to know that this is going to lead to huge pent-up violence in the Middle East. There are no victories in the Middle East. We've seen it happen and again over a century. Every time Israel says it won a war, it came out victorious the past 70 years.
Right.
For some reason, it's fighting more and more wars.
And what is also interesting here is that President Trump seems to have failed on all the big foreign policy issues that he promised he would solve quickly. They all seem to have gotten worse, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's Russia, Ukraine.
There's no doubt that the false promise that I will resolve everything in 48 hours and 24 hours, of course, is all wishful thinking. And he said, well, it wasn't serious, and all the rest of it. Not really understanding that these are very complex issues that have history. It's not a question of, as Biden framed it, terrorism against democracy or tyrannies against democracies. None of that. It's a far more complicated issues. And the way, again, Netanyahu just framed it, we just heard it in his interview in ABC, saying that the Iranian regime is this and that. Yes, the Iranian regime was a destabilizing force in the Middle East, there's no doubt. But the person who is saying this is indicted on criminal charges by the world's highest court, even corruption in his own courts. And his country and himself have been invading and occupying countries like there is no tomorrow. So to frame these things as democracies versus tyrannies, this is just another pretext, another tool of colonial imperial powers trying to redraw, trying to impose their will on the Middle East, trying to do whatever they need to do in order to stay on top. And this is not right. There's something wrong about trying to frame these things while at the same time defending or praising a country for unprovoked attack against another country. Unprovoked against another country. Right. Iran, again, fan or not, is a signatory to the NPT, does not have nuclear weapons. The director of national intelligence of the United States said they are not pursuing nuclear weapons. Israel is a nuclear power, is not a signatory to the NPT, is invading countries, is a genocidal government, at least as far as Gaza is concerned. And yet, we see all of these things being twisted around as if there's a Western Israeli holier-than-thou attitude, and everything in the Middle East is rotten and evil. This is just wrong. You're wrong.
As always, very good to hear your views. Thank you so much for your perspective, Marwan Bashar, our senior political analyst. I just want to show our viewers now some of the images we were seeing just a moment ago from Israel when the air raid sirens went off, and then we saw what I thought looked like a flare, but it was actually an interceptor missile that misfired shortly after the air raid siren went off. There it is. And this is all coming after Iran said it would retaliate following the attack on its state television building in Tehran. The Iranians saying that they were preparing for the largest and most intense missile attack in history on Israeli soil. So we're keeping a close eye on the skies over Tel Aviv and other...
The Iron Dome earlier today deployed an interceptor that ended up striking Tel Aviv anti-Semitically. We will find out the anti-Semites responsible for the anti-Semitism coming from the Tamir interceptors.
However, has about 100,000 more reservists. Israel possesses 340 combat-capable aircraft. Those include several advanced U.S.-made F-35 fighter jets.
The Iron Dome is
Iran
Hamas.
mostly operates an older fleet of Russian jets. Among Israel's anti-missile systems at work, there is the Iron Dome that's designed to take down short-range rockets, usually coming from Gaza. There's also the David Sling and the Arrow systems. They are domestically manufactured equipment designed to take down medium to long-range ballistic and cruise missiles. In Iran, the IRGC says they've designed their own air defense system called the Bavar 373, which has enhanced detection and tracking of aircraft and long-range missiles. Tehran also has two other systems, including a Russian-made one. But neither of these three systems are capable of tracking stealth fighter jets. Let's discuss all this further now with Colin Clark, who's the Director of Research at the Sufan Center, a global intelligence and security consultancy. Colin is joining us from Pittsburgh in Pennsylvania. So we've seen what each side has right now. And given the Iranian threat to escalate further, what do you think are the likely military scenarios right now if both sides continue these retaliatory strikes?
Well, thanks for having me. Yeah, both sides are attempting to renegotiate the rules of engagement and redefine their own red lines, essentially attempting to establish or reestablish deterrence. It's really going to be a kind of blow-by-blow account over the next at least 24 to 48 hours. The United States is moving a lot of military muscle into the region to help the Israelis. And so I think we're likely to see continued fighting and escalation, at least for the near term. Beyond that, President Trump has expressed some optimism that the Iranians are willing and ready to come to the negotiating table, but I have my own doubts about that based on what I've seen.
Colin, what is your assessment of the level of destruction of the targets that each side has been aiming for in these past 5 days? How significant are they in terms of operational and symbolic impact?
So it's still too early for a formal battle damage assessment, but symbolically, both sides are, absorbing blows, pretty significant blows. If we've seen the recent Iranian attack against Israeli energy infrastructure in Haifa, and the Israelis now with air superiority and air dominance have had their pick of going after various surface-to-air missiles and Iranian anti-missile defense systems. So this is a real knockdown, drag-out conflict. It's really what we've all been hoping to avoid since October 7th, 2023.
So do you think we're looking at a protracted, low-intensity conflict or something with the potential to spill over into a broader regional war?
Well, it's hard to sustain this level of intensity, this operational tempo, because the blows have been so severe. Although the Iranians have said and have attempted to make clear that they've been holding back their most strategic and advanced weaponry. Whether or not that's true or if that's simply a threat, yet to be seen. Although what's happening right now as we speak could be part and parcel of that. I think, we're likely to get some clarity again over the next day or two. I'm hoping that we don't see a broader conflagration through the region. And one of the reasons to be optimistic is that the axis of resistance have been significantly weakened already.
I was going to ask you about that because the axis of resistance has been weakened indeed. Hezbollah weakened in Lebanon, but we have seen the Houthis in Yemen engage Israel. We've seen missile strikes, attacks on Israel from Yemen. Are we likely to see a greater involvement of the proxies?
We very well could. It's something I've been watching closely. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Houthis become more active. The big question becomes Hezbollah. What are their capabilities at this point, and what's their desire to actually get back involved in a tit-for-tat with the Israelis? Hezbollah significantly weakened since the pager attack in September, since the targeted assassination of its longtime leader, Hassan Nasrallah. However, if Hezbollah feels that the Israelis are instigating something that they're probably not going to look for, we could see Hezbollah join the fray as well.
Colin Clark, good to get your insight. Thank you so much for joining us again on Al Jazeera.
Thank you.
As we heard earlier, the G7 summit in Canada, U.S. President Donald Trump spoke to reporters about de-escalation efforts in this conflict between Israel and Iran. Here's what he had to say.
Have you heard any signals or seen any messages from intermediaries that Iran wishes to de-escalate the conflict?
Yeah.
What have you heard? What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal.
Bro.
They have to make a deal.
You shot them.
It's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war. And they should talk, and they should talk immediately before it's too late.
And what would you say, in your opinion, what would it take for the U.S. to get involved in this conflict militarily?
I don't want to talk about that. We've always supported Israel. We have for a long period of time, strongly. And Israel's doing very well right now.
Let's discuss all this further now with Mohsen Milani, Executive Director of the Center for Strategic and Diplomatic Studies at the University of Florida, is joining us from Tampa. Thank you, Mr. Milani, for being with us again on Al Jazeera. President Trump there calling for a deal to be done, but not really calling for de-escalation. What do you make of this?
Thank you for the invitation. President Trump's strategy from the very beginning was to put maximum pressure on Iran to accept American terms. In other words, if I have to summarize it, it's either comply or be bombed. You choose. And one of the key demands that the president has had from Iran is to dismantle its uranium enrichment infrastructure in Iran. And for the Iranian leadership to accept that, having spent billions of dollars to set up that infrastructure, or would amount to a political suicide, and therefore they rejected it. However, they were pretty close to an agreement. As a matter of fact, a few days before Israel launched its attack on Iran, American and Iranian negotiators were scheduled to meet. And unfortunately, they haven't met yet. And today, what the president is probably asking for Iran to accept before joining the negotiations, that they would surrender their nuclear program And I think this is unlikely for Iran to do at this time.
If they're not at this moment willing to stop uranium enrichment, as you say, what would it take? What would it take for them to rejoin the negotiations? What could convince them to get back to the negotiating table?
They should have been fucking enriching already, dude. They should have had a nuke by now. That way they could have defended themselves from any sort of escalation.
Attack on Iran, and of course Iran has to stop its attack on Israel. As long as the two countries are engaged in a war, and as long as Tehran believes, as it does, that the U.S. is directly involved in these operations against Iran, Iran is unlikely to join the negotiating table. However, if there is a ceasefire, I think it is likely that
you need to be careful, feds. I mean, what do you mean? Like, what the fuck? Like, from a... Oh, here's the other angle from the interceptor.
ولك علت كيفات برزيل علت ولك رجعت عليهم شرفي.
You kind of said Iran should nuke Israel? No, dumbass. There's a policy of nuclear deterrence. It's called mutually assured destruction, okay? Countries that don't have nukes in the age of nuclear proliferation are clearly countries that don't have sovereignty. Ukraine is a better example of this. It is a consistent position that I've had. And nuclear deterrence is the only thing that will fucking stop Israel from engaging in these kinds of actions. The very fact that Iran doesn't have nukes is the reason why Israel is blowing the fuck up, blowing Tehran up. Don't put words in my fucking mouth. We just want you to be careful. I am careful. Anyway. Yeah, nukes in India and Pakistan. The IDF says it's over. The idea of home front commands of civilians could leave bomb shelters after Iran's latest ballistic missile attack. According to initial IDF estimates, a small number of missiles were launched in the attack. But they said they were going to do a fucking crazy campaign tonight. So the fact that it was just like a couple missiles, let's see what that. Let's see why.
The Islamic Republic, as a lot of people are, they think they need to come to the defense of the motherland.
The Israeli Prime Minister has made
Israel today. Hard to tell if Iran is toying with us and intends to wake Israelis up every hour all night long, or if they're simply no longer capable of launching a major barrage. That is the question, isn't it?
First of all, let me be very clear. Israel does not have the power to launch a regime change in Iran by itself. That is an illusion. They just don't have the capability, they don't have the power to do so, unless the United States, directly or indirectly, agrees with it. But the ramifications of regime change are going to be absolutely profound, much more destabilizing than what we saw in Iraq and Afghanistan. All I have to say, that we have had two experiences with regime change in Afghanistan and in Iraq. The United States spent over $2.5 trillion with a T, $2.5 trillion. What happened in Afghanistan? After getting engaged in America's longest war in the history of this great country, the United States of America, we ended up more or less accepting the rule by the Taliban, the very force that we overthrew 20 years earlier. And look at Iraq. Look what happened to Iraq. And therefore, Americans and American people and a very major significant base that supported President Trump, they are against these endless wars and these attempts to have regime change. If the regime change comes by the Iranian people, that's fine. But any kind of regime change that is imposed from outside, it could bring, perhaps in the best case scenario, short-term stability and long-term chaos and instability.
Thank you so much for talking to us and sharing your perspective. Mohsen Milani, Executive Director of the Center for Strategic and Diplomatic Studies at the University of Florida. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Now, there are also the economic consequences. Commodity markets have been volatile, driven by the ongoing conflict between Iran and Israel. Oil prices have been spiking sharply. About 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. At its narrowest, the waterway is about 33 kilometers wide, split between the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. At times of diplomatic tension, Iran has in the past threatened to disrupt shipping traffic. Naeem Aslam is Chief Investment Officer at Zay Capital Markets. He says the longer the conflict goes on, the wider the impact we could see in the markets.
Yes, a lot of focus among investors and traders. It is all about the energy market and, of course, the recent attacks on the gas refineries over there, what that would entail for the euro, because there could be another crisis because of that, because Iran plays a very, very imperative and important role with that one. But the important aspect out of everything is that particular Hormuz pathway is not only for oil. All the rest of the trade, also those particular containers and ships that
I'm in Iran and my internet is constantly cutting off, so I don't know if you covered this, but Iran started a new wave an hour ago. They sent drones, 140, which take hours to arrive. They'll then launch cruise missiles and normal missiles consecutively so that they all reach Israel at the same time around 3 or 4 a.m. They're doing cyber attacks right now. Channel 14 is cut off, Iron Dome hitting itself, alarms malfunctioning, and random missiles. That makes more sense. But I don't know why the IDF would release a statement saying you got the all clear, you can go outside. Don't leak it? Chatters, what are you talking about? If random people in Iran are aware of what the fuck's going on, you think the IDF doesn't know already? They had the capabilities of building a fucking drone facility inside of Tehran.
What have you heard from the Iranians?
They'd like to talk, but they should have done that before. I had 60 days, and they had 60 days, and on the 61st day, I said, we don't have a deal. They have to make a deal, and it's painful for both parties, but I'd say Iran is not winning this war. And they should talk, and they should talk immediately.
At this hour, the G7 summit is officially underway in Canada, and U.S. President Donald Trump and Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney are now taking part in a bilateral meeting on the sidelines. Now, before that conversation started, Trump criticized the G7 for ejecting Russia 11 years earlier after Moscow annexed Crimea. The leaders of the G7 countries, which also include France, Germany, Italy, Japan, and the UK, have a lot to discuss over the next few days. High on the agenda, global trade and security. However, looming over the summit, the Israel-Iran conflict, which is now in its fourth day and intensifying. Iran's state news agency says that it has been targeted by Israeli strikes.
As you just saw there, the attack happened while a live newscast was underway. You saw the news anchor essentially evacuate the studio very quickly. Earlier, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu urged Iranians to evacuate the capital as the death toll on both sides continues to grow. Iranian officials say that at least 224 people, most of them civilians, have been killed since Israel launched a wave of airstrikes on Iranian nuclear and...
Yeah, last night it was Emily Schrader or whatever, one of those fucking dumbass Hasbarists was talking about how Israel should strike the national broadcaster of Iran. And then less than 24 hours after that demand on Twitter, Israel actually did strike the national broadcaster of Iran, which is so insane. Like, it blows my mind every single day there is a new form of depravity where it's like getting your fucking strike priorities, getting your targets from like Twitter users is so psychotic. But then again, yeah, it reminds me of what Barry Weiss did when she called for the assassination of Refat al-Ra'ar, and then it literally happened. Genocidal Zionist propagandist Emily Schrader gloats about having put a kill target on Iranian journalists and having enacted it. She herself claims to be a journalist, so Iran, you know what to do. Follow her own standard. I can't believe it. Like, we read this last night. She bravely came back on air moments later.
قایقی پیش در ساختمان خبر صدا و سیمای جمهوری اسلامی
Moments ago, the building of the Islamic Republic, a clear and obvious example of opposition to freedom of speech. It is not the building that was bombed, it's the freedom of speech and the voice of truth that was bombed. In a powerful act of defiance, Iranian national broadcaster anchorwoman Sahar Emami returned live on air minutes after the Israeli missile struck her TV building. No PTSD, unshaken, powerful, and confident. That's crazy. Oh, there was also a cyber attack launched against Channel 14. What is that fucking response, dude?
And military targets.
Israel says at least 24 people have been killed by Iranian missiles that penetrated its Iron Dome defense shield. Elena Treen is in Washington, but first let's go to Nick Payton-Walsh, who joins us from London. And Nick, walk our viewers through what we just saw happening on Iranian state television there as these two sides have increased the salvos against each other. Some reports suggesting that Iran is desperately looking for an off-ramp. Where do things stand?
Yeah, I mean, it's extraordinary to see the state broadcast hit like that. Iranian officials suggesting this indeed was what it appears to be, which is an Israeli strike on that particular building, interrupting it, or interrupting certainly its journey.
I'm an Israeli. Israeli media is censoring the strike so bad they try to hide the destruction and death that we Israelis have never seen, so that we wouldn't go against this war with Iran. There are like 20 plus civilian deaths in a few days. In regular times, that would be spoken about for way more airtime. By the way, the two last Iranian attacks were small, less than 10 rockets, judging by the booms. Yeah, I think there is more coming. I think that even the drones haven't arrived, so I don't think that it's like done. Even though the IDF said it is, I don't think that it's actually done at all. Especially considering that Iran said that this was going to be like the most painful night yet or whatever. I don't really get why Iran is talking tough for years, but when it's going down, they try to avoid the confrontation. I mean, why tough talk then? What do you mean? They're fucking, they don't want the smoke.
Air raid sirens go off in Tel Aviv. Iran says
Massive
it's
fire at the
preparing for what it
Nevatim air
calls the
base.
largest and most intense missile attack in history on Israeli soil.
Yeah, good luck. This is the most we'll see from this, okay? Impact recorded in the south, possibly Nevatim air base. Yeah, they will never. This is the type of shit that is super illegal in Israel, by the way. This image right here. The Associated Press Jerusalem broadcast feed is down. Yeah, I think they came after all the live streams. They're cutting all the live streams off. They're coming, Hasan. Iranian TV, what has happened so far was the result of the launch of cruise missiles, and the ballistic missiles have not yet reached the occupied territories. This is from 7 minutes ago on Tasnim, I guess. This feels like a threat. It's giving gold pager. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu warns of America of incoming attack. Today is Tel Aviv, tomorrow is New York. Oh my God, they're going to manufacture 9/11. Oh my God, they're going to do a 9/11 too.
Iran enters its 5th day.
Oh my fucking God.
Some air defense systems were launched in response, but Israel's military has since given the all clear. Iran's Revolutionary Guard has warned strikes against Israeli territory will continue into Tuesday morning. In recent days, several Iranian missiles have evaded the...
I feel like that would backfire. Dude, I'm serious. Given the way that misinformation runs rampant, paired up with hatred towards Jews and Israel specifically, but Jews specifically because of Israel, if there was another 9/11 style incident, I'm not even kidding when I say this, I feel like the Republican base would fall apart. Like I don't know if they would be as horny to go to war with Iran, or if they would be advocating directly to like nuke Tel Aviv or some shit. Because I feel like even if it had nothing to do with Israel, even if there was a 9/11 style attack that took place again on U.S. soil at this stage, given how every American is primed to believe conspiracy theories rather than the fucking truth that they can see, the truth that they can feel, the truth that they can touch, okay? I'm telling you right now, I feel like Americans broadly would not be like, we have to go to war with Iran. I'm sure that there would be plenty of people who would be geared into sharing such sentiments, but there would be a tremendous number of people, I think, right now than ever before in American history that would be like, nope, I don't believe it. This was definitely Israel.
Journalists during that particular broadcast. We understand that this building may indeed be in District 3 in Tehran, and the Israeli Defense Force putting out a statement in Farsi, the Iranian language, telling people to evacuate that particular area hours prior to these images emerging. Now, we don't know the consequences of that particular attack, whether they're injured or dead as a result of it, but there have been increasing images emerging of strikes around Tehran, and indeed Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu saying they control the skies over western Iran and Tehran indeed. And in fact, Israel's Defense Minister Israel Katz clear a matter of hours prior to those explosions that you saw there, and I'm paraphrasing here, that the regime's mouthpiece would indeed be silenced. Not entirely clear if he was referring specifically to that state broadcaster, but certainly a coincidence those words emerged just after the evacuation orders and prior to that particular explosion. But increasing reporting now and information we're getting about the sheer toll inside the capital and across Iran. Does it make it more likely, potentially, that Iran seeks a diplomatic solution? Well, they appear to have told regional mediators that they need Israel's strikes to stop before they can contemplate diplomacy, and indeed they also might be suggesting they want to have their own counter-attacks get to a point where they feel they've taken adequate revenge or response or restored some kind of deterrent for Israel's extraordinary wave of strikes across Iranian military and other facilities over the past days. But here is some of the information we're gleaning about the human toll of what we've seen in the past 4 days inside Iran. Screams echo across the ordinary streets of Tehran. The horrors in Iran are harder to find video of, but it's hard to watch when you do. A deputy foreign minister posting this damage to his ministry. Several civilians injured, he said. Israel's defense minister clarified Monday he meant no harm to Tehran's residents when he said earlier the city would burn unless Iran's missiles stop. But many have seen flames already and are fleeing the capital. Nothing like this before in their lifetimes. In the western city of Kermanshah, state media posted images of the intensive care unit of a hospital damaged. The IDF told CNN they were, quote, not aware of any attack that happened on a hospital in Iran, end quote, and it's unclear if anyone was hurt. But numbers Iran's health ministry have given speak of just how wide-scale the Israeli onslaught has been. Over 200 dead, 90% civilians since Friday, they said. But each number, its own story. Many from the youth that the West sees as the hope for Iran's post-Ayatollah future. This is Tara Hajmiri, dancing at the dentist, killed alongside her family, said state media. Also, Nilüfer Galevand, big in gyms and social media, aged 31, killed alongside her parents. And Pania Abbasi, a poet, aged 23, killed with her parents and brother. Her poem, The Extinguished Star, reads, "You and I will come to an end, somewhere. The most beautiful poem in the world falls quiet." Now, there appear to be images now emerging of the aftermath of what seems to have been a strike on that Iranian state broadcast. I wonder if we can show them to you now.
It's CNN London. Like, this is the international news coverage of CNN, which usually is like early in the morning. And it's also like it's earlier in the morning in America, and it's usually way more forgiving of victims of Israeli violence as opposed to like later coverage. But it's I mean, yeah, even then he just like showcases his people as like a hopeful post-Ayatollah future of Iran. That is the humanization that you're gonna get. That's the maximum humanization that you're gonna get.
Now, but I think in the hours ahead, potentially, given the scale of that evacuation order from District 3, maybe we'll see more images as it appears this tit for tat, the back and forth between Iran and Israel now heads into its 5th day.
Right, Nick Payton-Walsh, live for us there. Thank you so much. Elaine, let me bring you in because we saw at the top of the bilateral meeting between President Trump and, of course, Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney, where they literally just sort of touched on what was happening with Iran and Israel right now. One of the things that President Trump said towards the end is that Iran wants to talk because they know that they're not winning this. But he would not answer a question. This is, I think, is key. He would not answer a question about what it would take for the U.S. to become more involved in this war. Just give us your take on that.
Yeah, I mean, these are actually questions I should note from our colleague.
All right, guys. I'm not defending the Ayatollah at all. Okay? It would be wonderful for Iran to have democratic leadership, fully functioning secular government. That'd be fantastic. That's actually something that would be also tremendously popular amongst the Iranian population as well. But that cannot come from outside forces. That cannot come from outside forces trying to decapitate the fucking leadership. It certainly cannot come from Israel or the United States of America. That's it. Like, the idea that like these sorts of outside violent interference from outside forces, ones that have already through their endless destabilization and coup d'etats have ruined ruined any attempts at Iranian democracy. Like, this is a country that has already experienced tremendous outside intervention. Their anger and resentment towards their current leadership is a direct consequence of previous incursions of outside intervention. It's so stupid to assume that, like, by and large, every Iranian living in Iran right now is looking at this and going, oh, please glass us more. Are there people who have that kind of attitude? I'm sure there are. I was researching Jews in Iran, and I was actually surprised to see that there are about 9,000 Iranian Jews and they participate in society normally and have a guaranteed minority parliamentary seat. Yeah, nothing about what we're taught about Iran would lead you to believe that's the case. Oh, for sure, of course. And it's really funny because the Jewish Iranian parliamentarian literally came out and was like, Iran has a right to defend itself. That was like one of the first statements that came from the Iranian government was like the Jewish member of the parliament being like, the fuck are you guys doing? Iran has a right to defend itself. What is this? IOU 44 billion BB? I can't tell what this is. The whole fuck you USA motto Iran has going on, so their people don't get fooled like other Arab nations by thinking America's some type of good guy that will save you one day. I mean, I think Iranians know by and large that America will not save them. Isfahan's Jewish community condemns Israeli strikes, backs Iranian response. The Jewish community in Isfahan condemned the Israeli attacks on Iran, describing it as a brutal act devoid of human decency that led to killing of innocent civilians, among them children. I'm very certain. Please stop sending me fucking Hope Corps shit. Let's infantilize Iran, lol. What? Lemafayal. Let's have the great Satan overthrow our government. Let's infantilize Iran. What is this infantilization of Iran? They were given a safe voting location and a campaign opportunity to talk to candidates, and it was spun by VOA and the UN as deeply dangerous and discriminatory. But when that happens in the US, it's a good thing. Yeah. The Parliament of Iran's Jewish MP, Homayoun Sameh, said he supports Iran's right to legitimate self-defense against Israel, urging throughout the past 2 years that Iran must have a strong response to Israeli aggression. Anyway. Let's get back to this.
Kit Marr here at CNN. Excellent line of questioning from her, really pressing the president on this. I think the most notable things are exactly what you said. One is that he admitted, we've seen some of this reporting, that Iranian intermediaries had reached out to the U.S. and an attempt and saying that they wanted de-escalation. He said, yes, they do. He said they should have tried to come to the table and talk to us sooner. He brought up that 60-day deadline that he had sent, a couple months ago in a letter to the Iranians saying that they had 60 days to negotiate with the United States a potential nuclear deal. He said they should have talked before that deadline was up. We had reported that that deadline was last Thursday when we started to see the strikes from Israel start targeting Iran. But then he also was pressed by our colleague about what would it take for the United States to offer more than just defensive and intelligence aid to the Israelis. And he said he didn't want to talk about it. He didn't want to talk about military aid. Very notable from a president who often answers every single question and likes to be honest and transparent with the media. It was clear that he did not want to go there. Now, all of this comes, Zain and Biana, after we had reported that over the weekend, Israel had told the Trump administration that they had a window of opportunity where they believed that they could target and take out Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, the Ayatollah. And essentially what we had learned in our conversations with our sources at the White House and the broader Trump administration was that the president had directed his team to tell the Israelis that he opposed that he rejected that plan. And that is a big deal as well, because we have been told now repeatedly in our conversations that the president does not want to take U.S. aid and U.S. involvement in this conflict further. And the reason that he was so rejecting that plan for a potential regime change was that, that to him would really bring this from a conflict to a potential full-out war. And that is exactly what the president is trying to avoid. Now, something he also said at the end of that bilateral meeting in Canada with the Prime Minister Carney, is that he said that he's still open to having these talks with Iran. And we had heard this now. He said this yesterday when he was departing for Canada, and we've been hearing this in our private conversations. He does believe that there is a way to still salvage negotiations with the Iranians. And now he also believes that there is a way to try to have some sort of broader peace deal to really be an off-ramp to this war. Now, Nick smartly talked about this, but we've been hearing this as well in our conversations. It's very unclear whether there's actually an appetite for that, just given how much this has escalated in the region now between these two countries with these tit-for-tat strikes on the other countries. And so it's in a very precarious situation right now. I think what's really clear is that the president does not want the U.S. to be directly involved in anything more than trying to help the Israelis intercept some of these missiles coming from Iran and helping with intelligence, because he believes once they do that, this all changes. We could perhaps see Iranians try to target U.S. bases. These are all conversations that are going on behind closed doors. But again, it's very early on right now, and we haven't had any indication that any of those talks that the president says he's open to have actually begun.
Right, Elena Train, live for us there. Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Iranian state TV has been hit by an Israeli strike in the last few hours. Dramatic pictures. It caused the channel to go off air altogether. And in the last half hour, Iran has condemned that attack as a war crime. It came shortly after Israel issued an evacuation order for a large part of the Iranian capital, Tehran, saying it had plans to strike military infrastructure that would endanger the life of civilians in the area. It is the fourth day now of missile strikes between the two countries, which started early on Friday when Israel launched a series of surprise attacks targeting nuclear sites and killing Iran's most senior military commanders. Now, Iran restricts access to the country for journalists, but BBC Verify has been using satellite imagery to confirm those attacks on both nuclear and military sites. So here are some of the locations where strikes have been carried out just in the last few days. This is a missile base in Big Haneh. Compared with an older image, this satellite image taken yesterday clearly shows damage to the roof. And Isfahan is one of Iran's key nuclear sites. It was confirmed over the weekend that 4 critical buildings at this site were damaged, including the uranium conversion facility. On this satellite image, you can now see visible damage to the buildings there. Well, the BBC is not allowed to broadcast from inside Iran, but our colleagues at BBC Persian have been keeping across the situation. Farham Gabari has this report.
Iranian state TV came under attack during its live coverage.
This tiny hope core. Dude, I've seen it, man. I've seen it. Stop sending it to me. Okay? You've been sending me this non-stop. I love you, chatter, but please stop spamming the same fucking video over and over again. Israeli strike kills 3 Iranian Red Crescent workers. An Israeli... No, of course. An Israeli missile strike killed 3 Iranian Red Crescent workers while they were aiding the wounded in Tehran's Shahid Bagheri district. The organization said in a statement, this incident is not only a crime against international humanitarian law, but also a blatant attack on humanity and morality. Oh my God, brother. Israel literally cannot help itself. Like, it has to fucking shoot at kindergartens. It has to shoot at hospitals. It has to constantly fucking kill. Kodor, thank you for the 50 bones. God damn. It's wild to me that no matter what the fuck happens, Israel still finds a way to kill children and also healthcare workers, dude. How, like, what the fuck? I don't understand it. They have to do double taps. Anyway, we already covered this.
As Iran.
Let's watch how the Iranian civilians are responding to the Israeli strikes. Much hay has been made about how Iranians are welcoming Israel as liberators. Much has been said about how much Iranians love being glassed. I wonder if BBC's coverage reflects that.
Out strikes on each other, civilians are being urged to seek shelter, with the Iranian government using mosques, metro stations, schools and other buildings. Iran's government currently limits access to the country for journalists, but the BBC's Persian service provides news to Iranian audiences in Farsi. Farham Gobadi is a senior reporter at BBC Persian, and earlier he updated me on what people in Iran are telling him.
Many people who've texted me in the past 24 hours, they were complaining about that our voices are not heard. People don't know what we are going through. For example, one of the things that Iranian people are extremely worried about is what the Israeli defense minister has said recently after the last night barrage of missiles that Iran shot at Israel, and at least 8 Israelis were killed. Iranian defense minister said that residents of Tehran will pay the price for that, and soon they will pay the price for that. Right after that, there was a report by Jerusalem Post saying that they expect that Israel will ask certain neighborhoods in Tehran to evacuate, and things like that has worried a lot of, especially residents of Tehran, because they are saying that we are not the ones who are shooting missiles at you. Many of us are oppressed by this regime as well, and now we are the ones who are paying the price for that. So there are several things that they're worried about. One thing is that overnights they cannot sleep. They've got sleepless nights because of.
Why don't they let journalists in? Feels like it would be good for the world to know what's going on there. They do. They let in. I mean, fucking Max Blumenthal went there, but he's obviously very anti-America. But I don't know. I suspect it's probably because they want to. It's the same principle behind China and Russia, where they want to control all the flow of information coming in and out, and they also don't want espionage opportunities as well, because in many circumstances, like the media is often used as like infiltration.
Attacks that are taking place across.
I'm living in Iran. I thought people would really support Israel or any other invader before the attacks, but when the bombs hit, the mood shifted. Haven't seen anybody happy about them except on Twitter. In the real world, everyone is either in shock or haven't yet gotten a grasp of the situation. I mean, look at Lebanon. It's literally the gayest country in the fucking region, okay? Look at Lebanon. Gayest country in the region, and look at their attitude towards Hezbollah, which is an anti-gay militancy. In times of Israel strikes on Lebanon, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. You got mad secular people who otherwise would look at this as like a Shia fighting force, even thinking about Hezbollah very differently because of Israeli violence. Wow, can't believe the Iranians didn't like the statement. Israeli Defense Minister Katz vows that the residents of Tehran will pay the price, and soon, after Iranian missiles killed at least 5 people overnight. As an Iranian, it's funny that you pronounce Tehran more correctly than this BBC Persian guy. Yeah, he doesn't want to scare the audience, that's why. The one thing that unites the entire diverse Muslim world from Morocco to Iran to Indonesia is anti-Zionism. Yeah, for sure. Unfortunately, the entire Muslim world's leadership not so united on that principle, but the entire Muslim world, the populations are, certainly.
From Tehran and other cities. We at BBC Persian received videos last night that Fordo, one of the important nuclear sites, was attacked. Iranian officials are saying that Natanz, the other site near Isfahan, was attacked again, and anti-air defense system was activated over there.
Shia leaders are united? Bro, what do you mean? There was a literal fucking one of those like crazy imams that came out and actually shit on Saudi Arabia and said we have to stand with our Shia brothers. Like, don't you realize? I forget who it was. I watched it on TikTok. There was a dude who was literally like, we're done. We're done with this like sectarian conflict. Don't you understand that like Zionists invoke this kind of sectarian hate to ensure that the Muslim world is not united. These guys are Muslims first and foremost. I've never seen a dude that looks like that hit a line like that before.
If you see...
No, not this guy. This guy sucks. Wait, this guy actually fucking says something about Israel? No, I'm not talking about this guy. This guy is notoriously a dick rider. Many of those famous fucking Salafi sheikhs are fucking such rapacious little fucking Israel dick riders. They go to the UAE all the time. There is like, okay, listen, I don't know why I'm tapped into this. I don't know why I'm fucking tapped into this, because it's not within my field of interest at all. But I will tell you this. I will tell you this much. There is a lot of drama in the famous Salafist sheikh world. Okay, all of these guys that do the funny memes, and it's like, oh yeah, if you are jerking off during Ramadan, it's haram. Like all those guys, they all have noticeably been absent from the conversation about Israel. And at a certain point, I think it was like 15, 16 months in, people started being like, why the fuck haven't these guys said anything about Israel at all? What the fuck is going on? And basically then more information came out showing that they were like, some of these dudes were straight up like going to UAE and even meeting with like Israeli envoys and things like that. And the only time that they ever talk about it is like as though they are like a fucking Hollywood celebrity that wants to make a statement but also wants to keep their fucking job, where they'll say the war. Like they'll be like, oh, we must stop the war. Like, weirdly enough, like they have more smoke for Muslims who let their girlfriends out in the fucking wild than they do for Israel slaughtering children in Palestine. What is this? If someone is in the UAE, you know they only present pro-Israel because the UAE won't tolerate it. Anyway, what is this? This guy was one of those guys that I was thinking of, but maybe he's like, maybe too much backlash, and he's now changing his tune.
The news recently, there's like two countries are fighting right now, and one of them is Shia and one of them is Jewish, and they both make many bad things to Muslims. So us as Muslims, are we allowed to cheer for one of them, or should we just remain neutral?
Is this all what the Muslims can do? Cheer? Yeah, this is not a football game. This is not something that we, go out in the street.
Dude, I swear to God, some of these fucking Salafis have brain damage, okay? Like, they unironically think that Shias are worse overall, like Shia people are worse overall, not just like Iran, but than Israel, okay?
Streets with flags and supporting country X or country B or this or that. This is what we've always stated that is not permissible. That is the issue of demonstrations, where lots of chaos, lots of haram things take place. As Muslims, we side with anyone who claims to be Muslim, even if they're full of innovation, even if we believe in their hatred and enmity of Islam and the Muslims, yet still they're better than the other part, which is blatantly killing civilians, women, children, and the whole world is watching. And their ministers say that we would like to annihilate all the children, all the suckling babies, even the dogs and donkeys and animals they have, we would like to wipe them all off, annihilate them. Is this...
This is the guy who said protests are haram. Pakistani Twitter yelled at him for days.
Something plausible to them, the disbelievers who are united against Islam? It is. And if any Muslim would have said this, they would have labeled the whole region as a region of terror and a bloodthirsty, violent fanatics. So we don't cheer. We judge things by what.
My white brother is a Salafist revert and unironically says Shia Muslims aren't really Muslims. Dude, what did he fucking... Is he like a car crash victim? How the fuck are you a white guy and become a Salafist revert? I don't understand it, dude. I don't know. It's like, is this how fucking Catholics feel when they see all these like Catholic converts running around talking about how like the new Catholic Church is actually a bunch of pedophiles or whatever, but like the old one was good or some shit because they're too woke? Like, I don't get the revert stuff anyway. I don't get it. It's like, I don't understand conversion, adult conversion across the board. I find it really strange. But like, especially to one of the most like fundamentalist parts, like this is so, like, what is a polar bear doing in Arlington? Whenever I see a fucking white Salafist revert, I'm like, what are you? He used to go to Catholic school and now he says Catholics aren't Christian either. Lamau. Trump, everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. What? Possible explosions heard in Tehran.
What we see, and definitely to side with a corrupt Muslim with corrupt aqidah against any non-Muslim is a priority in Islam, and Allah knows best.
Have you seen that Malaysia wants to send a flotilla about 1,000 ships like the Freedom Flotilla? My friends are Salafists, but there are the two types of Salafists. Those who call themselves Salafists equals they are brainwashed, and those that follow Salaf way, Orthodox Muslims, those are normal. I mean, I just don't get the fundamentalism, no matter which religion it is, you know what I mean? Trump, Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran, says IDF's favorite correspondent, Barack Ravid. What the fuck are they about to do, dude? Oh, Jesus Christ. Fucking Al Jazeera on a goddamn... on a fucking ad break. What is this? Breaking. U.S. nuclear sniffer plane is in the air. What? Okay, I don't want to. This is no. No, I don't know about all this. Okay, that seems. Here's his full statement. I gave Iran a chance. After chance to make a deal. I told them in the strongest words, just do it. But no matter how hard they tried, no matter how close they got, they just couldn't get it done. I told them it would be much worse than anything they know, anticipated, or were told. That the United States must... Oh, no. I told you, dude. I fucking told you that they would be... I told you that they would fucking do this after G7. That's from 3 days ago, but... Are they... fuck. No, this is the new statement. Iran should have signed the deal I told them to sign. What a shame and a waste of human life. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. This was 3 minutes ago. This is 3 minutes ago. This is the new statement. A German Luftwaffe refueling plane was spotted above Jordan today, apparently pinged a single transponder signal accidentally above Jordan. Wait, what do you mean? Misinformation. This is not misinformation. This is Trump. This is Trump's latest statement, reported on by also Barack Ravid. I didn't say they're using a nuke. Everybody calm down. This is the fucking tweet. This is the repost of said fucking tweet. Will the G7 leaders not saying a word about this? Yes, they're all servile, chatter. What are you talking about? They are all servile to America's interest. And America's interest is to blow up Iran, to destabilize Iran, to make Iran a failed state. Guess that explains last night's movement. According to U.S. defense officials who spoke to Reuters, the large-scale deployment of roughly 30 aerial refueling tankers of the U.S. Air Force last night to air bases in Europe is meant to allow U.S. President Trump options in handling the escalating war between Israel and Iran. What do you think the role of Egypt lately? Rafah border activists? Egypt is a fucking... The Egyptian government is also a dog to American interests. Were you saying that they would wait for G7 to be underway before attacking? I suspected that if there was going to be American escalation, like America joining offensively, America has already been collaborating with Israel nonstop, but like, if there was a significant escalation, it would come after G7.
Limitations on missiles and munitions. So there might be some degree of exhaustion, at least when it comes to missile strikes. The Israelis, of course, have to keep up a fairly exacting amount of refueling to continue the war they've been fighting, and they may not be able to do that, which is one of the reasons I think they're going to be coming soon to the United States and saying, please help us, please get more directly involved in the strikes, whether through refueling or doing strikes yourself.
Right. Are we likely to see that? I mean, President Trump has said that he didn't want to see the U.S. involved in any more wars.
Yeah, that was a fucking bullshit statement. Americans love war. They have endless appetite for killing Muslims, okay?
Well, I'm concerned about it. I think the United States at all costs should avoid that, should avoid direct involvement. I think it would be a disaster for United States interests. Whether or not it happens, I think at this point it's sort of a flip of a coin. One way the United States could get involved is as a result of Iranian attacks on U.S. personnel, U.S. bases in the region, or even potentially on oil infrastructure in the region. That wouldn't necessitate, the latter wouldn't necessitate U.S. involvement, but it could bring it. I think the Iranians know that, and thus far have been refraining from those sorts of attacks.
Iran, Israel, de-escalation.
But the United States might also get involved just more as a choice because of this president and some of his top people being enraptured with the Israelis, being eager to serve them. I could see the United States going along with a request.
Developing, the IRGC is now saying their combined drone and missile attack is yet to begin. This comes after a statement announcing the operation, widely interpreted as launch confirmation. There are two possible explanations for what's going on. One, Iran is launching probing strikes similar to the attack towards the Galilee earlier. Two, Iraqi factions are responsible for the latest attack, which Israel says consisted of 3 missiles. Either way, it appears the next Iranian wave is still yet to come. How would you even evacuate Tehran? I have no idea, but they're saying that there's explosions being heard on the Tehran cam. people saying, doesn't he need congressional approval to strike Tehran is so funny. No, chatters, no. Americans don't need, wait, I think are those missiles in Isfahan? No, I don't know. American presidents, Democrat and Republican alike, do not fucking care. The peaceful dove, more blood in your hands, guys. There is no, I mean, look at Yemen. Every president has bombed Yemen. Every single one. That's a whole ass sovereign nation. Why the fuck have we been participating in bombing campaigns in Yemen? There is no air defenses are active in Tehran. That's the explosions. Iranian air defense systems are currently active intercepting hostile targets over Tehran. Ordering 17 million people to leave their city just because you wanted to join a war for its final act of terror performed by a narcissist. Yep. There are 9 million people in Tehran. It's impossible to evacuate. Air defense is active over Natanz. They already downed one Israeli drone from Iranian sources. Aren't Republicans more isolationist now? No, dude, that's not real. I feel like a lot of the stuff I say, I'm recognizing goes in through one ear and out through the other. I've told you this over and over again. There is no real, like, anti-war position in the American government. Okay? American foreign policy is uniparty. There's no real anti-war position.
Is with the Defense Priorities Foundation joining us there from Washington, D.C. Now let's take a look at the economic implications of this.
Israel making people defend setting off car bombs is a nice twist. Oh, this is from the other day.
Between Iran and Israel, and oil prices have been spiking sharply. About 20% of the world's oil passes through the Strait of Hormuz. At its narrowest, the waterway is about 33 kilometers wide, split between the territorial waters of Iran and Oman. At times of diplomatic tension, Iran has in the past threatened to disrupt shipping traffic. Naeem Aslam is Chief Investment Officer at Zay Capital Markets. He says the longer the conflict goes on, the wider the impact we could see on the markets.
A lot of focus among investors and traders. It is all about the energy market, and of course the recent
we already covered it. MHUD
over there. What that would entail for the euro, because there could be another crisis because of that, because Iran plays a very, very imperative and important role with that one. But the important aspect out of everything is that particular
nuke sniffer landed 10 minutes ago. I've been tracking it.
Only for oil. All the rest of the trade, also those particular containers and ships that go past that path. So if that is closed, we're gonna
I live next to Ramstein Air Base in Germany. It suddenly got very loud here. They're closing it now per Hasan Piker. No, I'm saying they should. That's what I'm saying. It could be because there's a nuclear site next to Nevatim, which is where Iran struck. Oh. Israel's strongest soldier has logged on. Did she actually post this? Gosh, she's so ugly. It's horrifying. This is a meme, right? I don't think she actually posted. This is from the last time she went to Israel. There's an old pic that they put. I'm ready to go to war. This is from the last time when she went to Israel in like 2023. I'm fatlo. I'm fatlo. I'm Israel Chai. I'm ready to go to war. Strap me to a missile and launch me directly to Rafah. I'll blow up the border with my body. That's what she sounds like. So beyond the realm of physical, mental, and psychological exhaustion right now that I can't actually believe the last 20 months were real. Yeah, that's real. That's E. Farlow's actual accent. Oh, we're hearing more explosions. Whoa, gunshots. Gunshots in Tehran. Okay, that feels like Mossad. Or unless it's anti-aircraft weapons. It could be anti-aircraft. But if it's gunshots, for those of you who don't know, Israel has also been launching ground operations in Iran as well, for the record, where I think there was like also a gun battles that took place a couple different times. They've also deployed car bombs, and also have had a couple ground conflicts with like Mossad assets. I also see in the Tehran area in Iran, is this fire? Not a single gun battle, 5 car bombs, nothing else. What are you talking about? Making these clown noises to make your autistic chat happy does not provide a valid point. Not a single gun battle. Wasn't there an an interception, I thought, by Iranian authorities, where they caught some Mossad assets on the ground. Am I wrong? Yeah, there was like a car chase. $2012 Nazi account? Yeah, no, that's a guy who is super edgy but also pro-Israel. My favorite type of guy. Where is that guy? Where's the guy that was talking shit? I've had 2 revelations in the past year on Twitter. Overwhelming majority of white nationalist accounts are Indian and of Indian origin, and they constantly reveal their position whenever they talk about randomly about like Pakistan and how much Pakistan sucks, when also defending Israel. And that's like one of the classic moments of like figuring out that one of these like defend the West or defend Israel accounts is actually of Indian origin. And the other one is all of these Groyper accounts that will literally say some of the filthiest, most racist shit. And I always assume that they're like fucking neo-Nazis only until October 7, when they start talking about Israel with such reverence and such like they start talking about anti-Semitism being like a real violent crime, and I'm like, I thought you were a Nazi. Like, so many of these fucking Groyper accounts are pro-Israel. So many of them, and it's shocking to me. Those are the 2 ways to identify whether you're in the presence of a real-ass Groyper, anti-Semite Groyper, or if it's someone just like simply LARPing as a Groyper, but they themselves are actually simply racist as fuck, except for against Jewish people. Vivid having delusions of living in occupied Palestine again when he's stuck in a basement in Uttar Pradesh. Yeah, I see dozens of missiles above me. Going into the bomb shelter now. The full-blown war has officially begun. Like that fucking Howling Mutant account. Like there's that alcoholic, pathetic fucking account who I, for the longest time, thought was like a straight up neo-Nazi, but it turns out Turns out they are a neo-Nazi except for anti-Semitism. So many accounts like that all over the timeline where you're like, oh, that's a Groiper, like that's a straight up neo-Nazi, and it turns out they are, except for Israel and except for anti-Semitism. Loud noises in Omaha, Nebraska, Hasan. Progressive except for Palestine, Groiper except for Israel. Yeah. That's because they're Israelis? I mean, that also makes sense. Secretary of State Rubio has reposted Trump's evacuation warning. Have you seen Trump's tweet yet? Yes, I have. We're monitoring the situation. Okay. Just because they say they're anti-Semitism doesn't mean that they're not an insane Nazi who's still anti-Semitic. No, there's a distinction between people who like, whoa, what happened here? C cut out. Tehran went out. The Tehran feed went out. There's a distinction between people who are like the Sam Hyde style neo-Nazis who also are like still anti-Semitic, definitely, but will like not really talk too much about Israel. Or even like their fans who are very anti-Semitic but will like defend the ADL when the ADL is coming after someone like myself, versus the people I'm talking about who I guess I've never noticed them saying anything anti-Semitic, but because of the way that they post, I always assumed that they were just like anti-Semitic neo-Nazis, but it turns out they're actually just Israeli half the time. Like they regularly will entertain statements from other neo-Nazis accounts as well. Like they'll collaborate with other neo-Nazi accounts and shit, which led me to believe that they weren't, which led me to believe that they themselves were neo-Nazis. But it turns out like they talk about, they turn into Ben Shapiro when it comes to like anti-Semitism being on the rise.
4 days, claiming they have diminished Iran's capabilities. This is, of course, something that we cannot verify. And also, the Iranians now say that we haven't started launching this attack. And they want to have an attack that is continuous, wave after wave, until dawn, is what they've said. We also know that the attack... Do you think, Dorsa, sorry to interrupt you, that they will go ahead with this in light of the threats we're hearing? Because really, you can only describe them as threats from the US president now himself.
I think absolutely. I don't think there's anything that could prevent the Iranians from responding to the events we've seen unfold today, specifically the attack on state TV facilities in Tehran. The Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi was just on the phone doing an interview on state television saying attacking a civilian entity within the country is an act of desperation, and it is a violation of all kinds of international law. We saw incredible footage of the state TV presenter as she was reading the news and hearing the strike come closer and closer, and she ran off the set. as the building was struck, and we understand at least one person has been killed in this attack. So certainly that has changed the dynamics yet again. The Iranians saying this is a
Zionist genocide regime is doing its usual thing of ordering entire quarters of a city to evacuate, but this is in Gaza or Lebanon. It's Tehran, a city whose population is greater than the whole of Israel.
Is flabbergasted that there has been no condemnation against Israel. We haven't seen any international bodies, not even the International Atomic Energy Agency, the United Nations, condemn Israel for its actions.
What about the Iranian public at large, Dorsa? The Iranian people, the average Iranian, how worried are they today, and what's been the impact of these Israeli attacks on their daily lives?
Well, it's been disruptive for sure. People are extremely worried. We have to remember, Iran hasn't seen these kinds of attacks on its soil in at least 37 years. In the last time they saw this kind of violence was during the Iran-Iraq War, and that ended in 1988. Since then, there has been no strikes, no airstrikes, no attacks inside Iran on this scale. So the general population is very much worried and scared, and rightfully so.
Dorsa, thank you very much for that. For now, Dorsa Jabari here in the studio with us. I'm Foli Batibo. Continuing coverage of the Israel-Iran war will continue in just a few minutes here.
Trump's threats lost a ton of credibility. No, he was threatening Hamas with all hell breaks loose if they don't agree to release hostages in 48 hours. This isn't like that. I feel like this is an entirely different level of elevated threat. Also, we were talking about the Iranian attitudes, and NPR wrote this really funny statement that John Schwartz made fun of. Thanks to NPR for explaining that due to the ancient mysterious culture of Persia, Iranians don't like to be attacked. Well, it's not clear, I think, to most of us. The question is, how do either side get out of this? Because the danger is that both countries rally around their flags. The Iranian regime is very unpopular, but this is a moment where Persian nationalism, which goes back 5 millennia, people are very proud. They don't like to be attacked. They want to be the ones that decide their future, not to have another country come in and try to dictate what they do, whether it's on energy or it's on regional relations or on supporting extremist groups. So this is a moment for the Iranians that is also an existential challenge. Improvement, I guess. It's an ancient Arab and Persian tradition to like it when 1,000-ton bombs are dropped on you. Yeah, I guess the NPR at least says, like, Iranians, due to their proud tradition of 5,000-year history, don't appreciate when foreign nations that have been around for 77 fucking years drop munitions on them. Yeah. As opposed to the other type of coverage from Washington Post, where they say stuff like, Iranians are euphoric to receive bombs from Israel. You know? Edward Said rolling in his grave. Dude, it's just, why did he even write a book? Asmond really defended U.S. nuking Iran and killing people? I can't really believe it. Why can't you believe it? It's the most believable thing. By the way, if I were to say that same thing about Tel Aviv, which I would never say for the record, and we ban people for saying that all the time, I would get banned instantly. But I have unironically used this as an example of, like, the double standard. Someone can say they want to nuke Tehran and kill everyone in it and not receive any penalties whatsoever. It's not even a remote violation of terms of service, even though there's fucking Iranians living in Tehran right now on this platform that are streamers, okay? But if someone were to say the exact same thing about fucking Tel Aviv, you know, you would get banned. Ironically enough, Iran does not have nukes, and Israel does have nukes. Now, I don't know how he defended the principle of you know, using nuclear weapons on Tehran. I doubt that he's openly stated it. Like, I doubt that he said it as is. Like, when he had the clarity, like the full-blown clarity of saying that Palestinians are an inferior culture that deserve to be genocided. When he said that, he got banned for it. So I think he knows better than to say something like that openly.
Military site is the height of cowardice and a sign of desperation. Hasanabi VODs has more.
This is the moment when Israel attacked Iran's state TV during a live broadcast.
Anyway, all right, this is a repeat. Let's continue.
But residents of Tehran, many of them are fleeing the capital city. However, the roads are blocked. Some of them, they run out of fuel because they get stuck in the traffic jam for so many hours, so they cannot even manage to leave the city. So what people are concerned right now is to stockpile food and find a way to escape Tehran.
We know, don't we, that there has been unrest between the people and the Iranian regime over the last few years. Netanyahu, the Israeli Prime Minister, has been talking about the fact that, you know, the people aren't with the regime. Do you get that sense that this might unite the Iranian people? Are we able to get any of that sense?
I get your point, because usually when at the time of war there is this rally around the flag effect. However, it's, I think, too early to see that. What I see and when you talk to people, they just are saying that they're in a state of panic, they're in a state of shock. So to expect Iranians to go on the streets and protest right now, I don't know how realistic that is.
That was Param Gabadi from BBC Persian speaking to me a little earlier. And just to let you know, on the BBC News live page, there are lots more reports.
Let's get more analysis now from Abbas Aslani, who joins us live from inside Tehran. He's a journalist and also a senior research fellow at the Center for Middle East Strategic Studies. It is great to have you this morning. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you, Paula, for having me.
If we could, just give me a general sense of what you're seeing in Tehran. What are people telling you? I've read reports that the ferocity of the attacks caught many people by surprise there on Friday.
Paula, you know, after the initial shock that came on early Friday morning, Iran tried to recover, and we were seeing that the air defense, including in Tehran and other cities, were trying to actively engage with the hostile targets coming from the Israeli side, or those, let's say, drones flying over sky. And you know, the feeling this time, comparing to previous exchanges in the past between Iran and Israel, is a bit different. There's a sense of war going on between the two sides. The high-ranking officials are using the term war, not, just a limited conflict between the two sides. And that's why this situation is a bit more serious. And as of the latest round of attacks from the Israeli side yesterday, which targeted residential complexes and areas, some people in the capital city have been trying to avoid unnecessary commute, but they are doing their normal life. However, they somehow, it seemed that by yesterday attacks, Israel wanted to create a sense of fear and intimidate the population in order to, somehow create a kind of chaos. But government has been trying to handle the situation, and in terms of the power, electricity, or things like that, water, it's in the normal condition. And in the meantime, we have been seeing from the Iranian side that gradually they have been trying to increase the efficiency and effectiveness of their attacks against Israel. Specifically, last night they tried to use newer missiles and more missiles reportedly. And the Iranian officials, when they are talking, they have been not talking about a specific time for the end of this conflict, but they hint that this might continue in future. And if it continues, it will, you know, become more crushing, and it will escalate into a, let's say, more complicated situation. And this indicates that. But why is that? Because when we are looking at the public in the country and in the capital city, we are seeing that this external threat coming from the Israeli side and this aggression has made different factions and different types of people to rally around the flag. And I was talking to even some people who are critical of the establishment and the government. They may not agree with the government on many issues, and they have been critical of the establishment, but all agree in one thing, that Iran needs to give a crushing response to Israel to establish a deterrence against any likely or potential attacks or aggression coming from the Israeli side, and let's say unity among different political factions as well as the ordinary people.
So it's, and we only have about a minute more of your time here, Abbas. So essentially what you're hearing from your perspective as a journalist, there does seem to be this
Natanz nuclear facility getting hit again. It doesn't show
widespread support among Iranians when it comes to that initial preemptive round of strikes that Iran launched on Israel, if I'm hearing you correct?
Yes, you know, this has created a kind of unity among the public, supporting the Iranian defense forces and government to retaliate against Israel. And nobody's buying into Iran that, you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is going after, you know, Iran's nuclear program, because residential areas, as well as more than 90% of those victims of the attack have been civilians. And yesterday, many people, they saw there by their own eyes that, you know, ordinary people were targeted. So that's why this has created a unity in the country. And following the what happened in Gaza, you know, Israel does not have a good standing among the Iranian public. And this somehow, you know, this recent aggression against Iran has, you know, increased the level of unpopularity of Israel among Iranians. That's why we could say that the majority of the Iranian
reports indicate aerial activity near the Natanz nuclear facility in Iran.
And people are supporting that, you know, response against Israel, and they are demanding for more crushing, you know, response. One is that because they maybe hate the actions by Israel, but secondly, they want the Iranian side to establish a deterrence against any likely future attacks.
Israel's defense minister has vowed, quote, "The residents of Tehran will pay the price, and soon." Now, Israeli officials say at least 23 people have been killed since Iran's retaliation started. In Iran, at least 224 people have been killed by Israeli airstrikes since Friday, and that's according to...
He's lying. By the way, this guy is on fucking CNN. So the idea that, like, a CNN commentator would use this as an opportunity to fucking not say what you think he should be saying is so funny. Yeah, no, he's lying. Iranians love getting bombed. Iranians actually are, they're massive fans of death and destruction and murder of their family members. Famously. White House officials comment on Trump's statement. New Trump's social media post telling Iranians to immediately evacuate Tehran reflected the urgency of need for Iran to come to the negotiating table at White House. Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. What is this madness? What is this fucking madness, dude? White House officials say Trump's post urging Tehran evacuation reflects urgency for Iran to come to talks. Oh, that's cool. There's I don't know. There's a different way to fucking say that, I think, without making it seem like you're just gonna nuke Tehran. Guys, stop asking if Congress needs to approve any U.S. military action. Okay, please. What are you saying? What are you... Do you hear yourselves? do you hear yourselves? Look at the country. Look at the state of this fucking nation. Stop asking me stupid fucking questions. It's like, oh, well, they can't do that. They can't just like black bag American legal permanent residents for being mean to Israel, a foreign nation. Oh, wait, they have been doing that, okay? Wait, I'm confused. Are you telling me that America, the American executive leadership, the White House could just single-handedly decide to strike a sovereign nation? Yes, the answer is technically no, but nobody gives a fuck. Nobody, especially when it comes to war. Democrats don't even give a fuck. Like, look at Joe Biden. Joe Biden literally bombed Yemen, okay? Did he get congressional approval for that? No, he didn't. It didn't matter. Trump did it as well in the first term, and Trump did it as well in the second term already. Again, bombing Yemen. There is no more, or Syria. There is no congressional approval. Ironically enough, Chuck Schumer a couple of weeks ago was calling Trump a pussy for not bombing Iran. Okay? He's like, oh, Taco Trump is doing a backdoor deal with Iran to allow them to continue enriching uranium for their nuclear power plants at the civilian level. That's unacceptable. Like, did we forget that? Look at how the New York Times framed it. President Trump, in a post on Truth Social during the G7 meeting in Canada, reiterated his suggestion that Iran had brought Israeli attacks on itself by not heeding his urging to sign a deal to end its nuclear program. What a shame. What a waste of human life, Trump wrote. Simply stated, Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I said it over and over again. Everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. During remarks to reporters about an hour earlier, Trump said he believed that Iran is basically at the negotiating table and that he wanted to make a deal. Trump deleted his tweet. Wait, what? No, he didn't. Also, why should any country ever trust the word of America ever again for the rest of time? Like, this is happening amidst a denuclearization agreement. Stop saying lies, by the way, that he deleted his tweet or whatever. He did not delete any of it. God damn it. This is so lame.
To the country's Ministry of Health. The IDF vowing their strikes will become...
I feel like a bunch of chatters are just like fucking making shit up. He didn't. It's still there. What? Yeah, it's still on his fucking page. What are you talking about? Dumb fucks. Why are you guys doing this?
Become even more intense. And Iran's president says that the country's response will escalate as well.
I'm going to start banning people.
We will continue to intensify our operations and, in doing so, strengthen our security for years to come. Defending our home front is a...
Yeah, if you keep, like, saying dumb shit while we're awaiting confirmation of whether or not America's, like, entering the fucking battle with offensive capabilities, if you do this, if you fucking post shit like this, I will ban you. Yeah, I saw the report. Yes, Trump refused to sign the de-escalation thing at the G7.
Critical component of this campaign.
We are by no means seeking to expand the war, but naturally, as our army, our powerful IRGC, and our dear people have shown, appropriate responses have been given so far. The more they try to escalate, naturally, the responses will become tougher and more severe. More innocent people may lose their lives.
CNN's chief international security correspondent, Nick Pate-Walsh, joining me live now from London. Nick, it's good to have you this morning. In your view here, where does President Trump fit into this as the escalation continues to grow? He seems to be both offering peace talks, but he also continues to back Israel. So where does this road to potential road for diplomacy land?
Yeah, I mean, it's been particularly opaque to work out exactly what the Trump administration wanted prior to this, and now it appears that they label these Israeli strikes as very successful. Exactly what they think their future position may end up being here. But President Trump, over the past hours, has said that the Iranians are talking, suggested that perhaps there could be a deal here. And I think for the moment now, while it appears that, as far as we know publicly, the United States is not materially involved in these Israeli strikes, that they may be holding themselves out as a potential off-ramp for some kind of diplomatic de-escalation here. Now, clearly, there were suggestions overnight too that an Israeli thought to kill the Iranian Supreme Leader, Ayatollah Khamenei, may have been something that was vetoed by the United States. And so there are suggestions potentially that the Trump administration is maybe trying to have it both ways, suggest they have some sense of control or veto power over exactly what Israel does, while at the same time aren't necessarily trying to call all the moves here. So Trump, I think, trying to have it both ways. There may be voices around him that are indeed suggesting that as Israel continues to take a remarkable, a devastating toll, frankly, not just on...
Genuine question, are people justifying backing Israel? I mean, if you ask the public, many people don't give a fuck about Israel. But if you ask politicians, when have they stopped backing Israel? If you ask the media, when have they stopped backing Israel? If anything, after 19 months of child holocaust that was live streamed, there was a brief moment where the media got a new permission structure to finally criticize Israel a little bit, only to have that completely fucking reset as soon as, what is it effing again? Mini F, tiny F? Okay, calm down everybody. Only to completely reset on that position as soon as Israel launched another fucking attack, this time against a sovereign nation with an actual with actual targeting and strike capabilities that can actually punish Israel and Israeli society from afar. We have yet to see the Iranian retaliation tonight, for the record. I know that they were saying that that was going to happen. A big retaliation was going to happen, and the fact that it hasn't happened could mean two things. That their capabilities are diminishing, or potentially that they were worried about the Trump statement as well.
On Iran's military, but according to Iranian officials, on Iranian civilians as well. Over 200 killed.
It's crazy though, because you reap what you sow. What do you mean? Brandon moment. What's crazy though is that, like, the fuck. I'm losing my mind a little bit. He's talking about Israel. I know he was talking about Israel. What's crazy is the idea that this is all about fucking denuclearization and getting Iran to the table is a lie. Okay? It has nothing to do with Iran getting fucking nukes. Does America not want Iran to get nukes? Of course. But the reason why America doesn't want Iran to get nukes is because then they can't dominate Iran. The same reason why Israel does not want Iran to get nukes. Not because they're going to fucking use it, but the threat of being able to use the nukes would make it impossible for Israel to bomb Tehran in the way that it is currently. Nuclear proliferation in the age of nukes simply means you get to have sovereignty. Okay? That's all this means. That's it. If Iran had nukes, Israel wouldn't get to fucking fly over and bomb Tehran like this. Because the simple threat of Iran deploying nukes to Israel would be enough for Israel to never behave like this. It would make the region a more stable region. That's why John Mersheimer also says this. Okay? That's it. Having said that, the conversation around like Iran denuclearization is bullshit. Okay? It's fucking bullshit. It's not about Iran denuclearization at all. They want to do forcible regime change in Iran, and they are not shying away from killing a fuck ton of civilians and engaging in direct military action against the incredibly densely populated capital of Iran to do so. Just like the hostages being released was not a real goal for Israel. Did we forget? That's just a talking point. The real goal was ethnic cleansing. Hostages, as long as they existed, could be used as a reason to do ethnic cleansing. And once the hostages were on the throes of being completely released, okay, because the remaining hostages are prisoners of war. They're IDF soldiers that were captured. Now, Israel doesn't even talk about the fucking hostages. They're there. They don't give a fuck. They're still doing ethnic cleansing. The conversation has completely gone away. I wonder why. Because it had nothing to do with releasing the hostages or the prisoners of war at all. It had everything to do with ethnically cleansing the Gaza Strip and completely dominating Gaza Strip and reoccupying the Gaza Strip. Just like Iran can't have nukes is a bullshit fucking reason. The real goal here is to dominate the Iranian public and destabilize it permanently, decapitate its leadership, and then put forth a puppet that they can control. Okay? I can't believe motherfuckers still go, bro, Hamas killed the hostages. Israel killed more hostages than Hamas has. What are you talking about? Israel is the fucking, Israel is the responsible party here. Watching Israel's Channel 12 News now, excitedly reporting about a new series of explosions in Tehran and the insane evacuation order Trump posted. They talk as if everything's already over and the Iranian regime is crumbling, the military's finished, and the Iranian public root for Israel, and very soon total victory will come. It's impossible to distinguish anymore between delusions and reality. There is no way Trump actually posted this. Please tell me. Somebody please explain to Kooky Tucker Carlson that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. I'm Brian Kill Me. Is this actually real? Is this a real tweet? This is a real fucking tweet from Donald Trump. Donald Trump actually tweeted amidst a demand for full evacuation of a densely populated city, telling the civilians of Tehran to immediately evacuate, threatening to bomb Tehran into oblivion. He turned around and tweeted about how Tucker Carlson is wrong. Iran can't have a nuclear weapon. Oh my God. Clown country. Utter clown show. Complete clown country. It's a F. Little F happened. Frame drop. I know. I know. There's some frame. It's patchy. It's patchy. It's a little bit of frame drops taking place. Tehran, 15 million metro area. Los Angeles, 13 million metro area. Exactly. Iran's been on the brink of having nukes since 1993 when Netanyahu, a young minister of the Knesset, wrote they could acquire a bomb by 1999. Frankly, the goal of regime change, I think, is no more the primary goal here than it was in Iraq. The sake of the war is war. It brings Israeli society together and it remobilizes American military support. While the government stays in power and the region continues to suffer, like I've said 100 times, is a reset button. No, it's not just a reset button. The sake of blowing up Iran and this final solution against Iran is to envision a different Middle East. Iran is the final spoiler against American ambition. of full domination over this oil-rich region. If it doesn't happen tomorrow, if it doesn't happen today, it was bound to happen in, I don't know, the next fucking 10 years. Another Trump post. Tucker Carlson says in his newsletter that Trump is complicit in an act of war. Many in Trump's MAGA movement are not happy. A big chunk of them are isolationists who believe Trump would end all wars. Another chunk is anti-Israel. Tucker Carlson, this could be the final newsletter before an all-out war. U.S. says it was not involved. That's not true. Trump is complicit in an act of war. America first means many great things, including the fact that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. Make America great again. I'm sorry. Like, why are you even entertaining some fucking MAGA base that's gonna get mad at you for bombing Iran, dude? What the fuck is going on? This is our fucking president. This is our future. This is our past. This is what we are living through. It's like, this is the possible lamest way to go into World War III. Joe Rogan, regular, apologizes for supporting Trump, calls for impeachment. Oh, Dave Smith. Comedian and frequent Joe Rogan guest Dave Smith has apologized for supporting President Donald Trump and is now calling for his impeachment. Watch the video on this. They feature you. Adjacent, maybe. They organically found themselves in this space, and I think the Republican Party took advantage of that very well. That same ecosystem doesn't exist on the left. It's not necessarily flooding the market with like a bunch of liberals, like, oh, if we had like 8 more Pod Save Americas that kind of look like me, for example, like more bro-y, right, then that would be fine. It's like, no, you can't podcast your way out of this problem. There was a list that looked at who had the top like election night coverage, who had the most views, and that list was populated exclusively by right-wingers except for me. So I'm out there. I'm here. But obviously, I'm not directly aligned with the top of the ticket or with many of the establishment Democrats and their attitude towards consistently and stubbornly defending third-way neoliberalism. There is a divide here that does not exist within the Republican base of support that will develop a relatively conservative audience. So I think this is an issue that has to be solved top-down. I think first, it's not about like 10 more podcasters or 20 more liberal podcasters. I think it's more so about the Democratic Party looking within and doing. Israel's using this as a reset button as well. It's not an accident that this was done right before the conference for Europe to recognize Palestine. Israel's trying to use Iran's pariah status among global powers to gain trust and support and stymie the growth of pro-Palestinian sentiment and policy. No, because the conference recognizing Palestine is meaningless. Like Ireland recognized Palestinian statehood a long time ago, and they still can't even fucking do BDS against Israel. So that part is just like, that's all messaging, that's all fucking bullshit. The reason why Netanyahu fucking pulled the trigger was because he was worried about internal conflict that would basically make it impossible for them to do this. And who knows when Israel would get the second chance of going after Iran. This is right after all of the Iranian proxies have been diminished, with the exception of, I guess, Yemen. All of the Iranian proxies have been either decapitated, like Hezbollah, and have been diminished in their capacity. The logistical hub of Syria is gone. There's no way for Iran to surround Israel or present a serious threat to Israel beyond lobbing missiles from fucking Iran directly towards Israel, which is still fairly consequential. And I think these guys have actually miscalculated. Like, I think Israel thought that they would be able to withstand Iranian attacks, or maybe even take over Iranian capabilities fairly quickly, take out Iranian capabilities fairly quickly. Having said that, however, I think the real reason why they did this now was because if the Knesset dissolved due to not having enough soldiers to continue doing baby cleansing in fucking Gaza, and therefore trying to bring the Haredi population to conscript them forcibly, the Knesset was destined to dissolve. And if that were to happen, they would never be able to take advantage of this current best opportunity to strike Iran. That's what I think. Maybe I'm wrong, but that is my assessment. Yeah, President Trump is leaving the G7 summit early, by the way, which is, again, not good news. President Trump is leaving the G7 summit early and will return to DC tonight. I think it is pretty funny, however, that the way that this is being done, like the consent being manufactured against Iran, is fucking identical to invading Iraq. Like, it is literally identical. The actors are the fucking same. Benjamin Netanyahu is still saying the same shit, but this time he changed like 2 letters. Okay. How crazy? I guess not 2, 1 letter. I agree with you 100% that the timing here is just right for Netanyahu to eliminate Iran as the head of this axis. My point is that while Bibi doesn't want a difficult war, I think he wants a long one. I mean, sure. I don't think... yeah, 1 letter, not 2. Anyway, President Trump, Caroline Leva says, President Trump had a great day at the G7, even signing a major trade deal with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Much was accomplished, but because of what's going on in the Middle East, President Trump will be leaving tonight after a dinner with heads of state. Reads like a daycare report card. Here's the full warning from the IRGC to Israel. Yeah, I saw this. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps warns and orders the evacuation of cities. I mean, this is so stupid. In the coming hours, the IRGC Aerospace Force will carry out precise attack against occupied territories. Any city, facility, or center within the occupied territories will be considered a legitimate target. You must evacuate the cities immediately. Okay, this also features the Gaza Strip and even the fucking Golan Heights. What is this? What is this fucking stupid ass? Yeah, they're using the Greater Israel map. Nowhere is safe. We are going to bomb the West Bank. We are going to bomb Golan Heights. We are going to bomb the Gaza Strip. It's our time. Sadly, it looks like I was right. Trump set to launch neocon regime change war against Iran on behalf of Israel. He's done nothing to explain his actions to the American public or even his base because he can't. He's forcing Americans to fight Israel's war because he's owned. A gigantic U.S. Air Force deployment is currently underway. This is from yesterday. With over 20 aerial refueling tankers moving across the ocean, along with many more military assets, as Netanyahu pushes Trump to join Israel's war on Iran. I'm certain that Trump does not want the U.S. directly engaged in the war, that he fantasized about winning a Nobel Peace Prize by ending it, and that in any case, he's too mentally lazy to manage such a conflict. I don't think so. Because if he wanted a Nobel Peace Prize, he could have literally gotten one by telling Benjamin Netanyahu to stop the genocide. And he never did. It is also clear that his base has no desire to fight any neocon war of choice for Israel. America's first influencers like Tucker Carlson and MTG are now escalating their opposition because they know that will sabotage what's left of Trump's domestic agenda. But this is the most Brandonized presidency. This is the most Brandonized presidency of all time. This is full Brandon. Trump is going full Brandon. Basically fucking sleepwalking into more genocide in Gaza, and also an even further escalation of conflict in the fucking region. This is literally full Brandonization. This is it. Guy who came on, Brandon, what did he do? He ran against Trump saying he was the reasonable foreign policy leader. He won. He said he was going to be the adult in the room. Many people forgot this because of the last year of Brandonization, but quite literally, Joe Biden won the presidency in 2020 because he was supposed to be the adult in the room and bring back all of our allies. Okay? And he did the opposite. His administration was so damaging to the entire premise of the international rule-based order. There was no more international rules or laws. It was over, especially because of the glaring hypocrisy that even the dumbest fucking person could see between the way that we moved against Russia versus the way that we moved with Israel. That was huge. Those two things happening in the same leadership made it impossible to fucking hide and say, oh, well, this is like two different political parties and the way that they fucking react to situations are different. Like, it was over at that point, right? And then Trump came in, and what did he say? He said he was going to be the peace president. He said he was going to actually end the wars. Day one, he said. He ran against the Brandon regime and Kamala Harris specifically by claiming that he was a fucking peaceful dove, claiming that he was going to end the wars. It was going to be done with it. No more unnecessary wars, I say. I'm going to end both Ukraine and Russia day one, and I'm going to end the Israel-Palestine situation day one, okay? That's what he fucking said. What has happened since then? More war. No, nothing has ended. I'm willing to entertain how much more difficult it is to navigate through Ukraine and Russia because Russia is the responsible party for the invasion and it's a foreign adversary. But with Israel, the ethnic cleansing campaign could have stopped. He has all the fucking power. You know how he says, you have no cards. You have no cards to Zelensky. He has all the cards with Israel. He could say that to everything Trump said to Zelensky. He could have literally said to Benjamin Netanyahu. The humiliation that he put Zelensky through, he could have absolutely put Benjamin Netanyahu through 100%. He could have done that, but he didn't. He didn't do that at all because he also is a part of the uniparty strategy. Now we're getting double the fucking war. Full Brandonization, baby. Full fucking Brandon. Now we got fucking tankers and refueling ships. Refueling planes flying in the region. And it feels like there's another aircraft carrier that's moving in that direction too. Here's Representative Fine. God, I hate this fucking piece of shit. Randy Fine is one of the biggest monstrous pieces of shits out there. Thank you, POTUS. Bombs away. Iranian air defenses were activated in the city of Masjid Suleiman, Khuzestan. What is this letthemfight.gif? I mean, it's not even a let them fight type situation. Like, I think it's crazy that, I mean, there's just, Vice President J.D. Vance declares, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to, at the U.S. Army's 250th anniversary military parade in Washington, D.C.
And so to our soldiers, we're so proud of you, and let me tell you that the way that we honor and respect you is, number one, we never ask you to go to war unless you absolutely have to, and number two, when we do ask you to go to war, we give you the weapons and the support needed to kick the hell out of the enemy and come back home safely.
The gunshots that we heard weren't gunshots. It was anti-aircraft battery, I think. Imagine John Bolton's probably pretty sad that he didn't get to be a part of this. No, I don't think he cares. He's still nutting. He's still firing off the nuts. He doesn't have to directly be involved. You know what I mean? This is his baby coming to fruition. Here, let's hear from the Democrats on this.
Global. Continue our conversation right now. Brett McGurk is joining us.
Brett McGurk is a responsible party for the Brandon
White House coordinator.
What is happening? Brett McGurk is a responsible party for Brandon's Israel defense.
Global affairs analyst. And
let's see what he has to say about the Trump administration. I'm sure he's got a lot of smoke for them.
Middle East and North Africa. We're seeing Iranian missiles hit central Tel Aviv and Haifa, for that matter, as well, going after oil refinery projects in Haifa. Where do you see all this going?
I think if it comes back to one question, Fordo. Fordo is the deeply underground nuclear enrichment facility buried into a mountain about a half-mile underground. That is something the United States can take out. It's something the Israelis will have a lot of difficulty doing. If this ends with Fordo intact, you could actually have a worse problem. You could have Iran more inclined to go to nuclear weapon, and they have that infrastructure intact.
Wait a minute. Wait, I'm so confused. Everyone keeps yelling at me saying that the Democrats would be very different than Donald Trump on this issue. This is so weird. Here is the former White House coordinator for the MENA region, Brett McGurk, who I believe famously told Israel to strike Lebanon now. Huh. Wait. Huh. But I thought foreign policy wasn't fucking uniparty. What's going on? This is Brandon's guy. This is the guy who was the prime guy. This was basically the fucking Steve Witkoff, more than Anthony Blinken. Actually, ironically enough, Marco Rubio and Anthony Blinken would be the analog here, and Steve Witkoff and Brett McGurk would be the analog between Trump and Brandon. So why is the Steve Witkoff of the Biden administration on CNN in line with the Trump administration's militancy?
Two ways to deal with Fordo. Number one, a diplomatic deal. I think if the Iranian Foreign Minister Abbas Araghchi called Steve Witkoff, President Trump's envoy, tomorrow or today, and said, hey, let's sit down on the deal you put down a month ago. Remember, the U.S. put down a deal a month ago to basically get rid of the risk of an Iranian nuclear weapon. I think that this war would stop. The second way to take out Fordo is a military operation.
Wow, that's even better. Fordo is the Iranian deep underground nuclear facility. Israel currently does not have the tech to be able to bomb it. It can't, their bombs simply do not reach that deep. Okay, America is one of the only allied countries to Israel that has the Moab style bunker buster bombs that they could potentially deploy to blow it up. They need a B-2 bomber. And it's weird because here you have Biden's got, even for the record, like, even it's not a guarantee that even like American munitions could actually hit it. Open presents, thank you for the 50 big ones, the 50 bones. Okay, it is super deep underground. The earth still reigns supreme when it comes to withstanding explosive ordnance. Okay, so I'm confused because everyone keeps saying that this straw manning is where the left loses me. This straw manning, I heard this. Who said the Democrats are different on this issue? Who said that? We said domestic. Have you ever heard me say that the Democrats are in lockstep with the Republicans on domestic? No, I always say the Democrats follow the past 4 years of the Republican administration. They're marginally better on domestic issues. That's not a straw man, dumb fuck. There are plenty of people who have been yelling at me since the beginning of this administration every single fucking day, every single goddamn day, about how the Democrats and Republicans are not uniparty. Ironically enough, the Obama plan is one of the few instances that I point to talk about how the Democrats actually, if left to the rest of the Democrats, they wouldn't have ever continued with the Obama plan. But yes, the Obama denuclearization agreement was good. That is the signature accomplishment of the Obama administration. I've said that. So you're wrong? Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. No, I'm not wrong about the uniparty. Chuck Schumer was against the fucking denuclearization agreement, you dumbass. The fuck are you talking about? There are going to be every now and then some differences, but ultimately it is directionally the same, okay? You are so fucking stupid. You literally just said, I heard this. Who said the Democrats were different on this issue? And then went, well, what about Obama's plan? Where is Obama's plan? It's gone. Why didn't Biden bring it back? Biden was Obama's vice president. Why didn't Joseph Robinette Brandon bring back the Iran denuclearization agreement? Because of Trump? Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize for the first 3 fucking years of the Biden administration, Donald Trump was actually running for president. Because of Trump? He couldn't? There were no relations? That's not true. That's fucking bullshit. You are wrong. Biden even hired some of the same people that Obama had initially to restart talks with Iran. Why didn't they follow through on it? Trump destroyed our ability to negotiate. Oh, get the fuck out of here, dude. So why is Biden's fucking literal MENA region director, who was responsible for their entire Middle Eastern operations, over here saying we gotta bomb Fordo then? Is that also because of Trump? Is that also because of Trump? What's going on? Some of you guys will move the goalposts wildly, will swing it around wildly with the hopes of defending the least popular party in this country, less popular than even the Republicans, and the Republicans are also deeply unpopular. I don't understand why. Do you work for the Democratic Party? Is this what your job relies on? Do you get fucking pay stubs? Like, what is happening here? It doesn't make sense. What is this defense of a falsehood? You sound like a fucking QAnon supporter. Nope, my family's being deported. My family's being hurt. Dude, don't ever fucking come in here and act like I haven't been screaming about the Democrats and their refusal to fucking defend undocumented migrants when Kamala Harris literally repackaged the fucking 2020 Trump campaign, basically adopting the right-wing framework that migrants were actually a criminal element in this country that needed to be forcibly removed. That's what the Democrats did for your family. So go fucking yell at them instead of trying to yell at me, you dumb fuck. God damn. She would have taken their work visas? Maybe. Maybe. Do you really want to use your fucking family's work visas as a own here in this circumstance to go to one of the fucking only outlets that is defending unconditionally undocumented migrants? Really? I'm your enemy, huh? The Democrats, they're your friends. I'm your fucking enemy for yelling at the Democrats for not even fucking protecting the migrants. You are so fucking stupid and so fucking brain broken, dude. Go take it up with the rest of the fucking libtards in your stupid fucking circles that you spend time in online that celebrate, that salivate at the notion of, well, you know, they deserve it. They deserve it. They didn't sufficiently vote for Kamala Harris. Nope, you're wrong here. Oh my God. Oh my God, we deserve everything that's coming for us. I swear to God, we all deserve it. Fuck. I'm in my office helping with the immigration. I see the pain. Yeah, you see the pain. Make sure you figure out whether or not the people whose families have been sufficiently in support of Kamala Harris next time you're fucking processing someone's like deportation order, trying to fight against that, okay? Because if they have immediate family members that have fucking voted for Donald Trump, you should probably allow them to be expeditiously deported instead of fucking defending them then. I don't do that, which is the straw man. I don't know what you fucking do. All I can say is you are so firmly committed and invested to defending the Democratic Party that you move the goalpost to immigration, which again is a fucking weakness for the Democrats. And it's only a weakness because they never defended migrants, because they don't give a fuck about the migrants beyond a talking point. And the quicker you as an independent voter realize that and demand change from your own fucking elected representatives instead of coming to a fucking person who actually does have a real commitment to fucking defending migrants, the better this will be for you, the more productive it will be for you, you stupid fucking moron. Democrats are also responsible for all of the fucking awfulness that migrants are experiencing right now. They normalize this sentiment. I've been begging since 2021 for the Biden administration to actually develop a counter message to get ahead of this problem before the Republicans use it. I've been saying it for the past 10 years, but especially detailing exactly how things were going to unfold for migrants if the Biden administration didn't quickly follow through on their fucking promises of amnesty for migrants, keeping them in undocumented limbo instead of keeping them in undocumented limbo, to actually go after and tackle this problem and counter message aggressively. And they didn't do that. And what did they do instead? Waited out 3 fucking years, allowed this problem to fucking fester, allow the Republicans to message about how migrants are fucking eating cats and dogs, like your Haitian relatives are eating cats and dogs, is what the Republicans said in order to win the election. And the Democrats, even at that point, couldn't turn around and be like, this is insane. This is not true. That migrants are not actually responsible for crimes in this country. Okay? Holy fuck. If you cannot at this point realize that when the counterbalance, the counter message, and the counter mechanism that is supposed to be in place against growing fascism in this country is the Democratic Party, and they've dropped the ball in spectacular fashion when it comes to every single issue, including but not limited to even migrants, turning around and basically admitting that the Republicans are right and that the migrants do constitute a national security threat, which is exactly what the Democrats did. October 6th is when Biden came out, before October 7th, one day before October 7th, Biden came out and said, we are also going to build a right-wing, we're going to build the wall, we're going to build a right-wing piece of legislation to combat the crimes that migrants are committing in this country. That was fucking bullshit. That was never real, but they conceded on the right-wing framing. And a big part of the reason why this issue became a 60-40 issue, 60% in favor of fucking mass deportation as opposed to amnesty, was because the Democrats also admitted on their side that this was actually a real national security problem for the first time ever. In contemporary Democratic Party history, for the first time ever, Democrats literally came out and said, undocumented migrants are actually constituting a fucking national security problem. They gave ground but wouldn't take work visas. You are such a fucking moron, dude. You are such a fucking donkey. Who gives a fuck if the Democrats would offer temporary work visas while simultaneously literally admitting a falsehood that the Republicans had presented, that they are actually a fucking national security threat? They are pushing the needle in the direction of mass deportation, and the Democrats are not fighting against it. So of course Americans are going to start believing that they are actually fucking criminals. This is my point. Also, you said you're Haitian. I don't know if you're also Haitians, or if you're Haitian or you're working with Haitians in the office of I don't know, I guess you're an immigrant attorney, but I doubt that you're a fucking immigration attorney. If you were an immigration attorney, you wouldn't even be fucking angry at me. You'd be angry at the Democrats altogether. What the fuck is this? That's not a leap. I've never met a libbed up immigration attorney that doesn't actually fucking criticize the Democrats and their failures on migration. Maybe you are the one fucking person. Anyway, I'm done with you. Suck my dick. Yeah, Biden was so good on the Haitian migrants, remember? Actually, you know what? I'm gonna unban that person because I wanted them to address this shit too. What was the fucking account username? Chat.
So what he has asked all of us to convey clearly to people who are understandably have questions, are passionate, are concerned, as we are about the images that we have seen. The Secretary also conveyed to civil rights leaders earlier this morning that we would no longer be using horses.
I unbanned them.
Dude, thank God. It was the horsies. That was the big problem, not our white nativist immigration policies. It was the fucking horses. We're gonna punish the person for using the reins as a whip because that's unacceptable protocol. Like, well, maybe you're missing the forest for the trees there a little bit. It's not that people are just upset about like endangering people by using horses and whips, which is
4 years ago.
It's definitely a bad part of it, but that's just the tip of the iceberg. The real good stuff is the horrifying immigration policy that dictates that, you know, 690,000 people that were seeking asylum were purged from this country without allowing their due process, without allowing them an opportunity to get legal paperwork done so they can even fucking try to seek asylum here. Okay, that's the issue. Not just the horses, it's not just the whips. This is not a W, all right? I'm sick and tired of this bullshit.
Many of the 15,000 migrants have been deported to their native Haiti, but sources tell CBS News more than 1,000 have been allowed into the U.S. to ask for asylum. The governor of Texas has been using a line of police cars to keep the migrants out.
More than 1,400 Haitians have been deported since Sunday. Meanwhile, in Washington, members of the Congressional Black Caucus met with White House officials demanding accountability for what they consider the mistreatment of migrants.
We witnessed cowboys with their reins again whipping black people, Haitians.
What's your take on this? What do you think? What do you think my take?
He wasn't perfect. He did go hard after undocumented. Point was documented. People who did everything right, saved in Haiti for years with no money. Trump going after documented is crazy, even don't know how to navigate most cases. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind. Are you so stupid that you don't understand that Joe Biden not fucking offering proper authorization and clearance to those people and instead actually acting as though they deserve to be purged from the fucking ranks of this country is exactly in line and allowed the Trump administration to increase the fucking rhetoric, to literally fucking increase the intensity. That's the whole point. If you're a fucking immigration attorney, you know the difference between an undocumented migrant and a documented migrant is just documentation. How dare you fucking come in here and try to yell at me over this? This is my fucking #1 issue, you stupid fucking moron. Exactly? What do you mean exactly? What do you mean exactly? The fuck is wrong with you? You just admitted that the Biden administration was going hard after undocumented migrants. God damn, you are so dog shit at your fucking job, dude. Holy fuck. I'm gonna come to your fucking office and do the proper clearance and the proper paperwork instead of you. Holy fuck. You didn't go against that? What are you talking about? You're coming in here telling me how to do my fucking job. Clearly, you don't even do your job right. How about you worry about your own fucking job, stupid? Imagine trying to fucking rage bait me over immigration as an immigration paralegal or whatever the fuck you do, seemingly, while defending the fucking liberal administration's idiotic white nativist policies. The fuck is wrong with you? Rage bait Lamau. Okay, suck my fucking dick. Now you admit that you were rage baiting me. I'm glad you got your fucking rocks off, moron. Incredible stuff. I'm a fucking immigration attorney, but I think the Democratic Party made a lot of mistakes with immigration, but are actually still really fucking good. I'm an immigration attorney, but I'm here to fucking trick you by behaving like a fucking moron. New Chinese embassy update. We urge our citizens to leave Israel via land towards Jordan as soon as possible. What the fuck? There's Chinese people in Israel. Yeah, Trump wants everyone in the Situation Room when he arrives at the White House tonight. I just didn't expect there to be Chinese people in Israel. Dems never sponsored a bill that would change the immigration process. They just lived in the House Trump bill. Not only that, but they also literally repackaged the Trump administration's anti-migrant bill from 2020 and then presented it as their own, and then also admitted that Trump's false smears about undocumented migrants constituting a criminal element of this country was real. That admission alone played a prominent role in people generating this like reactionary white nativist sentiment within the ranks of the Democratic Party. I watched Chinese people in Bilibili doing a vlog of the strikes yesterday in Tel Aviv. Yeah, no, it's the meme. I'm saying no, it's fine. I just didn't expect them to be Chinese. Anyway. Fox News keeps pushing that only U.S. can take out Ford Al. Maybe they're lying. Maybe Israel has a weapon as well that America gave it or something. I don't fucking know anymore. Ay. Dems in 2023, no more kids in cages. You misheard. It's no more kids in cages. Yeah. Some of the recent major strikes from Iran. Wait, is this new? I don't believe this. This is happening right now. This is old, probably. This is old footage, chatter. I feel like there would be more of a hubbub. By the way, notice how we moved on from, of course, America's uniparty when it comes to Israel to actually, of course, Biden was really bad to undocumented migrants. Like, that person is such an indecent, immoral charlatan who openly admitted that they were just rage baiting and didn't even do a good enough fucking job with it. Democrats are that bad that even if you move the fucking goalpost, they're still bad on whatever fucking new goal that you move the post to. That's how bad they are. Don't ever come in here and fucking defend the Democrats ever again, unless they do something good, at which point you won't have to defend them. I'll be defending them. I'll be the first to defend them. Stupid loser.
A meeting scheduled for tomorrow, including a meeting, I should note, with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky as well, and on that list of everything that these leaders were going to talk about. But the White House has decided to cut this trip short so the president can return to Washington tonight, citing exactly what is happening inside the Middle East. We've talked to officials about the president's post on Truth Social earlier that everyone who lives in Tehran should evacuate. Obviously, that is millions of people, Anderson, and a quite urgent warning from the president of the United States. One official said it just reflected the reality of the situation of trying to get Iran to the table as they are trying to sort this out, with the president still voicing confidence that some kind of deal with Iran could be made.
They aren't baiting. They're Kamala or busters. They just repeated rage bait because you said it. Okay, now I want to fucking unban them so I can rip into them even more. If that person is unironically a Kamala or buster, oh my God. There's such a thing. I cannot believe there is literally a thing There are actually Kamala or busters out here. Like, there's still people who ride for fucking Mamala. Oh my God.
Carrier movement as they're basically posturing
Makes sense
to
how
make sure they're
stupid they were
protecting
arguing.
U.S. forces who are in the region right now. I will note one person who's here on the trip with President Trump is the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. I'm told he's been briefing him throughout the day on the latest and the updates that we've been seeing. And the president has also had several conversations with the Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. And so everyone is watching, obviously, what is happening in the Middle East and also why the president's cutting his trip short, his trip here early short is making such a difference and what that means about what's next.
Yeah. Caitlin, we'll see you at the top of the hour on The Source. Coming up next right now, CNN Chief International Correspondent Clarissa Ward in Israel. She's at Tel Aviv's largest hospital. Clarissa, how are Israel's defenses, first of all, holding up against the latest Iranian retaliation?
Well, there had been the expectation that tonight was going to see some heavy activity because we had heard from Iranian state
I think these people have no capacity to like analyze the world as events are unfolding without trying to get a fucking own. This is inherently reactionary. Okay? This is inherently a reactionary approach to politics where you have to envision a stupid person that is your enemy that you must own at all fucking costs. Like, you have no substance to your commentary, you have no worldview, you are just simply moving along with the I told you so narratives. If you want to be on the right side of history and constantly tell people in the smarmiest ways possible I told you so, become a fucking leftist, okay? You shouldn't do that regardless, but trust me, you'll have plenty of I told you so opportunities, you fucking morons. Oh my God, it's so crazy, the idea that like, well, imagine if we had Harris right now, we wouldn't be in war, is so fucking stupid when you have literally every Democrat saying we want more bloodshed in the Middle East. Every top Democrat, including former top Democrats who work with the Biden administration, including Kamala Harris's own foreign policy apparatus, coming out and being like, we would actually defend Israel harder. If we have the opportunity, give us the opportunity, we'd be so hard defending Israel right now. And these fucking morons still go, Kamala would have never done this. Let it go. Let it go. Drop it, please. I don't want to argue with dipshits that have this kind of opinion right now in this like time of unprecedented danger that Kamala Harris would certainly also be on board with. Waltz was significantly more progressive than Kamala. Murat! Fuck!
The nuclear
Jesus Christ,
that they're working with, that remains, and unless the U.S. is involved, it's a real question whether or not they can actually take out both of these Iranian nuclear facilities.
And it's interesting, Henderson, you know, when you talk to people here about the possibility. I swear to
God, he's a fucking aerospace engineer, but he has the IQ of a fucking plankton, dude. He opens the door and revs the engine to his fucking dual sport, literally outside of the fucking house, like right next to me. I can smell the fucking fumes. I'm losing my fucking mind. I don't know why he has to always use industrial equipment or loud sounding fucking motorbikes right next to me with the fucking door open.
Progress has already been made in that endeavor. But if the objective is to completely dismantle it, to ensure that it can never be resurrected, that seems to indicate that regime change is really the desired outcome here. Not clear how that would transpire or what that would look like, but certainly that is raising a lot of anxiety, Anderson, across this entire region.
And Clarissa Ward, thanks very much. We're going to check back in with you later on in this hour. I want to get perspective now from CNN Global Affairs analyst Brett McGurk, former Middle East and North Africa coordinator for the National Security Council, also retired U.S. Army Colonel Pete Mansour, senior fellow at the Mershon Center for International Security Studies at Ohio State University. Colonel, first of all, what's your read on the president's social media post calling for the evacuation of Tehran? Do you think that is an indication that the United States is going to get directly involved in this?
It certainly seems that way. You know, I didn't really think the United States would get involved unless it was attacked in the region by Iran. But
with the president returning a day early from the G7, there's really no reason for him to do that if he's just monitoring the situation. He can do that up in Calgary. So I think this may be tipping the hand that the United States might weigh in a military sense to complete the job that the Israelis have started.
Brett, do you agree with that, that this seems to be an indication of something?
That's Brett McGurk.
I think there's two things going on here, Anderson, and both are linked. I think we are moving our military assets into place to be able to do a strike into Iran, particularly to take out that Fordo facility deeply underground, something really only the U.S. can do. But secondly, there's still an off-ramp on diplomacy. This is coercive diplomacy, what you're seeing.
Oh, dude,
Basically, the White House believes they put a deal down to the Iranians about 6 weeks ago that it's a good, fair deal. The Iranians really never responded to that. In fact, they escalated their program in response to that. And basically, I think the view is if Abbas Araghchi, the foreign minister of Iran, calls Steve Witkoff, who is President Trump's envoy, and says, you know what, I re-looked at the deal you put down, I'm ready to take it, that's the off-ramp. If Iran does not do that, I think we're actually, it seems like the U.S. is putting everything in place to get directly involved militarily. One way or the other is very clear here. I think Iran cannot be left at the end of this with that enrichment program in place at Fordo. Natanz is the other one. The Israelis have hit that. And then you have the conversion facility. This is part of the fuel cycle at Esfahan, which has also been hit. But Fordo, that is the key. And if you don't dismantle Fordo at the end of this, as you said, Anderson, not only does Iran have the know-how, they have an underground facility with about 10 cascades of very advanced centrifuges, and then you're kind of in an even worse position. So this is really coming to a head fast. It's unprecedented. If anybody says they know where this is going, they don't know what they're talking about. But I see putting military pieces in place, that's smart, as you have a diplomatic off-ramp. So, you know, let's hope Iran decides to take that off-ramp. Otherwise, I think we're possibly looking to an American strike at Fordo.
Colonel, do you have a sense of how long it takes to get U.S. assets in place? I mean, we're talking about, you know, battleships and other assets.
Well, we're really talking B-2 bombers and other aircraft like the B-1 that can carry the kind of weapons that could penetrate the mountain at Fordow and destroy it. You know, some of those systems are already in place. They're at Diego Garcia in the Indian Ocean. They're at Qatar, and they can fly from Whiteman Air Force Base in Missouri, for that matter. So we have the capability now to strike Fordow. It's just a matter of giving the word.
Brett, as we said, Tehran is home to more than 9 million people. Obviously, a complete evacuation of a city of 9 million people is a difficult thing, particularly if there's you know, incoming fire. And at the same time, we heard from Israel, from Netanyahu, the idea of Iranians rising up and overthrowing.
No, he escaped on a motorcycle.
That seems a difficult. I mean, obviously, we've seen demonstrations before. There's clearly a lot of animus toward the regime, a lot of dissatisfaction. There's a lot of different ethnic groups as well. But rising up while under bombardment, that seems a contradictory thing.
No, if I were advising the president, I would say you got to keep the Israelis, avoid mission creep here. The declared objectives of the Israelis are the nuclear program and the missile program. If by taking those out, you wind up with a regime change scenario, that's one thing.
Guys, there's a lot of diversity of opinion here.
Regime change.
I'm looking
at Pete
on the fucking CNN panel.
I would not try to go down that road. Keep the mission focused. Align your ends and means.
Big diversity in the panel here. How much do we bomb Iran?
Mission creep scenario. You get into massive unintended consequences. Don't know where that's going. I think you want to have an endpoint. Again, align the military resources. Have a diplomatic off-ramp. I can see that's what the White House here is trying to do, but it's very unclear where this is heading tonight.
Colonel, you would agree with that, given experiences in Iraq and other places. Regime change should not be, in your estimation, part of.
He told me he had headphones on, so he couldn't hear me.
It's going to take a long time.
He had AirPods in, so he couldn't hear me yelling at him.
Iranian people to rise up, but they're leaving the one city that matters. If they're going to rise up, it's going to take months or years before that happens. If there's to be regime change in Iran today, it's going to have to come from within in some sort of coup. And I don't think the Iranian Revolutionary Guards are going to assassinate the Ayatollah. So I agree with Ambassador McGurk. You know, stay on target, destroy the nuclear program and the missile program, and then you've defanged Iran, and you've already defanged its proxies around the region, and then the region is in a much better position going forward.
Peter Mansour, Colonel, thank you very much. Brett McGurk as well. More now on the kind of day this has been. Your CNN's Nick Payton-Walsh with that.
Mid-broadcast, the conflict came to the...
What the fuck? Calling for a military coup on CNN? Yeah, I mean, Americans are the... This makes sense. This is how America is. Are we unironically talking about assassinating the head of state of another country? Yes. Yes. They are. Like, they're also fantasizing about, like, the Iranians moving to the mountainside away from Tehran only to return to fucking do regime change. I've always said Fox News is for domestic suppression and CNN is for imperialism. I mean, Fox News is also for imperialism. They're all priming for war. Trump was elected for moments like this. Fantastic. Dude, one of the grossest things is like seeing all these fucking douchebags who talked a big game about how Trump was going to be a fucking peaceful dove, running around and now being like, well, I guess we're going to war, boys. I guess we're going to fucking war, boys. It's like, didn't you say you were voting for Trump because he was a fucking peaceful dove? Isn't that what happened? Oh, Kamala's going to send us on gay wars. Trump, on the other hand, is going to send us on straight wars. He's going to send us on wars, not in a gay way. I'm horny now. I'm horny for war now. God damn it, dude. Fuck. The Middle East don't count. No, they were actively shitting on Kamala Harris, being like Kamala Harris is a fucking war hawk. Trump, on the other hand, is a peaceful dove. This is why I get so... I think this is part of the reason why I get so mad at dumb fucks that say shit like this. You know what I mean? That people that go, oh, the Democrats wouldn't be putting us in this mess. It's like, the Democrats put us in this mess. What are you talking about? I don't care. I don't care what party representation someone has, as long as they're like actually actively anti-war. Like, it's so fucking annoying. Will President Trump destroy MAGA by going to war with Iran? Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. God damn, Open Presence has been fucking going crazy in the chat. Trump campaign uses this picture a lot. It was a huge part. Yeah. Pro peace ticket. I think it really might happen. My dad is in the ICU. My active duty brother was in the midst of arranging to come home and be with us. Now he's been radio silent for 5 hours. Oh, yeah. I have no, like, I have, God, I hate these fucking losers. I hate all of these fucking dumbass Trump supporting losers who literally are like, oh my God, Trump is going to get out of all these wars. He said he's going to end both Ukraine day one, end Ukraine and Russia, end fucking Israel, Gaza, Israel, Palestine, Israel, Hamas, whatever you want to fucking call it. He's going to end it all. He's pro-peace. So fucking stupid. Trump ran against Hillary Clinton successfully by positioning himself as against the Iraq war. That was a bad war. It was a shitty war. We should have never entertained it. We lied to go into it. Okay, now the guy that said the same things about Iraq is saying the same things about Iran, and you're on board. You know? Will the base realize this? Probably not, because they're fucking cultish losers. But it seems like we have the same level of cultish fucking morons on our side too, on the Democratic side too. Liz Frieden, Fox News Pentagon. The U.S. is not striking Iran and remains in a defensive posture, a U.S. official tells Fox News. Yet. Yeah, CNN continues to promote Middle East announcements from Biden aide Brett McGurk, who directed U.S. support for bloodshed, strategic drift in Gaza and Lebanon. He now says the U.S. can reach a diplomatic outcome by moving towards direct involvement versus Iran alongside Israel. McGurk's role in the venture capital firm called Lux Capital that seems focused on expanding its influence in the Middle East, his founder Josh Wolf has for been days promoting pro-war content, including the surreal claims Iranians will welcome military-enforced regime change. Do you have more information about McGurk or other former Biden administration officials who led us to this scary moment that the public deserves to know? You can reach me at Akbar.58 on Signal. A privilege to celebrate Founding Day with His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed bin Salman, plus Lux venture partner Brett McGurk. MBS and Kingdom of Saudi Arabia are taking key role in diplomacy on all key conflicts. That's how you know these motherfuckers are gonna slaughter Iranians, dude. Another 100 gifted from Open Presents. Thank you, Open Presents. Remember what I previously said, Obama will someday attack Iran in order to show how tough he is. 2013. I don't have any updates on Israel. The only updates, the only thing that we're looking at, I haven't even covered the fucking Minnesota shooter yet. The only thing we've been looking at all day is the Trump administration now actively moving in a way as though they're going to start striking Iran together with Israel. They're sending this talking point to all the media. U.S. is not joining Israel offensively in its military operation, per U.S. officials, despite reports that President Trump asked the NSC and Situation Room to be readied. I'm told NSC cabinet members are already on standby 24 hours a day, including since Israel's Operation Rising Lion began. General Jack Keane, who says he was just advising Trump over the weekend, calls for the U.S. to directly bomb Iran's remaining nuclear facilities. It's in the United States' core national interest, he claims.
Just to help Israel destroy completely this nuclear enterprise. And Fordow sits out there as a potential target that Israeli is challenged by. It's not that they don't have imagination. It's not that they couldn't do some surprising things. None of that certainly would be off the table. Okay. But the guarantee is for the United States to use its penetration bombing to take that site out. And I believe once that's done, we start to see the end of this thing.
General, let me, got about a minute left. You're talking about Fordow. It's relatively located right here, west of Tehran, the capital.
This is the anti-Semitic channel, by the way, according to Israeli Society, that says 50% of Israeli society believes that Fox News is not sufficiently pro-Israel and is actually too pro-Palestine.
This is Natanz here, just to the east and south of it. This is an aerial picture, General, okay, of Natanz and what it was before. You've got buildings and structures here, buildings here, and buildings here. That's pre-war. Now you've got complete devastation in Natanz here, this building located here, as well as this one in the upper right-hand corner. Natanz is very different from what this site that you're describing. Fordow is a half-mile buried inside of a mountain. And you believe the United States has no choice but to get involved with the Iranians? Explain that, sir.
Well, it's in the United States' core national interest that Iran does not have a nuclear capability and get to it. That's a fact. And this capability, if we leave it there, the Ayatollah will recover and rebuild. And that's what he's absolutely counting on. That's why he never was willing to dismantle the program himself with verification. That would end his program. Here he believes he has a chance. And that's what these guys are all about. And
for all the chatters who are too young and never read in history books how America massaged the narrative to go to war in Iraq, it is unfolding in front of your eyes in real time, in broad daylight. Every single outlet, full tilt, go baby go, WMD Part 2. It's literally happening. It's a 1-to-1. It is a fucking 1-to-1. Even some of the players like Benjamin Netanyahu are the same, and they're using the same language.
And we've got to finish what we started here. We can't look like we haven't come to the assistance of.
Doesn't even have the wattage left to come up with a different rationale than Iraq. I once thought that Bush and Blair had forever poisoned the well for WMDs as a cause for preemptive war, but nope, this senile pedophile doesn't even care enough to try. Half of the people that are also salivating to do this are the same people, are the very same people that were never punished for lying about WMDs in Iraq.
Of the Israelis when they needed it the most here to finish this operation. They are our strongest ally in the region. What do you think the Arabs would think after the president's visit there, looking at this and they're saying, my, if the United States isn't going to help the Israelis at this critical time, what's the chance they're going to help us? And does this motivate Putin a little bit more to stay the course in terms of what he's doing and President Xi? If we don't help the Israelis finish this off, it's their operation. We would lend a support to it to finish it off. And that's what I'm suggesting, and I'm certain the president is making those considerations.
Here is also Glenn Beck.
Has Israel...
Here is Glenn Beck literally refusing to recognize the identical talking points while still trying to maintain an anti-Iraq war posture, talking about why we definitely have to go to war with Iran.
Asked us to fight their war. Answer, no. Is this another Iraq? Or is it something entirely different? Well, let me tell you what makes this moment unlike anything else we have faced before. First, this was not a call to war. This was not a land invasion. This is not a campaign to topple a regime and then sit around for 20 years trying to rebuild a culture that doesn't want what we have. Even though Iran, the Iranian people are good people, the Persians are great people, and they do want a life like ours. But this was targeted, this was surgical, this was preemptive. Not against an idea, not against a guess, against the very real, very stated intentions of a regime run by men who do not think like we think, okay? They do not want what we want. We choose life. They literally choose death. That is as clear as it is. Do you choose life or do you choose death? That is a culture of death. So I want to start with the clerics of Iran, the ayatollahs, the supreme leader, the mullahs, the puppet masters of the so-called Islamic Republic and their Sharia law. I have said this for years and years and years. If you don't understand this, you don't understand Iran. These are 12ers. They are followers of a branch of Shiite Islam that believes not just in the return of the messianic figure called the Mahdi, but also that his return can and must be, in their words, hastened or accelerated. And the only way to do that is to, quote, using their words, wash the world in blood. Okay, I think I'm out at that. You know, that's my first stop on the train, and I'm like, I'm going to get off here, please.
Well, sirens in Tel Aviv incoming, ladies and gentlemen. Let's take a look.
Hello there and welcome to the program. I'm Nick Clark.
So it's been several days.
Israel Defense Forces detected the launch of ballistic missiles by Iran against Israel.
The conflict has, of course, since escalated, with each side launching dozens of strikes. And since the warring sides do not share a border, the attacks have largely been focused on airstrikes. While Iran may have the largest stock of missiles and drones in the Middle East, Israel's air force is considered one of the most powerful in the world, and its air defense system one of the most advanced. And more crucially, Israel has US backing. So is one military at a clear advantage? Does the length of the conflict make a difference? And are there other factors that may play?
Al Jazeera has a pre-recorded segment right now during this siren alert. Let's go to the cameras. This is a Turkish channel. Sokak Kedisi. Stray cat. Well, that one Iranian chatter that said rockets would start coming at 3 to 4 a.m. Turns out, what did he know? Siren stopped. Yeah, I mean, this is the same time as last night. These are the first sirens that come. They're not going to be. The rockets are not going to come yet. What Channel 14 says? Trump is going to sign an order. It was Khomeini in the chat. Do you know how long it takes for rockets to reach? Once we get like confirmation from the Iranian side of launches, it'll be around 10 to 15 minutes. I think it's like a 10 to 15 minute, but we don't have confirmation on the launches. Any valid info on cyber attacks against Israel? Channel 14 was actually attacked. Channel 14 withstood a cyber attack, and also there's speculation that like the interceptor failure was due to a cyber attack as well, but I don't know about that. Chatter in Israel here. Sirens came without the usual 5-minute wait. Really unusual. Heard explosions. We haven't seen any visual confirmations of explosions. They sent fake red alerts and told Israelis to avoid shelters because of a warning of terrorist attacks on shelters. Wait, really?
Be in this situation pretty soon with the president. Is he still aiming for a nuclear deal with the Iranians?
Of course. The president's, as he said today, his position has not changed. What you're watching in real time is peace through strength and America first. Our job is to be strong. We are postured defensively in the region to be strong in pursuit of a peace deal. And we certainly hope that's what happens here. And America first means we're going to defend American personnel and American interests. So when you see jets and you see air
Cyber
defense
Authority
assets,
warns against
counter
fake
UAS
messages.
assets, that's because my job as the Secretary of Defense is to ensure that our people are safe and that we're strong so that we can set the conditions for a deal. And President Trump's made it clear it's on the table. The question is whether Iran will take it.
Be in this situation pretty soon with the president.
I hope China reconsiders their stance. I don't know. They issued an evacuation warning for Tel Aviv. So who knows? Who knows what they're fucking cooking up? Who knows what they got in the lab, dude? I mean, they are very much the opposite of the USSR. But then again, like I said, this could be the push comes to shove moment that accelerates, that pushes China to finally take an interventionist stance that directly is antagonistic to America's immediate military goals in any part of the planet. China has consistently used trade relations and development and loaning, like unconditional loans that they often forgive, as a way to develop a robust network of allies around the planet, as a way to create a secondary market in Africa and the African continent. Having said that, however, their non-interventionist policy, especially when it comes to like military intervention, I mean, they're very limited in the interactions that they have with even like Russia, for example. They'll offer some support with Russia in Ukraine. But this is different than that. This would directly, in my opinion, America's actions alongside Israel in the region is directly against China. Explosions in Tel Aviv, we're not seeing shit, we're not hearing shit. Bro, massive. Are the AP cameras fake? Like, I'm confused. Al-Haddad correspondent, 2 rockets fell in Beersheba. Unmute, it's unmuted. Bro, this is the same live feed that everyone is using. I don't know why you guys are saying this. Literally the same live feed that like all the OSIN accounts are using as well as the Associated Press live feed. Trump says he must return to Washington as soon as possible. Trump says he must return to Washington early for obvious reasons. I don't know. I don't know what's happening with the AP feed. I feel like they might be like looping footage. I mean, clouds have moved since the last time we clicked on it. And Al Jazeera Arabic has the same feed too.
المسؤول السابق في وزارة الخارجية الأمريكية وأيضا ساري عرابي الخبير بالشؤون الأمريكية. رام الله أبدأ معك ربما سيد ساري وتعليق على هذه الصور التي كنا نشاهدها وهذه الدفعة الصاروخية الجديدة القادمة من إيران، وإن كانت لا تبدو حتى اللحظة على الأقل بأنها كبيرة جدا كما عهدناها. ماذا يمكن أن نقول بشأنها؟ ما تأثير كل هذا على المشهد في
إسرائيل؟
يعني الحقيقة تأثير هذه الصواريخ على المشهد بإسرائيل منوط بقدرة هذه الصواريخ التدميرية. هل ستكون هذه الصواريخ كما
I can see Israel doing a total blackout of all information coming out of Tel Aviv. China's feed? China has a feed? What the fuck? Why did China set its citizens to immediately evacuate? For me, it's not just about Iran's missiles. I think something very bad and big in history will happen after that. Osin claims multiple interceptions. Multiple interceptions seen over Tel Aviv and Central Israel. Where are they seeing this? None of the feeds that are available show any of this. I'm pretty sure this is just this, chatters. It's literally the same feed. They all are getting the same feed, and the feed's not showing anything. They heard me. They're moving it now. U.S. Central Command an hour ago, Iran is preparing to launch a large-scale, unprecedented attack on Israel. They've been saying this nonstop, dude. Go to Al Jazeera Arabic. I'm gonna lose my fucking mind. Hey guys, Al Jazeera Arabic is showing the same fucking Associated Press feed, okay? Please. They are showing the same feed. Breaking loud blast heard in Tel Aviv. Why are we not seeing it? There was literally a rocket. Where? Clip it. No, the Al Jazeera rockets that you're seeing are from earlier, dude. This is from earlier. These are from earlier. These are the same rockets that they're looping, dumbass. That's a replay. This is the live feed. The live feed is identical to the AP live feed. They're literally looping. There's nothing happening in Tel Aviv. Where are the Israeli chatters? Evet, AP Anadolu Ajans'la aynı. Yes. Now Tel Aviv is given the all clear. Update, civilians may now exit bomb shelters following Iran's ballistic missile attack. The home front command says, what is happening? We're not... What? Okay, now I think they have officially cut the AP feed. I don't think that the AP feed is real. I don't think the AP feed is real. Either... Okay. There's no shot. There's no fucking shot. Either all the feeds are just feeding fake info. It isn't. Look at the skyline versus the others. Yeah, it looks the same. What are you talking about? Tel Aviv now has clear skies, no cloud. What the fuck was that? Bugs, I guess. Yeah, it's just birds. Here, bombs going off. This is fake, chatter. That's fake. Yeah, I feel like there's either nothing going on multiple countries asking their citizens to leave Israel. China, Russia, Argentina, and Germany asked their citizens to leave Israel immediately, according to Israeli media. Radar stop for technical maintenance. I don't think that IDF Home Front Command stated the civilians can now leave their shelters. Look at the third failed ballistic missile attack today against Israel by Iran. IRGC and Iranian news are both saying they hit Tel Aviv. Alarms in the center following launches from Iran. Trump, everyone should evacuate Tehran. Explosions to echo in the center after alarms sounded for a second time tonight, this time too, almost without prior warning. A particularly unusual warning from the US. Okay, I can't tell if like they are, okay, listen. I can't tell if there is tremendous censorship happening, so all the feeds are just looping. All the feeds are just looping shit because there are chatters in Tel Aviv that are saying they hear explosions, but the Israeli government is saying that civilians can leave their shelters. We have intercepted another round of ballistic missiles. But there are people that are in Israel saying that they're reporting that there's like explosions that they're hearing. And there's no way for any visual confirmation whatsoever. We covered this earlier. Mint Press says, according to reports, a single cruise missile was fired and was not detected by Israel until it reached its target. An explosion was heard in Tel Aviv. No official confirmation of what was hit or if there was a last-minute interception. It appears that Iran is probing. Nothing that sounded like a hit in Tel Aviv. Probing is when you send a missile to test out the interception capabilities, or if you send a dud. I mean, maybe the cameras are not looping, but it's just like it hit somewhere else. I don't know. Video of the one ballistic missile. This is from the Iranian side. I know IDF is confiscating live stream equipment. I know. I haven't heard shit in Israel. Only a small number of rockets were fired this time, and reports of one explosion in Tel Aviv. Some channels say it's a direct hit. Regarding reports, police launched a campaign today to remove all sitting cameras like the one you're watching and confiscated all footage from many news channels. I'm surprised to see that there are still channels broadcasting live footage of the Tel Aviv sky. Yeah, that's why I'm saying I'm confused by what we are allowed to see from the Israeli skyline. I think going forward, the only thing we will have will be the only thing we'll have will most likely be fucking footage, not from the skyline directly, but will be footage from people's phone cameras, if they even release phone camera footage. Tehran's residents have nowhere to go despite Trump's threat. Explosion in Tel Aviv as air raid sirens blare in central Israel. The Reuters news agency is reporting explosions in the sky over Tel Aviv after the Israeli military said it's working to intercept missiles launched from Iran. Times of Israel says air raid sirens are blaring across central Israel. This is from 2 minutes ago in Al Jazeera. There is so much. What is happening? The attack on Tel Aviv a few minutes ago seemed different. Sirens howling, but no Iron Dome interceptors launched a big massive boom, followed by very shortly after sirens were activated, but no video footage. I don't know. This is speculation. All of this is speculation. Okay, so the IDF collected the live video equipment. No, I don't think that they're... I don't know what's going on. But what I do know is, yes, they are... Like, they have apprehended people who have even filmed the oil refinery that blew up, as I covered earlier today. And they are... They confiscated the footage of people who have filmed previous strike locations. They also released, from Central Command, they released a new mandate that no one should actually film. Anyway, CNN's talking to Benny Gantz. Let's hear what he has to say.
Anything like that before in those kind of long distances all around us. On the Iranian issue, there's no right or left. There is right or wrong, and we are right.
And just finally, what is your message to President Trump in terms of U.S.
First,
support?
I want to thank President Trump. Yes, I want to thank President Trump. I want to thank the American people and the American administration for many, many years of partnership. And it's definitely the same values, but also the very, very same interest. It's true that for us, Iranian issue, it's an issue with existential potential threat for us. But for the United States, for the American people in the region, in the Middle East, in Saudi, in the Arab countries around the Gulf, everywhere you look at, it's a major interest. And if you ask the people of Kyiv, it's a major interest for them as well. So I'm sure President Trump, understanding the importance of him being a global leader and probably the most important person in the world in terms of political leadership, I'm sure that he will direct the right thing for him, for the world, and for the region. And of course, I'm sure he cares about Israel very much, but it's their decisions. We are always here for the United States, and the United States is always here for us, and I'm sure that this will be the in the future as well.
Minister Gantz, I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Bro.
Thank you very much.
That channel is looping earlier strikes. This channel is showing old footage. It's showing old footage. Okay, I'm losing my mind. What is happening? Channels called like CNN 13, CNN 18, they're just farming. They're Indian bot farms that are literally looping older footage of strikes to get guys like you to be stoked and fucking watch and tune in and go, oh my God, it's happening. Trump to hold meeting with the NSC as U.S. sends additional forces in the Middle East. Our favorite really good guy in America joining
the United States of America and the President of the United States have an obligation to make sure that the region is going to a positive way and that the world is free from Iran that possess nuclear weapon in the middle of the richest place in oil and gas in the world. This could be a disaster for the world. And I believe that the determination of the American president that have been shown recently will pave the way to America to enter into this very important operation. The President of the United States have the option to change the Middle East and influence the war and influence the world, not only the war, in order to do something that will create a better future for all of us.
I saw Tel Aviv citizen post a video on Facebook and a bunch of other Israelis commented saying you're not supposed to post videos of this. They don't want footage of the hypersonics beating the dome. No, I know, it's illegal. You guys should still do it though, if you're in Israel. I mean, be safe. First and foremost, be safe. But if you're in Israel, and let's say, you know, you fucking film something, like, I'll take a look at it. You know what I mean? I am not going out there to play with the hypersonic missiles. To each their own, I'm saying. Listen, I'm not saying go outside. I'm not saying leave the bomb shelter, okay? But let's say you're in a position where you're already outside, you know? At which point, you might as well whip it out. You might as well whip it out, you know? Yeah, let's say you're on your way to the public bomb shelter. That's all I mean. I don't want to see rocket attacks from last night, chatters. I don't want to see that. Oh, this was a very funny video I saw. Gideon Levy once said, Israel's the only occupier in the world that is convinced of its own ongoing victimhood, and I think about that often. I saw this video on my TikTok timeline. I mean, I was gonna say nobody can prepare you for what you're about to hear, but I think many of you are exactly aware of what you're about to hear. But here it is. The average Israeli position post Iranian retaliation.
Why does it have to happen to us always? Why is it always the Jewish people? We didn't do anything. Like, it wasn't us. Like, we really didn't do anything.
Critics of the Jewish state would say you guys started this war by attacking Iran about 48 hours ago.
I love that he says about 48 hours ago. Like that right there makes just to help you understand the timeline here. That makes it so much funnier.
No. We did not start. No, the Jewish people, Israel doesn't want to ever do a war. The entire world is really against Iran. I don't think anybody wants them to have nuclear weapons. So Israel's doing the job, and then Israel gets all the damage after it. Why does it have to happen to us always? Why is it always the Jewish?
Also, bonus points for the exact type of American hog she is, because she said nuclear. Like, this is our own, okay? This is a fresh import. You know this is one of ours, all right? Like, she said nuclear. That's a homegrown. Listen, you can't fool me with that native MENA accent, okay? You can't fool me with that native regional accent. I know one of mine when I see them, okay? That's homegrown American public education right there. She said Iran and nuclear, okay? That's homegrown, baby. That's one of ours. Oh, that's so good. Israeli wants to thank you from the USA. We did all the war for you, you piece of shit. Say thank you, Israel. White House staffer disputes Channel 14 report on Trump's direct involvement. Breaking. U.S. fighter jets participating in airstrikes on Iran, according to Israeli Channel 14. Alex Pfeiffer says, fake news. Sean Parnell, American forces are maintaining their defensive posture, and that has not changed. We will protect American troops and our interests. Fuck is this? Breaking. Trump has instructed his aides to try and arrange a meeting with the Iranian officials as soon as possible. What the fuck is going on, man? What is going on? Yeah, I don't think American troops have actually moved in an offensive posture so far. I don't think that that's going on. Art of the deal. Check Al Jazeera. It's over. What do you mean it's over?
It is not true that US is attacking Iran, and it goes on to say that American forces are maintaining their defensive posture, so no change on that front. As you mentioned earlier,
areas here, and so far this team remains on standby, but that doesn't mean that we are headed for any kind of de-escalation here between Israel and Iran, as both sides are continuing to maintain
yeah, we didn't see any of this shit. Okay.
Very deadly.
Okay, the AP feed is bunk. If this is from literally the last round of strikes, we didn't see any of that shit, so the AP feed is definitely bunk. This is literally Tel Aviv. This should be seen. This should have been visible from the fucking AP feed.
At diplomacy amid all of it, but from here I can tell you that the feeling is certainly that this is not ending anytime soon, that this could go on for weeks perhaps, as the Israeli Prime Minister now talks about what he believes he has dealt in terms of a blow to Iran, saying he believes he has set back Iran's nuclear program a very long time, although he declined to elaborate. But he did make clear that there are still additional targets for Israel to go after in Tehran. And we are, of course, watching, even in just the last few hours, those airstrikes are indeed continuing.
I know it says Reuters earlier, but
All right, Jeremy Diamond, keep us updated on what you're seeing on the ground. Obviously, we've seen a lot of late-breaking developments this evening. Also, CNN's chief international correspondent, Clarissa Ward, is joining us. Clarissa, and as you look at what's happening here, you're at Tel Aviv's largest hospital, where you just had to take shelter, just to give everyone context for what it's been like on the ground. Tell us what you've been seeing tonight.
Well, it's been an unusual scene, Caitlin, as you just heard Jeremy articulate there. For the past 3 evenings, anytime you hear those sirens, you know you have about 90 seconds to get to shelter, and then very soon thereafter, we have been used to hearing those barrages of Iranian missiles, some of them intercepted, some of them making landfall, but on these last 2 occasions, we haven't really heard much at all. And on the last one, the most recent one, just about 45 minutes ago, there wasn't the pre-alert. It simply just started with the siren. Again, usually you're given a pre-alert that gives you about 15 minutes to find a shelter. So a sense that things are a little unusual tonight. Doctors here are continuing to be prepared for any and all eventualities. Often these strikes have been happening in the very early hours in the morning. So 4:30 in the morning it was last night when a series of strikes killed 8 people, particularly around the Tel Aviv area. And what the doctors have done, Caitlin, which is kind of extraordinary, I haven't seen it before, is to move this entire hospital, some 600 patients, they moved them into a parking lot that 4 days ago was full of motorcycles and cars, and is now, and they did it in the space of 7 hours, full of hundreds of patients who are down there 24/7, since this all started, because they cannot be moved easily in the event of an emergency. They have a whole operations center down there as well, so that they can track which strikes are hitting in which areas and which hospitals it makes sense to bring which patients to. So still bracing themselves potentially for what the rest of the night and the early morning may bring, but so far relatively quiet here in Tel Aviv, Caitlin.
Yeah, it just shows you the lengths that they're going to, and also how quickly everything.
U.S. President Trump is weighing a critical decision in the 4-day-old war between Israel and Iran, whether to enter the fray by helping Israel destroy the deeply buried nuclear enrichment facility of Fordow, which only American bunker busters dropped by American B-2 bombers can reach, which is what we've been seeing all day. That's all they've been fucking entertaining.
That was ostensibly going to be about
or to force a truce.
Other issues, but obviously the topic, a main topic, has changed given what's happening in the Middle East. Joining me now is Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, and it's great to have you here, sir, because obviously the president coming out tonight and warning that everyone who lives in Tehran needs to evacuate immediately, and then cutting his trip short has raised a lot of questions about what may have changed. Do you know if there is anything changing on the ground? Are there more strikes happening in Tehran tonight? What is the latest that you've been briefed on?
Caitlin, I can tell you what's happening from our side, not from the U.S. side. You know, it's a U.S. decision what to do, when to do, how to do, if they want to take action against Iran. But from our side, we continue with the strikes. You know, today we continue to target.
Bro, they, in a 30-minute time span, they've had 2 people that demanded from the American side that we must make haste and bomb Iran. And do so in a way that is peaceful. And then you had Benny Gantz, the former opposition guy, and now you have Danny Danon, the current ambassador to the UN.
The president says, as he did to reporters earlier, about just what is unfolding in the Middle East. He says he still thinks Iran wants a deal,
Another weird flight path from
Do you agree with
China
that
to
sentiment?
Iran following the same flight path, now 4th plane to do the exact same thing.
We have to look at the actions of the Iranians in the last few decades. You know, they are the masters of deception. They lied so many times, and there's a very famous slogan in Farsi, which says, don't look at the hands, look at the legs when somebody speaks with you. And when you look at what they did over the years, they played the game, you know, they lied all along. And I think we have to look at the actions. If there will be a place for diplomacy that will ensure that Taiwan will not be able to threaten Israel and the entire area and the entire world, you know, we will be there. But so far we saw that they are lying, and that's why we decided not to take that chance, not to wait and to take a preemptive defense attack.
So that sounds like you don't believe Iran is ready to make a deal.
Well, you know, if you analyze what happened in the last decade, you know, the JCPOA, all the negotiations, how many debates we had at the UN on this issue, and then look where they are today. And it's not only the nuclear aspects, you know, you always speak about the nuclear aspect. Look at the ballistic missiles, you know, every night hundreds of missiles, ballistic missiles flying to Israel. You know, they wanted to compete with the US and Russia with the quantity and quality of those ballistic missiles. So we cannot wait and see what they want to do. If they will come and say we are willing to stop with both ideas of having nuclear weapons and the ballistic missile capabilities, I think, you know, everybody will be there to discuss it with them, but we don't believe them that they really mean it.
You just said, talked about the people of Iran.
Is CNN going to have like an Iranian voice?
In Iran, obviously we've heard about that plenty, but
is CNN going to ask Iranians at all what's going on
does Israel
at any
agree
point,
that
you think?
All of the millions of people who live in Tehran should immediately evacuate?
Well, first I would stress, you know, we support, we love, we pray for those people. 46 years ago, before the revolution, we had direct flights from Tel Aviv to Tehran, and we did so many things together. And we hope that one day it will be the case, that we will be able to continue to develop the bond between the people. Regarding the regime, you know, we think this regime should not be there, and I hope it will happen soon. When we attack, we tell the people not to be there. You know, the people in Iran, they know very well where the RGC headquarters, they know very well where the reactors are being built, so they should be smart about where they are spending their time in the next few days.
But you're not saying there should be a mass evacuation from Tehran?
Well, I don't want to get into details, but I can tell you that today, when we knew that we were going to operate in a certain area, we gave them a warning. And by the way, as we speak, even though it's late night in Iran today, you see tens of thousands of people moving out, you know. So I think they know exactly what to do.
Yeah, you threatened them with murder.
The president, that Israel came to the United States over the weekend with a proposal and a possibility to take out the supreme leader of Iran, and that it was something that was rejected by the White House, that the president did not think that was a good idea. There was essentially a concern that it would escalate this conflict even further. Does Israel see it that way, that if you did take out the supreme leader, that it would escalate this conflict more?
Well, we cannot go into details, but you can believe me that we have the capabilities. You know, we showed the capabilities of the Mossad, the intelligence we had on the leaders of Iran, you know, the strikes on the first day, and also we saw the capabilities of our Air Force. Today we have freedom to fly in many areas in Iran, especially above Tehran. So if we want to target someone, we can do it, but we will not get to the decision when and what and if to do it.
But the U.S. clearly has influence on that decision. If Israel went to the United States and the United States said they didn't think it was a good idea, and Israel clearly listened.
Well, I don't think, you know, we should discuss, you know, what we speak with our allies. I can tell you that the decision to start this operation was made in Jerusalem. It was an Israeli decision.
Danny Danon is so funny. He's like, yes, everyone in Iran needs to kill themselves, and also make sure that the high rises are empty so that we can move some people into Tehran and make it a part of greater Israel. Yes, these are very simple solution, Caitlin. Very simple. If they do not do this, they are anti-Semitic, Caitlin. I don't understand. These are very normal demands that every country would make. Why won't they leave Tehran? They are being anti-Semitic, not leaving Tehran. Don't they know we want Tehran? And also, maybe they should move to the Fordo nuclear facility so we can bomb it and kill as many of them as possible. let's hear what Fox News is saying for a change of pace.
And U.S. drones, stealth bombers, Tomahawks from the Gulf, B-2s, hitting that Fort Dow bunker nuclear site underground. And once that goes off, it's end of story for Isfahan, Iraq, and all of the other enrichment facilities. They're going to be gone. And I think it's time for the Iranians to put their ego back in the bag and get to the table before the Iranian people start to ignite a monster revolution. That's where I come out with all this.
Well, Israel has showed some restraint. They could take out their entire electric grid, which is gas-driven. All their refineries basically are on one island. I mean, owning the skies, there's nothing the Iranians can do to stop it. And yet the Israelis have not targeted that. Meanwhile, Tel Aviv is under fire, and they're targeting civilians. So you can see two very different thought processes at work here. But now it's a matter of...
Isn't that funny that the difference of opinion between Fox News and CNN is so marginal at this point? Like,
is South Carolina Senator Lindsey Graham. Senator, you know, you were praising the president for
Senator from Tel Aviv
and going back to the table and back to the table. You can't say that he didn't try to give them an out, an opportunity, knowing what the eventual outcome was going to be. And, you know, he said, I told them it's a shame, it's a waste of human life, they can't have a nuclear weapon, and everyone should immediately evacuate Tehran. How do you interpret that, sir?
Well, I take President at his word. He gave Iran 60 days to do a deal. On the 61st day, we are where we are. There's two ways to stop Iran from having a nuclear weapon. One is diplomacy, the other is force. I think the headline tonight is we're moving into the land of force. I think Iran has allowed themselves to be fooled into thinking they could manipulate Trump. Same old tactics with the wrong guy when it comes to Trump. To all those who voted for President Trump and got him in office, God bless you. He's the right guy at the right time. These are dangerous times. Why do we say no nuclear weapon for Iran? They're a religious theocracy. They're built around an extreme version of Islam. They want to destroy Saudi Arabia and the Sunni branch of Islam. They want to kill all the Jews in Israel and come after us. That's what their whole country is built upon, a theocratic view that there's nobody else in the world but them when it comes to worshiping God. If they had a nuclear weapon, they would use it. Israel believes that. I believe that. So here's the task at hand. Be all in, President Trump, in helping Israel eliminate the nuclear threat. If we need to provide bombs to Israel, provide bombs. If we need to fly planes with Israel, do joint operations. But here's the bigger question. Wouldn't the world be better off if the Ayatollahs went away and replaced by something better? Wouldn't Iran be better off? Tom Cotton is coming on. He made a great observation. The endless war is Iran. Since 1979, they've been attacking the entire region, chanting death to America, death to Israel since their very founding. It's time to close the chapter on the Iranian Ayatollah and his henchmen. Let's close that chapter soon and start a new chapter in the Mideast, one of tolerance, hope, and peace.
But the Trump doctrine seems to be very clear to...
Dude, you're Lindsey Graham. The modern Republican Party is functionally identical to the Ayatollahs. Like, what the fuck? Like, you just want to do it Christian style. That's it.
The country of Iran, they're basically at the mercy now of the Israelis at this point. Once the nuclear threat is removed, then the Israelis will have the opportunity
dude, it's like conservatives hate the conservatism of other conservatives overseas that they want to blow up. It's so fucking funny.
They want to survive as a country.
It's like, that's right, Iran hates gay people. I, Lindsey Graham, am gay, but in the closet. Why? Because I'm a Republican senator, of course, and obviously want to punish the gay people here in America.
Just think what happened when the Soviet Union collapsed. Ronald Reagan stood up and said, there's an evil empire on the other side of the Berlin Wall. Donald Trump has been a man of peace. He pursues peace for Russia, Ukraine. He tried to get a deal.
Dog, there's no difference. Like, they are also talking about different ways of blowing up deep Iranian nuclear facilities. They're just using different language, but that's it. These guys say Iranians are bloodthirsty monsters. They want to do sectarian violence to the Sunnis. They're Shia. They're 12ers. They're Shia 12ers. They believe in the Mahdi coming back. And then CNN, on the other hand, is like, well, you know, there's obviously peace through strength, and there's a time for diplomacy. But I believe that like a military first strike on the Fordow nuclear facilities would actually bring Iran to the table. But ultimately, they're saying the same thing. That's my point. That's my point. Both these groups are saying the exact same. We have to first strike Iranian nuclear facility to stop them from developing a nuke. They're going to develop it any day now, any moment now, and we have to stop them. And only then can we do regime change and bring them to the fucking table for negotiations.
As that situation was heating up, pretty remarkable as well. Senator Graham, we appreciate your time, and Senator Cotton will be on in a little bit. We'll get his take on all this as well. But up next, tonight, right here on Hannity.
But yeah, obviously, this I think should help people understand that American foreign policy is uniparty regardless. They use different language, but it's uniparty nonetheless. I mean, this literally happened with Biden when he pulled out of Afghanistan. Okay, Biden pulled out of Afghanistan, and the media launched an endless fucking negative campaign against him. And liberal media at the time was talking about how fucked up it is that we're pulling out of Afghanistan and how the women are going to get destroyed. They won't be able to have an education. Republicans, on the other hand, were talking about how humiliating the pullout was. That's it. Ironically enough, the Biden pullout was also orchestrated by Donald Trump, going back to the uniparty principle that I was mentioning. So there's always what is this? Iranian official news agency IRNA has announced the launch of a new barrage of missiles heading towards Israel. This will be the third barrage fired in the past 4 hours from Iran towards the occupied Palestinian territories. I mean, these barrages have been no motion, I'm gonna be honest. We haven't seen anything, partially because of the censorship. Partially because of the censorship, but also partially because I think that they haven't like been sending massive volleys. Hassan PBS, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Do you believe the small annoying strikes for psychological warfare? Yeah, I think so. I think that's definitely a part of it. But the more limited the strikes are, the more Israel will feel galvanized to retaliate aggressively. So even if they were doing attrition, hitting like 1 or 2 missiles every now and then is still going to, is not going to accomplish a strategic goal of deterrence. The closest gay bar to the Pentagon, Freddy's Beach Bar, is currently reporting below average activity. Domino's being high and the bar being low is the classic indicator that something is off. Okay, yes, I know they're there. They're working. They're working in real time. We know. Does Iran actually have a nuke? No. If they had a nuke, this wouldn't be happening. Leo, Virgo, Aries, thank you for the 10 gifted. The Hasanabi, the Piker Broadcasting Service, PBS, is sponsored by you, the viewers. It is an ad-free experience through and through. But once again, your subscriptions are the only way to support the stream, the Piker Broadcasting stream, the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service has no sponsors other than you, the subscribers. Please subscribe for $6 or for free with a Twitch Prime. Gorfinia, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Kit Lisi, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. What is this?
Serious consequences for people and the environment, and delays indispensable work towards a diplomatic solution for the long-term assurance that Iran does not acquire nuclear weapons. Consistent with the objective of the IEA and its statute, I call on all parties to exercise maximum restraint to avoid further escalation.
The American firm Maxar Technologies has released satellite images of Natanz. The first picture is from January and the second from Saturday. Several buildings on site are visibly destroyed. Iran has demanded stronger condemnation of Israel's attacks on the facilities, calling the aggression a breach of international law and a nuclear threat to the people of Iran.
We urged in this meeting the Board of Governors and the IEA not to allow their initial failure to prevent aggression to be followed by subsequent failure, and to take a strong and effective remedial action. The board must condemn Israeli aggression in its strongest term and
35% off. 5 gifted subs plus, by the way.
Is a distinguished fellow at the Stimson Center in Washington, D.C., and a lecturer in international affairs at George Washington University. She says Israel cannot destroy the Iranian nuclear program.
5 more tankers. U.S. tankers are loading up and heading towards eastern routes.
The Israelis have not succeeded in achieving what was their announced goal, which was to destroy the Iranian nuclear program, and they frankly cannot do that without United States assistance.
Among people in and close to the Trump administration, I'm now hearing little faith in avoiding direct involvement.
Israelis trying to get the United States to step in.
This is from Huffington Post senior diplomatic correspondent Akbar Shahid Ahmed. Among people in and close to the Trump administration, I'm now hearing little faith in avoiding direct U.S. involvement in Israel's war on Iran. As ever under Trump, factor in volatility. But the structural indicators, military deployments, Israel sustaining significant hits are dark. Macron said Trump has made an offer for a ceasefire between Iran and Israel. Who the fuck is Macron? Do you mean the French pastry? You know, the ones that they make with like vanilla? Like it's like a cookie and it's got like a cool little flavor in the middle. Is that what you're talking about? Who the fuck is Macron, bro? Fuck's a cookie gonna do about 40 plus years of American dominance in the Middle East? What do you mean, Macron? Oh, you mean macaroni, like the pasta, like the one that you make with cheese. Is that what you're talking about? What's a pasta gonna do? Who the fuck is Macron, dude? Who? Who's that guy? He said Trump leaving G7 early was a good sign after tweeting an evacuation order to the people of Iran. Macron has said that Trump's early departure from the G7 summit in Canada is positive, given the objective to get a ceasefire. He said that Trump had told G7 leaders that there were discussions on obtaining a ceasefire between Israel and Iran. Trump literally refused to sign a de-escalation agreement at the G7. What the fuck is this little man talking about, bro? Macron is so desperate to be at the table. It's so funny. Will Menaker, big difference between now and right before we invaded Iraq is that almost no one in America wants or thinks we need to go to war with Iran, and the people who do are barely even trying to justify it because they don't have to. Yep. Burgles! God damn. Hasan PBS, thank you for the 10. Burgles with 100 gifted. Aerial activity in Iran. In Ahwaz, Iran. Right now, I'm treating every single thing, every single piece of information that comes out of the will they, won't they style situation that we are watching unfold as smoke and mirrors until there is verifiable proof that America is de-escalating tensions in the region and redirecting its military positions away from Iran. I will assume that we are full tilt gearing up to go to war with Iran. Fightux breaking ballistic missiles launched from Iran. Red alert right now, Tel Aviv launches detected. Breaking detection of launches towards occupied Palestine. Alerts may be activated in the coming minutes in the areas of the Gulf, Manash, Wadi Ara, the Carmel, Upper Galilee, the Confrontation Line, the Northern Golan, the valleys, the Central Galilee, Southern Golan, and Lower Galilee. Here's what Trey Winks is reporting from Tel Aviv looks like as of 10 minutes ago.
Tonight is our own Trey Yanks. I don't think he slept 5 hours in the last week, but Trey, we appreciate your coverage. Thank you.
Sean, thank you. It's been another difficult 24 hours for Israel. Just about 30 minutes ago, air raid sirens were sounding across the city of Tel Aviv, sending nearly 1 million people in the metropolitan area into bomb shelters. Last night, 11 people were killed as 65 Iranian ballistic missiles streamed through the skies of Israel, 5 of them impacting the ground below, 1 in the heart of Tel Aviv. We arrived just minutes after the explosion, speaking with survivors.
When the missiles arrived...
Oh, we covered this already. Sirens going off on the live stream. I mean, I don't think Haifa is the one to look out for, but it's too tiny to see here. Trey says more incoming. We can see interceptors streaming through the sky towards the north. As of a minute ago. Why does the Haifa one say 2003-01? I don't even know where this fucking, I guess it's coming from Ashkelon. Some of the material being promoted tonight by the users of this platform in DC, including many folks in government and close decision-making circles. Israel Defense Forces, if we don't stop them, you're next. IRANxISRAEL said launches happened 15 minutes ago, but Israel only just now detects them. What the fuck? There's something very weird happening. There's something very weird happening with the Israeli detection. I don't know what it is. It's wonky as fuck. And we have no visual confirmation capabilities because I think that all of these fucking cameras are busted. Stop sending me Al Jazeera Arabic feed. Definitely cyber warfare, but I don't think Iran has that capability, though I could be very wrong. No, I think they did. They released a fake. They released a fake feed before. They are not a fake feed, sorry. Iran released a fake alert. Interceptor seen departing Israel to intercept the missiles fired by Iran. I don't. It's not fake. I hear missiles crashing right now. Well, we can't see anything. Trump has encouraged Vice President J.D. Vance and the Middle East envoy Steve Witkoff to offer to meet the Iranians this week, according to a U.S. official New York Times reports. Okay. That's a decent update. It should be daylight there now? No, the sun's probably only now coming up in Israel. If they want to send JD Vance, that means they want to kill everybody. Whoa, what the fuck? What is all this shit? There's something wonky. I mean, it's reloading, but there's something wonky happening with the feeds. The Western Wall cam? What the fuck is this gonna do, bro? me and 72 others just watching the Western Wall. Hasan, go back. What? Oh my God, I'm gonna lose my mind. If one more person sends me a CNN 18 link, I'm gonna end the stream. Everybody keeps sending me the Pentagon gay pizza indicator with the gay bar and the fucking... oh my God. Literally everyone keeps sending the same shit. CNN 18... or the gay bar near the Pentagon is not selling pizza, but Domino's is selling a lot of pizza. Or getting duped by the Al Jazeera Arabic feed that keeps looping successful strikes over and over again from previous days, thinking that that is a strike that just took place. They're not hitting Tel Aviv anyway, or Jerusalem, I don't think. So the Jerusalem feed wouldn't show anything, I don't. What is this looping into? Another small, very small attack, no more than 5 missiles. Open source intel, I heard at least 20 interceptions. Haifa area targeted right now. That's the interception. I feel like we're getting more and more insane trying to watch this and trying to make sense of it. I think I'm going to stop looking at the new interceptions and look at the new updates with JD Vance.
The highest stakes that I think he has seen so far in this president's foreign policy.
Yeah, and he also really has always sought a Nobel Peace Prize and is trying to play a role in this. He was pointing the other day to Pakistan and India and other conflicts. Dasha Burns, Kristen Holmes, great to have both of you reporting here tonight. Coming up here on CNN, the suspect in those shootings of the 2 Minnesota lawmakers was in court today.
All right, let's get to that actually. Okay.
Breaking news overnight, police have captured the suspect in the targeted shooting of 2 Democratic lawmakers and their...
I hope they talk about how much of a fucking loony leftist he is, right? Because that's what they've been telling us. That's what they've been telling us. Jessica Tarkov retweeted your post. Which one?
Spouses. Vance BOELTER, 57 years old, is charged with killing Minnesota's former Speaker of the House, Melissa Hortman, and her husband.
This one?
And then wounding another legislator and his wife in separate attacks.
Jessica Tarkov, my queen. Jessica Tarkov, my queen? Jessica escaped from Tarkov of Fox 5 fame? Wait, she follows me? I didn't even realize. Oh, this one. There's no need for the CIA or NATO to do sophisticated influence campaigns and false flags anymore. Half the country literally believes this. The evangelical mercenary Trump supporter who shot Democratic politicians and had more on his hit list is actually woke because of this website. Jessica Tarkov follows me. We got to have her on the broadcast now. That's a moot. That's a Twitter moot now. Jessica Tarkov is a Twitter moot. Our queen. Our queen. God, we're so fucking lame. This community is the only community on the planet that gets excited about fucking Fox News reporters. Wait, I want to hear Fox News coverage on this.
This wooded area, he now faces both federal and state charges, including murder and also stalking. Prosecutors say that he really carefully planned these attacks. He did a lot of research. He had information about them and their family members and even stalked out their homes for days prior to all of this. Sean, officials here in Minnesota say this was by far the largest manhunt the state has had in its history.
All right, Brooke in California, thank you so much for that. Minneapolis, rather, thank you for that update. Now to the unrest in Los Angeles.
Oh, yeah, quick update. That's how you know he's a right-winger, bro. That's how you know. That's how you know he's right-wing as fuck. Minor update on the guy who shot a fucking Minnesota Democratic state legislature lawmaker. Moving on. Nothing to see here. Wow.
This happened early Saturday. Lilia Luciano is in Minneapolis for us. That is where BOELTER is being held this morning. Lilia, good morning to you.
That's right, Tony. Good morning. Last night, during a press conference right after his arrest, officials told us that BOELTER was taken into custody without incident. That means that neither the suspect nor police were hurt, even though they say he was armed. They also found in one of the abandoned vehicles he left behind a list of possible targets, including abortion clinics, advocates, and politicians beyond Minnesota.
After a two-day manhunt, 2 sleepless nights, law enforcement have apprehended Vance BOELTER.
This is Vance BOELTER, flanked by Minnesota state troopers immediately following his arrest. The pursuit for the fugitive ended in a field in rural Sibley County near his home, about 45 minutes southwest of the Twin Cities. Police say...
So when Luigi Mangione shoots the UHC healthcare CEO, instantly insta-lock terrorism charges. The federal government is entertaining hitting him with the death penalty. Allegedly, right? Allegedly. But when Vance Belter, not allegedly, but literally fucking shoots and kills a Democratic lawmaker, no terrorism charges? No fucking demands from Pam Bondi for hitting the death penalty? What is going on here? I'm willing to bet if an actual Antifa shot and killed like a Republican politician, they would very quickly demand the death penalty. This motherfucker had a hit list. Wow. Politicians don't even care about self-preservation anymore. Like, they don't even entertain the notion of like defending the rule of law against politicians, like simply out of self-preservation, that like if these guys don't get hit with the book, like they might be next, you know? That's under normal circumstances, that's what you would expect from even Republicans, to be like, this is unacceptable, this is unacceptable, heinous crime. Nowadays, nope. Your whataboutism is really strong. 0351 Marine, my whataboutism, if one is a political murder, why is the actual assassination of politicians not considered a political murder to invite more chaos, create more copycats, and also, like, I'm confused. Do you think that's a whataboutism, or do you think that's a direct analogous situation? Don't Google what whataboutism is. Oh, definitely needs to be looked into. Can't jump to conclusions. Thanks, man. 0351 is infantry, by the way. Literally dumb grunt. Yeah, no, he spat out the crayon when I noticed him. He spat his crayons out. Hey, shouldn't you be getting fucking deployed to defend Israel right now? What are you doing? What are you doing in the chat? Go eat your fucking, go eat your steak and lobster. Surf and turf for you. Just kidding. He's not gonna have fun in Iran. He's probably having fun in California right now. He's being deployed. And there it is. My MOS doesn't exist anymore. I don't care. I'm joking. You fucking dummy. There it is, dude. There it is. My MOS doesn't exist anymore. They don't even make my favorite color of crayon. My favorite flavor was a specialty one. You knock all military like this? Why, you think that members of the armed services should be treated like special class status? Is that what you think? Are you gonna cry in here? Are you gonna tell me that you went and you fucking, I mean, you probably didn't even tour, but let's say you did. Are you gonna tell me that you went on active duty? I saw combat. You knock all military like this? I knock everybody like this. Yeah, it's a Twitch stream. What are you gonna do, cry? You put it in your fucking username, yeah. If you can't shit, get off the pot. Soldier. Get off the latrine, soldier! You are dismissed. Nothing you're saying makes sense, dude. Not a lot makes sense to you, I know.
A car linked to
Marines
Belter
aren't
found
soldiers. You're gonna trigger him? I know. Nah, this one is a soldier.
abandoned in the area, and a tip from a resident prompted SWAT teams to the field. After evading arrest for 43 hours, what they call the largest manhunt in the state's history was finally over.
I think people are shocked to learn that he was armed and was arrested unscathed. Why do you think that was?
To arrest him without any use of force, and that he gave up voluntarily without us getting into having to use force. No police officers were injured. I couldn't ask for a better ending.
I can't believe that the cops also reported that they saw him shoot, and they just kind of let him do it at first. Oh, come on, man, give me something good. I want to hear more from this guy. He's pretty funny.
To a really difficult, traumatic incident.
Belter is accused of shooting and killing Democratic State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband Mark on Saturday, and seriously injuring.
Tasty. Yummy. Yummy. Too many flavors. What is the ADHD thing? I'm a Marine with ADHD. I have executive functioning disorder. Too many decisions. I can't figure out which flavor I want. Maybe 2 at a time. The opportunities are endless. You are bullying a neurodivergent Marine, sir. I will let you know.
State Senator John Hoffman and his wife in what the governor called a politically motivated attack.
This cannot be the norm. It cannot be the way that we deal with our political differences.
Investigators say security video from the Hoffman home shows the suspect wearing a face mask while posing as a police officer. That he shot the Democratic lawmaker at around 2 a.m. Saturday. Then at around 3:30 a.m., officers checked on Representative Hortman's home as a precaution, about 9 miles away. That's when they say they witnessed the suspect shoot and kill Hortman before exchanging fire and escaping on foot. Police say Belter left behind an SUV disguised with police lights and markings. Inside, they say they found at least 3 assault rifles and a handgun. There was also a list of more than 50 possible targets, including lawmakers and abortion rights advocates and clinics.
Yes, they saw him kill her. Yeah.
Thanks.
This afternoon, Belter will go before a judge. He's facing 4 counts, 4 now, of second-degree murder and attempted murder. If found guilty, each of those carries up to 40 years in prison. Gail?
Such a senseless tragedy, Lily. Thank you.
Images show the tools prosecutors say Vance Belter used in the deadly rampage he planned for months. Firearms, ammo, a hyper-realistic silicone mask, and notebooks filled with scribbled notes. And
I wouldn't go that far as hyper-realistic. I wouldn't say it was a hyper-realistic mask. It was a fucking
lists
very
of targets, including many Democrats.
His crimes are the stuff of nightmares. Belter stalked his victims like prey.
And in another disturbing twist, officials today said Belter didn't just target 2 lawmakers that morning.
Belter went to the homes of 4 Minnesota state politicians with the intent to kill them.
Belter was arrested Sunday night after the largest manhunt in Minnesota history.
You saw him in this grass?
Yeah. Wendy Thomas believes she saw Belter in the hours before his arrest, saying she was leaving a friend's house when she...
I don't get it. Why is this second degree? Is there like something in the Minnesota? Sometimes states have different determinations, but I don't understand why they would give second degree to premeditated murder. Does that mean premeditated murder in Minnesota? Oh, this is federal charges? I mean, easier to convict. You need a grand jury to indict him first? Oh.
She spotted a man in dark clothing crouching in this field. She called her dad, initially thinking it was law enforcement.
And I'm like, oh, they're clearing properties. So that's what I figured it was. And then the more my brain registered, I'm like, Dad, there's only one person. There's no vehicle. And then I started freaking out, and Dad's like, you need to get out of there. You need to call somebody.
Thomas says that's when she waved down police.
So I waved my arms and I flagged him, and he's like, is everything okay? And at this point, I'm shaking. And I said, no, there's a person. I saw a person. And as I was leaving the driveway, you could see him squatting in the culvert. And I started pointing. I'm like, there he is, there he is.
Belter made his first court appearance today. He's facing a litany of charges, including murder. Some of the federal charges could be eligible for the death penalty.
And this was a political assassination.
Today, authorities laying out a detailed timeline of Belter's movements early Saturday morning, saying he first went to the home of Democratic State Senator John Hoffman, arriving in an SUV with a fake police license plate and emergency lights flashing. They say he approached the door shouting, "This is the police."
When Belter lowered his flashlight,
impersonating a law enforcement officer, there's another fucking charge right there.
Which he had shined in their face, they realized that he was not a police officer. They shouted out, "You're not a cop. You're not a police officer." Belter then announced, "This is a robbery," and forced himself into their home.
Hoffman's wife revealing they were each shot at least 8 times, adding they're incredibly lucky to be alive. According to court documents, at 2:24, Belter arrived at the home of another state rep, but she wasn't home, so he left. 12 minutes later, he showed up at a third lawmaker's home. A police officer was already there conducting a wellness check. When she approached Belter,
Belter did not respond. According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead.
Belter then drove to the home of State Rep Melissa Hortman. He arrived around...
Wait! What? Wait, I misunderstood the details. Wait. He went to a second home, they didn't arrest him, and then he went to a third home where he actually killed? Wait, no fucking shot. So he goes in to the first lawmaker's home, shoots them. Luckily, they survived somehow, despite being shot 8 times.
According to court documents, at 2:24, Belter arrived at the home of another state rep.
Goes to another state rep's home. She's not home. That's home number 2.
But she wasn't home, so he left. 12 minutes later, he showed up at a third lawmaker.
Third lawmaker's home, and a cop is already there conducting a wellness check. Bro, at first, listen, chatters, remember when I at first said I am going to hand it to the cops for at least having the wherewithal to go to each lawmaker in the vicinity in their homes to do a wellness check because they knew that like a lawmaker had been shot? I'm afraid I'm gonna have to take that back. I'm taking it back. That is fucking insane. Are you fucking joking? You saw a suspicious dude impersonating a law enforcement officer when there was already details that someone impersonating a law enforcement officer was shooting lawmakers. You're there to check the fucking scene at 2:36 a.m.
Baker's home, a police officer was already there conducting a wellness check. When she approached Belter,
Belter did not respond.
A cop approached this dude who had already shot and luckily could not kill, but shot 2 people, a lawmaker and his wife. And he just weirdly was like, oh, I don't know what's going on. And you just let him go? Was he wearing the mask too?
According to the officer, he just sat there and stared straight ahead.
Belter then drove to the home of State Rep Melissa Hortman. He arrived around 3:30 a.m. according to the documents, with police officers pulling up around the same time.
When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He repeatedly fired into the house. And when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman and her husband.
I'm sorry. What the fuck are you saying? So then by the time this happens, he's at the 4th house and the cops arrive. He pulls his gun out, starts shooting at him. They don't do anything in return. He runs into the house and actually assassinates the Democratic lawmaker and her husband. How is that? What are cops doing? Are they just there and not, like, I feel like the average person in that situation would be a more threatening presence than fucking law enforcement officers. Like, the average person would have been like, yo, this is weird. At the 3rd house, they'd be like, what the fuck are you doing? What are you fucking doing? Is it just like because he looks like a cop? Is that what it is? Like, I cannot comprehend what took place here. I don't understand how the first cop let him go. I don't understand how the second cop they shot. Like, he shot at them and they were like, well, he's a white guy, he probably was threatened. Like, how is this? How does this make any sense? He shot at the cops, walked into the house, killed the fucking lawmaker and her husband, and then was able to escape on foot. What? Bro was wearing the mask when she talked to him and let him go. That's why they keep calling the mask hyper realistic. What?
Mark.
Belter fled on foot.
He repeatedly fled a car. He drew his weapon.
Same time.
When Belter saw the officers get out of the car.
Like, he was arriving at the 4th house at the same time as the cops were. He sees the cops arriving. He's not in the house yet. He starts opening fire on the cops.
He drew his weapon and began firing. He repeatedly fired into the house. And when he entered, he murdered Representative Hortman.
Wait, oh, what? He saw the cops arrive on scene and started opening fire into the house. He fired into the house and then he entered the house. He didn't even shoot at the cops. Why didn't the cops shoot at him? Why didn't they shoot him?
Officers pulling up around the same time.
When Belter saw the officers get out of the car, he drew his weapon and began firing. He repeatedly fired.
He began firing, I assume, at the cops. And then he began firing into the house.
Into the house. And when he entered...
And then he entered the house and he killed the lawmakers.
He murdered Representative Hortman and her husband, Mark.
Belter fled on foot. He returned to his home at some point that morning, according to the court documents, and texted his family, "Dad went to war last night." It read, "I don't want to say any more because I don't want to implicate anybody." The documents say he later bought an e-bike and a Buick from a stranger at a bus stop. Finding that abandoned Buick and Belter's cowboy hat along a rural highway on Sunday was a major break, officials say, which helped lead to Belter's arrest.
I need to see the body camera. I need to see the body camera of what fucking took place. I need to see the body camera of the first cop that let him go, because he was wearing the fucking mask apparently. And I need to see the body camera of the second or the last cop. How the fuck he opened fire on the cops and they didn't do shit? How is that possible? And then he just fled on foot? How the fuck does that make any sense?
Maggie Vespa joins us now live. So Maggie, have we learned any more about Belter's wife and what police found in her car?
Yeah, Tom, we have. That affidavit also unveiled that law enforcement searched Jenny Belter's car on Saturday, finding in it, documents say, 2 handguns, roughly $10,000 cash, and passports for her and her kids who were in the car with her at the time. Now, law enforcement has since stressed Jenny Belter was cooperative. She was never detained. We have reached out to her, and we haven't yet heard back.
You're not, what? You're not even investigating if she's involved at all? In spite of the fact that she had passports in the car? Well, I'm not saying like arrest her permanently, but like not even a little bit of an investigation to be like, so what's up? Like, why are you escaping? This looks like you're escaping. What's, dude. Handguns, passports, and $10,000. I get stopped with passports in the car, handguns, and $10,000 on a fucking busted taillight. I'm getting detained. Okay, I'm 100% getting detained, and I'm not directly tied to a fucking assassin. What is going on right now? What is it like if you're in Minnesota and you're white, they just let you do it? Like, what's happening? None of this makes sense. Am I crazy? I feel like is that the cheat code? You gotta be white in Minnesota and they will literally be like, oh yeah, you're free to go, ma'am. It's actually illegal to do crimes in Minnesota as a white person. Brother, the Hogs are saying the cops aren't investigating her because she interned for Tim Walz. She didn't. What? What they're saying, she also interned for Tim Walz. They're just, everyone is tied back to Tim Walz is what the Republicans think. Thread from a local summing up all the weird inconsistencies. How does this account jive with the account of the New Hope police officer going to check on a New Hope politician and bumping into Baylor there before he went to Hortman's home, and the giant photo of the sergeant? Come on, y'all. Unapologetic propaganda from the Star Tribune, even with conflicting official information out there to discount this. They're going to just keep rolling with this shameful, incredible story of instinct and courage from the Brooklyn Park Sergeant Riley Norton and other responding officers. Their swift action prevented an even greater tragedy and led to the suspect's arrest. What do you mean? This is a sequence of so many incompetent cops that this literally feels like it's a setup of some sort. Strait of Hormuz right now. Also, they didn't even fucking find the cop. What is happening in the Strait of Hormuz? Among Democrats, do you support Democrats like Sanders and AOC who call for more aggressive stance towards Trump, or moderate Democrats who are willing to compromise with Trump on issues important to their base? AOC Bernie 70%, moderate Dems 30%. Harvard Harris poll. What? The post has been deleted. NASA firms shows current fire in the Gulf of Oman near the Strait of Hormuz. No similar activity detected in the previous days. What? We don't know yet, I don't think. 3 separate heat signatures on firms, albeit closely spaced together. Could be anything. There's a picture. It's true. Developing suspect's wife who helped run their security firm appears to have worked as an intern for former Representative Tim Walz. No, this isn't true. Wait, why are they, this is not true. It's a different person with the same last name, right? I don't think this is even true. Even if it was true, who gives a fuck? The dude wanted to kill Tim Walz. Someone with the same name as his wife interned for Walz for 1 college semester. If it was her, she would have been in her 40s at the time. But even if it was literally her, who gives a fuck? The guy was clearly trying to assassinate Tim Walz as well. U.S. Air Force B-1B bomber just left the U.S. Not looking good at all. What? Its appearance on public radar is highly unusual and likely deliberate. This could possibly be a show of force as opposed to the tankers and cargo lists we saw earlier. They have bombers in Diego Island. This is way too far for a B-1 to travel. 3 ships on fire at the Gulf of Oman near the Strait of Hormuz. What? Dude, this is unverified at this moment. Stop sending me like every dumb shit that happens in the region that you think is happening in the region. Okay. Something strange is going on with this situation. Both strange in terms of like the police response being more incompetent than what you would normally expect, like a sequence of actions that took place that are very weird, like letting him go when they're supposedly on high alert. Read page 3. This is the official narrative of BOELTER from the courts. Complainant has investigated facts and circumstances. Champlain police officers responded to a shooting at the residence. 911 call reported that a masked person had come to the door and then shot their parents. Inside the residence, officers found 2 adults, male and female, who had been shot. Video surveillance footage from the exterior of the residence showed a Ford SUV with the police-style lights parked in the driveway of the residence. It also showed a man later identified as defendant Vance Luther BOELTER, wearing a mask and a blue shirt and a police-style tactical vest with a badge and a yellow grip gun. Approached the front door with a flashlight. Defendant knocked on the door and announced himself as a police officer before entering the house and shooting victims 3 and 4. Surveillance video footage showed defendant flee the residence and enter the police-style vehicle. Victim 3 and victim 4 are currently alive and remain hospitalized. Short time later, Brooklyn Park Police Department learned of the shooting in Champlain. Because one of the victims is a state legislator, police proactively sent patrol officers to the home of another state legislator in Brooklyn Park, Hennepin County, Minnesota. When officers arrived approximately at 3:35 a.m., they saw a Ford SUV with police-style lights and immediately saw a defendant, still dressed as a police officer, shoot an adult man, referred to herein as victim 2, through the open door of the home. Police exchanged gunfire with the defendant, who fled inside the residence before escaping the area. Inside the residence, officers found 2 adults deceased from gunshot wounds, victim 2 and his wife, victim 1. Victim 1 is also a state legislator. Officers searched defendant's vehicle, located at least 3 AK-47 assault rifles, a 9mm handgun, as well as a list of names and addresses of other public officials. Officers canvassed the surrounding area, located a ballistic vest. How did he escape? Also, what about the third person? Like, what about the third cop? or the second cop. He bought an electric bicycle and eventually a vehicle off a random person. I saw that part. You're looking at the warrant, not the affidavit. Anyway, not only is the fucking situation strange, there's photos in this. I don't want to. What kind of photos are in here? Oh, just the mask photo. Oh, they have images from the fucking Hope Police Department dash camera footage. At approximately 2:36, officer encountered a man now believed to have been BOELTER sitting in the driver's seat of a black SUV parked down the street from public official 2's home. Officer believed that the SUV, which resembled a squad car, was equipped with police-style light bar, was in fact law enforcement officer providing protection for public official 2. The cop thought he was a cop. The officer reported the individual sitting in the black SUV was a bald white male. So he was wearing the mask? The officer tried to speak with that man, but he continued staring straight ahead and did not respond. The officer drove the rest of the distance to public official 2's residence, saw no signs of distress, and waited there until additional law enforcement joined her. By the time they did, the dark SUV had left the area. And then he went at around 3:30 a.m. Local law enforcement, having learned of the shooting in Senator Hoffman's home, went to the home of Minnesota State Representative Melissa Hortman in Brooklyn Park. Upon arriving, law enforcement saw a black Ford Explorer SUV parked outside the home. The black SUV resembled a law enforcement squad car equipped with police-style lights. The lights were on and flashing. The SUV's license plate had been replaced with a fake police license plate. The plate literally said police, yeah. I know. In Minnesota, I did not know this at the time as well. I thought it was really stupid. In Minnesota, cop cars do have, I mean, this is obviously fake, but cop cars, real cop cars do also have police as their license plate. Law enforcement arriving at Representative Hortman's home saw BOELTER dressed in dark colors standing near the front door facing the house. Moments after their arrival on scene, BOELTER fired several gunshots in the house as he moved forward, entering the Hortman's home. In dashcam footage from the scene, moments after BOELTER fired those shots, he moved into the— wait, so he didn't even shoot at the cops. He didn't even shoot at the cops. Moments after their arrival on scene, BOELTER fired several shots into the house as he moved forward. In the dashcam footage from the scene, moments after BOELTER fired those shots, he moved into the house. A second set of gunshots can be heard. At the same time, several flashes appear in the entryway windows. About the same time, officers moved forward to the home's front doorway where they saw Hortman lying on the floor. When officers entered the home, they found Representative Hortman suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. Hortman family dog was gravely injured as well. BOELTER fled the Hortman's home, leaving behind BOELTER's 2015 Ford Explorer SUV parked outside the house. After obtaining a warrant, officers searched that vehicle. I know from my training and experience that the Ford did not manufacture 2015 Explorers in the state of Minnesota. Officers found evidence tying BOELTER to the SUV, including a bill from the storage unit with BOELTER's name. They also found approximately 5 firearms in the SUV, including semi-automatic assault-style rifles, as well as a large quantity of ammunition organized into loaded magazines. They also found a medical kit containing wound treatment supplies, several eye masks of the kind that might be worn while sleeping. From the SUV, officers recovered several notebooks full of handwritten notes. Listed among the pages in the notebooks were the names of more than 45 Minnesota state and federal public officials, including Representative Hortman, whose home address was written next to her name. One of those notebooks contained lists of internet-based people search engines, including True People Search, Spokio, People, People Finders, Been Verified, White Pages, Truth Finder, Intellius, Ownerly, US Search, and People Looker. In addition, officers found that Garmin GPS navigation device in the SUV. Device's trip history included address of the Representative Hortman's home, Brooklyn Park. Upon searching the area, law enforcement found components of a disassembled Beretta 9mm semi-automatic handgun, at least 3 magazines strewn across the ground a few blocks from Representative Hortman's home. Dude, why the fuck do those websites even exist? But also, oh yeah, there's his face mask. Why do they not bring up the, yeah, okay, the dog died, guys. I know he killed the dog. Oh my God, I didn't know there were so many fucking white women in the chat. Calm down, I know. Okay, you have been going crazy over the guy shooting the dog. I know. What the fuck, man? Yeah, I don't know if you guys know this, but he killed people, okay? He also killed people. Don't hate on women. All Americans value dogs more than people. No, I agree. Anyway. Not only is the story odd, the apprehension is even weirder, and it's yet another, I guess, perfect demonstration of police incompetence. But outside of this, what is also alarming is the fact that every fucking right-wing outlet instantly locked in on the idea that this guy was right-wing, including but not limited to Mike Lee. Mike Lee first claimed that he was right-wing, and then after he was apprehended yesterday, he posted this shit. He said, "Nightmare on Wall Street." This is an American senator. Oh, sorry. Every outlet, every right-winger claimed that he was left-wing. I apologize. I misspoke. Every right-winger online claimed that this guy was a left-wing guy, including Mike Lee, who said he was a left-wing guy. And then after he was apprehended, he said, "Nightmare on Wall Street," making fun of Tim Walz, who was literally on the hit list. A top staffer to Senator Gina Smith emailed Mike Lee's top staffers on Monday about how much additional pain you've caused on an unspeakably horrific event. I don't think these guys care. Like, I think these guys are fucking animals, okay? The Mike Lee is a goddamn animal, dude. American senator making jokes about a Trump supporter killing Democratic lawmakers after spending the weekend falsely claiming the shooter was actually a Democrat. Clown country. Here he is.
Could you tell us about your conversation with Senator Smith? Do you regret your tweet? Do you stand by the post that you made on X?
Have you had a productive conversation about that post? Is that what the senator wanted to speak to you about?
What did you think of the meeting you just came from?
Tina Smith confronted him. She also then went on CNN to talk about the confrontation.
What did he have to say when you confronted him with that?
Well, I mean, honestly, I don't think this is a person who's used to being confronted. I don't think he's somebody who's used to being challenged, and I think he didn't quite know what to do. Approached him from a position of respect and wanting him to understand what I thought, and he didn't have that much to say. What he needs to do is he needs to apologize. I really think that he should take that post down. To indicate that somehow this was some sort of a Marxist leftist attack that causes violence is completely false. He's spreading that misinformation, and he should correct that. I didn't get any of that from him earlier this evening, but I hope that what I said sunk in, and that he, as my mother used to say, words have consequences, and his words have a ton of consequence, and he should own that.
You went up and you said,
Tina Smith says Mike Lee basically said, I'm sorry if I hurt your feelings when confronted over his egregiously shameful post about the Hortman assassination. Like, maybe it's my age, but I remember a time when I feel like if someone were to do something even a fraction as indecent as this, they would be ridiculed thoroughly and then maybe even forced to resign. I feel like the modern Republican Party is so far removed from humanity where it's just like, that's another day, baby. If anything, they celebrate it. Like, what the hell is going on here? He tweeted that the dude that was killing Democratic lawmakers was actually a Marxist, radical, leftist, whatever. And then he tweeted that the dude who actually had Tim Walz on his fucking target list, he made a joke about Tim Walz, saying Nightmare on Wall Street. Tim Walz is a friend to the fucking slain Democratic lawmaker and also was on the hit list. I see a lot of crazy nonsense. I'm a professional political commentator. I've been doing this for 12 years, and I've seen a whole bunch of crazy nonsense in my career. But stuff like this still pisses me off because it's just still so repulsive. And I do feel like this is a boundary breaking moment. Like, this is so, I don't even know what to say. It actually freaks me out a little bit how quickly the right jumped on this active political violence, and even politicians, like right-wing politicians, without even any sort of sense of safety and security. Under normal circumstances, they will go, oh, wow, political violence is unacceptable, because like they're worried it might come to them too, you know what I mean? But like, even with the DePipe stuff, the David DePipe shit, like they didn't even give a fuck. They did this with him too, and Elon Musk was one of the major players in that. No more accountability at all. When there's political violence in Western democracies, it's traditionally treated as a somber event for everyone to come together. Deaths disappeared. The victims were gunned down, and just over a day ago, and a U.S. senator is mocking the event and hinting at a deranged conspiracy. Second U.S. senator promoting conspiracy theory, basically claiming the left for the shooting of the two Democratic lawmakers. I mean, what took place here is a Democratic lawmaker was slain, and many more were on the hit list, and one of them almost died. And you got politicians celebrating this shit. Now glaze Luigi. Dog, this would be like if CNN was glazing Luigi. Are you fucking stupid? This would be like if politicians were glazing Luigi. Do you not understand? That would be an entirely different moment, don't you think? That's fair. Some of y'all are so one note. I swear to God, it's so strange. First of all, Luigi has already been fucking branded as a terrorist, and Pam Bondi has called for the death penalty. Okay? Also, you've been fucked over by guys like Brian Thompson. You know what I mean? A Minnesota Democratic lawmaker has done nothing to you. If anything, if you live in Minnesota, has probably improved your life. Like, there is also, you know, a difference here. Luigi also didn't have like a fucking interest in going after additional, I mean, or maybe he did, I can't remember. Also, if Luigi did it, allegedly. Hassan, I love your takes, but I don't understand why you're surprised by this. They've been on board with this shit for years. Don't you remember the Obama pinata? The conservatives put a noose around conservatives with no morals for a while now. He's tripling down. What the fuck? Dude, there's something strange in the water, man. Are Minnesota Dems any good? It's actually one of the best. The Minnesota, the Democratic Farmer Labor Party is unironically one of the examples that I have used over and over again about what the Democrats could do with a 50-50 split state legislature, with a 50-50 split House of Representatives and a Senate. Yeah. I feel like right-wingers got to be operating on a different fucking wavelength of confidence here to so openly entertain this kind of stuff. Like right-wing politicians. Yeah, Melissa Hortman, who this fucking asshole killed, was a important politician that played a formative role in pushing a lot of fucking great legislation in the state of Minnesota that I have routinely fucking talked about in positive terms. Yeah, I have a whole video called "Here's How You Get Shit Done." Let's talk about Minnesota. This is part of her legacy. Yeah, this guy also wanted to kill Ilhan Omar and Tim Walz, which makes it even crazier that they're like trying to tie him back to Tim Walz. Anyway, like I said this earlier, but there's no need for the CIA or NATO to do sophisticated influence campaigns and false flags anymore. Half the country literally believes the evangelical mercenary Trump supporter who shot Democratic politicians and had more on his hit list is actually woke because of this fucking website. Back in the day, right-wingers would look at this guy and realize his background seems federal and complain that this was a setup to make the right look bad by rogue FBI elements. Now they just repeatedly say woke Antifa until they start believing their own delusions. They just let him walk? No, they didn't let him walk. No, he's in jail. I guess they let him walk out of the house after he assassinated Melissa Hortman. But yeah, this is like intense. We didn't even get to the Trump ramps up migrant crackdowns following ICE restrictions. There's also some potential oil tankers on fire in the Gulf of Oman, but they're unconfirmed, so I don't know why. I don't know why the fuck people are bringing that in here without any additional confirmation. Oof. All right, I'm done for the day, though. I'm so tired. This has been a ridiculous day. And tomorrow, I suspect, will be even more ridiculous. Hopefully, we haven't gone to war with Iran by then. Anyway, love you all. Peace in the Middle East. And goodbye. See you tomorrow. Okay.